more with a Patreon support page. Thank you for supporting this message of health, freedom, and healing liberty. You can get more, you can give more. And that is with our Patreon page. We have a monthly meeting via Zoom where we see one another. You can submit questions that I can't answer into the public's domain, but in that private group, you can plug in and learn a lot as well. Wonderful opportunity there. So there's so much happening here at the Red Pill Expo. I just want to remind you that beyond the Red Pill Expo, we can stay in touch. We can keep the red pill bouncing, so to speak, and bring the power to heal back where it belongs with each and every one of you. So thank you to G. Edward Griffin and the crew at the Red Pill Expo for supporting this message of health, freedom, and healing liberty. And you'll always have a home here with me on the Robert Scott Bell Show, robertscottbell.com.
Welcome to Reality Zone, the official store for Red Pill University and Red Pill Expo, where we invite you to embark on a transformative journey toward uncovering the truths that lie beneath the surface of our modern society. Inspired by the powerful message of "Take the Red Pill," our mission is to empower individuals to break free from the illusions propagated by fake news, corrupt politics, and institutional propaganda. Our carefully curated selection of books and recordings addresses the critical issues of freedom, health, and financial independence. Learn how elitist agendas threaten your rights and discover the healing power of nature, challenging the influence of big pharma. Explore the complex world of money and banking to reveal hidden systems affecting your wealth and liberty. Step into the reality zone, take the red pill, and embrace the knowledge that transforms your understanding of the world. But once you take the red pill, the illusion can never be restored. Once you enter the reality zone, you can never return to the twilight zone from which you came.
From the desk of G. Edward Griffin comes a powerful revelation: the chasm, collectivism versus individualism.
Check. Hey, good morning, everybody. We're going to start in a few minutes. There's a special request from G. Edward Griffin, and as I say, you can't say no to G. Edward Griffin, can you? The request is to move closer to the stage, because we are going to be broadcasting this around the world, and we want them to see this place filled up. It's going to fill up, but you guys, the early risers, thank you for coming in early, can help us and help Ed to get that visual presence that we're all here. So feel free to move forward. Is there anybody that you don't want to move forward? No, Ed says everybody can move forward. So come on in. I'm going to get out of the way of that, and we'll get started in just a moment. Thank you for your patience. As always, these live events are incredibly complex to pull off. So thank you for everybody getting here early. We'll be getting started momentarily. So again, my name is Robert Scott Bell. I'll officially begin it in a moment, so stand by. But thank you for coming forward as much as you can. Appreciate that.
Have you ever wondered why so much of what you hear in the media feels filtered or even manipulated? The truth is, most major news outlets are controlled by collectivists, people who think it's their duty to shape what you believe. So the common man ends up with a so-called correct opinion. At needtoknow.news, we do things differently. We provide unfiltered news and commentary as an antidote to the mainstream's newspeak. Here, there are no distractions with sports or celebrity gossip. Instead, we focus on what truly matters: your freedom, your health, and your financial security. And while we stand for individualism, we promise this: we'll never twist the facts just to fit our view. Even if the truth is uncomfortable, we'll report it anyway and let truth have its voice. Join thousands who refuse to be misled. Sign up for the needtoknow.news newsletter today and start seeing the world as it really is.
Gee, Dad, can I ask you something?
Shoot, Chip.
Billy said his older brother's new phone is the niftiest thing he's ever seen. Says it practically reads his mind. Golly, is that even possible?
Possible, sure. Worth having, that's a different question.
What you mean? Wouldn't it be swell to have a phone that just knows stuff about you?
Would it be swell if the mailman read every letter before he delivered it, Chip?
Gosh, no. That'd be kinda nosy.
That's the word for it, all right. Seems some folks forgot why that matters.
Remember when modern meant your life got easier, not watched?
That's why Mark 3.7 doesn't build it that way, son. The ghost phone doesn't go poking around in your business to seem clever. It just does what you ask of it, nothing more.
Gee whiz. So it's not nosy at all?
Not one bit. Same with my ghost laptop right there on the table. Quiet as a Sunday afternoon.
Boy, that beats Billy's brother's phone by a mile.
I use mine for recipes and the church newsletter. It's never once tried to sell me something I didn't ask for.
So everybody in the house has one of these ghost things?
Do you want to know what it is? The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. What truth? That you are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch. A prison for your mind. Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. In your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more. Follow me.
You got number 3. Here we are. All right. Welcome, everybody. The Red Pill Expo is about to begin. Can't believe we're here in Las Vegas at the Ahern Hotel. Thank you to G. Edward Griffin and his team for bringing us together. And for those of you watching around planet Earth, time is an illusion. And you can tell by that because we have trouble sometimes starting on time with all the technical things that go on to get us here. But I am grateful to be back. My name again, Robert Scott Bell. I'll be emceeing the event. I'll be speaking as well, trying to keep things going along. And I, again, thank you so much for being here. This is an extraordinary time, as it's been ever since I went to my first Red Pill Expo, to meet folks, and including the lecturers and speakers here, that are willing to, as we see in the Matrix movie, take that proverbial red pill and see through to what really makes the world work. What is this about this reality that we all had this sneaking suspicion about that wasn't being revealed to us? And we wanted to know. We wanted to dig deeper, and we're willing to look at things that are sometimes uncomfortable. Now, when we talk about red pilling, it's about red pilling anything and everything. As you can see during the next 2 days, the speakers will cover a wide variety of topics. Of course, I like to lean into the health things because of my journey, but we'll go into economics and money and politics, everything like that. Not that we're engaged in political kind of ideologies necessarily, but fundamentally and foundationally, as I always like to go back to G. Edward Griffin's works, including his book, The Chasm, we talk about the distinction between individualism and collectivism. And that's where we can find, I think, common ground here, that we recognize that those rights that we seek to exert come from a place far higher than any political ideology, but can be protected by those that want to defend it. So we're here to do that as well. Now, as we open today's event, we're going to start a little differently. We're just going to set the stage, because there's a lot of exhibitors here that have supported the Red Pill Expo and Red Pill University. And we want to say thank you to them, as you say thank you to them. If you're here in Las Vegas with us, there'll be break times where you'll actually be able to visit the exhibitors, try some things out, get some things. For those of you watching all over planet Earth, you'll be able to access the various websites to support those who are supporting the Red Pill Expo. So we're going to go through that. That's our starting point. We're going to learn a little bit about who's supporting this event and beyond. And we'll start with my buddy, my friend David. Is he here? And this is one of those things you've heard a lot about. It's helped me. It's helped G. Edward Griffin and so many. This is a few moments of learning about Cardio Miracle. I'll just tell you before David speaks here, I did 60 burpees. Does anybody know what a burpee is? You drop down, give a push up, and jump back up. I did 60 of those on my 60th birthday in 3.5 minutes, thanks to Cardio Miracle. You guys don't do that right now, but David, welcome to the stage.
Hi, everybody. My name is David.
Let's see if we can get this on. Get close to it.
Hello, my name is David. Not working?
We're going to get this. The first one's always the fun one. And David, thank you for volunteering to do that.
Yeah, no worries.
We have audio coming from this? Go ahead. I'm just, there, go ahead, eat it.
Hello, my name is David. I'm with Cardio Miracle. My first red pill was actually in 2020. I was not in official capacity with this company. I started taking this product about 8 years ago, and it like radically changed my life and my health. I was diagnosed with supraventricular tachycardias, which were 220 beats a minute out of rhythm. And the first time I ever drank this, it stopped my tachycardias, dead in their tracks. I haven't had one in over 5 years. Now, this product changed my life so much that I was like, all right, I have to work for this company. So I started with them 2 years ago. And what Cardio Miracle is it's a full body nitric oxide support supplement. It's got a multivitamin complex in it, all whole food, methylated, great source, organic. So you're going to get your baseline needs. And then we put a bunch of amino acids in it so that it can stimulate nitric oxide production naturally within the body. And when it does this, it's going to vasodilate the system. It's going to increase blood flow, blood viscosity, and it's going to help you regulate blood pressure and potentially even cholesterol. I lowered my cholesterol and my triglycerides with this by constantly detoxing my system. I take it every single day, and it's super important to get all of these vitamins anyway. So it's great to have it all in one easy drink in the morning, and it works synergistically as well. So it works together. All the products inside of it help each other work together. So it's a great product. You guys can go see Camille and Coley at the booth. They're angels. We have some really good show specials here today. We also have a lot of, we printed out a bunch of studies that we did for the product. Everything from vitamin D to PTSD, which I also struggle with. I was a combat veteran in 2013. And when I found this in messed up the dates there. In 2013, and then I found it in 2018, it helped me regulate my sleep as well as my stress levels. That was kind of a big deal, struggling with PTSD, not sleeping well. Getting a good night's sleep is very, very important. So we have those studies over there that you can go look at. They're all printed out. And yeah, try Cardio Miracle.
David, let's see if we get this out again. And yes, this product has been tremendous in transforming people's lives back to health, and including the utilization of vitamin D that's already in your body that many people can't access. So opening up pathways of utilization, very profound and important. So everybody can get a sample here if you want to try it, put it in your water today or tomorrow. And so put it to the test.
Yeah, it's going to help release the stored vitamin D within your body, as well as there's some in the product. That's a great source.
Yep, David, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Cardio Miracle, appreciate their support of the Red Pill Expo. Dr. Daria Schooler, she's actually a retired neurosurgeon, and she's here with the Beamer technology, and she's been a big supporter of G. Edward Griffin and the Red Pill Expo for a while. Daria, welcome. Let's see if we can get this on you, and let us know what you're here doing.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I know a lot of people here are familiar with Beamer because Beamer's been supporting the Red Pill Expo and Mr. Griffin and all of the attendees since 2017. And that's the year I found Beamer at the first Red Pill Expo and started using it. And I want to tell you that this medical device is designed for, and it actually functions as a powered muscle stimulator, class 2 cleared by the FDA. Ask me more about that later. I don't want to dwell on it. But the important thing is it stimulates the muscles in the body, healthy muscle tissue, which specifically helps improve circulation to every cell in the body. And as you know, every living cell in the body is its own perpetual motion machine. But it requires oxygen, it requires nutrients, and it requires an ability to have those used up nutrients and byproducts removed, including carbon. Slows down, flow gets sluggish, it stagnates, and that's when health challenges begin to manifest in all ways, especially from stress. So microcirculation matters more than most people realize. When microcirculation is supported, the body come and try an 8-minute session. Beamer stands for Bioelectromagnetic Energy Regulation. And personally, it's given my life and my health a second wind, if you will, for healthy longevity. Beamer Human Set is specific for humans, and animals we can benefit from the equine set for horses, and we have a brand new dog unit. So all you dog owners, don't miss out on getting your dogs as healthy and happy as they can be. And I actually brought one. I've got an early release as a distributor, and I can show it to you. here. So we can, if we have to take separate time for that, absolutely. I'm happy to share as much as possible. And it too has been shown to be proven to benefit in dogs, specifically arthritis symptoms. So remember, Beamer is complementary to all other healthy lifestyle practices with proven stimulation of the body in microcirculation with twice daily 8-minute sessions that maintain your improved blood flow throughout the entire day. Everything works best combined with Beamer. All other nutritional supplements, equipment, vitamins, everything. I'm sorry, I'm so excited. And it also helps you with exercise and recovery. So everything works best with Beamer. And I have an interactive presentation link I can share with you as well. So please stop by. And we also have a brand new, I'm not kidding you, photobiomodulation light for skin. So I want you to stop by and take a look at that as well. I gotta shut it off. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Daria. Appreciate you
Doctor.
so much. Good to see you.
Take care.
All right, we're going to continue on from the John Birch Society, Brian Turner. Much maligned organization by the mainstream media, so you know they've actually been right about pretty much everything going back in time. So come on up, Brian. Let us know what you're here doing.
JBS.org is the website. We've been teamed up with Ed Griffin for many, many years. If you go on YouTube, you can look up G. Edward Griffin's video called This is the John Birch Society. We've been leading the battle for freedom for about 70 years. We mean business every step of the way. If you're a part of the Red Pill Expo, it's because you want to win. I don't want to be the most informed person in the concentration camp. We want to do what we want to win. And that's what the John Birch Society is all about. So if you mean business and you are of good moral character, please become a member of the John Birch Society and join with us in our epic undertaking.
Oh, let's bring in, let's see, Mike Mead, Triad Air. I have one of these at home too, so we want to clean the air we're in. When I talk about the terrain, that's an important part of it. Come on in here. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you. Good morning, Red Pill. Well, I hope you're willing to listen to a new Red Pill. We're told so many times in indoor environments that the air is bad. Well, the air is trapped. It has a lot of CO2. It has PFAS, off-gassing of forever chemicals, microplastics floating in the air. And we're told if you put a filter over there and you have 4 filters, it's going to protect you. How many of you felt that was really true during COVID? Here's how you're contaminated in an indoor environment. This is new. It's coming out in the book that we've just written. It's called The Stir Effect. It's called self-triggered indoor resuspension. Ladies and gentlemen, when you reach out and you step down with your foot, you compress the stuff that's underneath you, the stuff that is settled. And then when you release it, it pops up. Your body temperature is considerably different than the ambient temperature around you, so that starts to rise. And then as you move, the vortex kicks a little bit higher. So within 2 to 5 seconds, you are breathing what was underneath your feet. Not what was in the corner of the room, not the one over here against the wall. You are creating it. The documentation is so emphatic through all of the research we've done through 2025. Now, what Triad Air is, it's a product. My company, which is called My Triad Air, specializes in actually helping patients and doctors understand the contamination in their indoor environment and how to actively knock that crap down that's floating in the air so you do not breathe it. The most important thing, if you do not breathe it, you can react to it. But today we have so many things. We've locked ourselves in homes so much, it's incredible. I have demonstrations can prove to many of you have seen our products on Health Ranger and things like this. My Triad Air, like I said, specializes directly. We come to Red Pill to share this new book with you. If you go to support at Triad, TRADAER.com and ask for a Red Pill discount. These products are not allowed to be discounted online, but for 48 hours from 12 o'clock Pacific Daylight Time here in Vegas to Monday, we're going to be offering a special discount. We also have many ones that you can take with you and plug this in the wall when you're traveling. And how many of you have been in an Uber that stunk? This is the mobile. So come and take advantage of it. We have a machine that will actually take care of 3,000 square feet, which I think he was just telling you about. We come by and go to our website, get the education, ask for the Red Pill discount. We will send it to you. You can use it on our website. And ladies and gentlemen, Maha, let's make America healthy again, okay?
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, let's bring Amalia up and she's going to introduce Michelle. We're talking about Snoot, little sinus stuff happening. You go ahead, right into that microphone.
I told Michelle that I wanted to introduce her because she's so humble. And by the way, she did know Jim Humble. Those of you who know his name, he was one of the main chlorine dioxide people. We got David Oates in the audience right there with chlorine dioxide testimonies on Telegram if you want to learn. So Michelle partnered with Howard Alliger. He's also a big name. You see him on the universalantidote.com. But she is the reason this book was written. She became friends with Dr. Pierre Corey. So she's in chapter 13. And we're trying to have a video that was supposed to play to show you she met Kennedy, the Human Health and Services, however you say that, secretary. And he said chlorine dioxide when we talked about options when he was being voted on in the Senate. So I just want to make sure you know she's the one that put everybody together. So thank you, Michelle, for chlorine dioxide. And she's got the snoot spray. Can you show everyone the snoot spray? That's chlorine dioxide for your nose.
Okay, great. Thanks, Amalia. She's been an amazing fan, advocate, cheerleader, and everything, and has kept our relationship with G. Edward Gifford alive, and it's amazing. Who here knows about chlorine dioxide? Raise your hand. Okay, so the war on chlorine dioxide is indeed a war. And if you know the war on ivermectin, when I met RFK Jr., when I started hearing about what he was doing, the things that he was involved in, I said, how does he not know about chlorine dioxide? This is impossible. How does Steve Kirsch not know about chlorine dioxide? So I made it my mission to go out and speak to those gentlemen and basically give them a scoop. And when I met RFK Jr., I literally said, you know the war on ivermectin, which of course he does, right? He knew Pierre Corey, he's been working closely with them. The two of them are probably the most interviewed people during COVID. And what I said was the war on chlorine dioxide has been going on for 50 years, and the ramification is about a zillion times greater. What's going on in the world of chlorine dioxide, there's been a lot of players in this world, and what we bring to the table is, as Amalia mentioned, Howard Alliger, he was kind of in the background, but he was really the first person to realize that chlorine dioxide had healing properties, especially when used topically. So in the 70s, he began experimenting. He was in the ultrasonics industry. His first product that he made was he basically invented the way to capture chlorine dioxide gas into a liquid or gel for use on the human and animal body. And his first patent was issued in 1978. And we have a letter from, you'll never guess, Dear Mr. Alliger, we tried your wound care gel. It performed phenomenally compared to the standard, very safe, very effective. We look forward to years of working together. Love, the CDC. This is, they know about it. They've been working with our founder, Howard Alliger, for 50 years. We have dozens and dozens of letters and studies by working with the government, literally every branch of the military, the DOD, HHS, the Air Force, the Dental Lab. Oh, and one of the things that's actually on my website is we actually have a letter from 1987 where we worked with the U.S. Naval Blood Research Lab where they said, yes, we've tested your product against the virus that causes HIV. Works like a charm. So please get the book, come to our site. We've got a whole team here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Molly. Appreciate that. All right, coming up now from Real Food Nutraceutical 3, Pam Shelton, if you come on up after. And once again, G. Edward Griffin is so great. He's given me stage direction and audio direction. The guy doesn't sleep. I don't know. He's edited videos. It's amazing what he does to get this thing going. So come on up here and welcome Pam and let us know what you're here. And thank you for your support of the Red Pill Expo.
I'm going to start with my webpage, Pam Shelton, SHELTON.kaizenlife.earth, KAIZENLYFE.earth. The reason why, we have a new product that just came out. It's made from mushrooms. It's made from salmon, ginseng, hop. There's no side effects. And this is what's going on in the world right now is everybody's on a synthetic. So I wanted to start with that. It's been 40 years since I've been to Vegas, a long time. My husband and I are farmers of 40 years with 2 sons, 7 grandchildren, and we live in Iowa. And as we all know, the cancer rates are #1 in the nation in Iowa. That's just been reported recently. And about 14 years ago, breast cancer came knocking on my door. But I had a dream. I had a dream to live at a lake in the woods and have a beautiful home there someday. So I thought, I'm going to beat this. I'm not going to get this cancer. And God has brought many blessings our way. And he brought me my intuition, okay? And with my intuition, I went back to the garden, the fruit trees. I eat the foods that serve me, not the Doritos and the Cheetos that are actually made out of petroleum ingredients that stick to your fingers, so you'll lick your fingers. So I became a health warrior. I went to my first red pill in Des Moines, Iowa in 23. And that opened my eyes that I needed to share my health business. We need solutions, proactive health, maintenance, to know the ingredients that are in our foods, to sift through the grocery stores. But we also need to know what's in our quality supplements. My products are all and our skincare, and they are all made from real food ingredients. There's no synthetics in this product line. They are third-party tested. There's epigenetic studies on the products, and we have the Simple 6. If you have a whole shelf of supplements, you can get rid of them and just do the Simple 6. Everything's in there. And we have 13 technologies of absorption. So I actually feel the difference when I take my turmeric. That's 30% absorption, not 9%, which is about the best you can get. So anyhow, again, the products also support all the pathways of the body. Our antioxidant pouch, we're going to have samples of that today. And the ingredients in there, it helps fight free radicals, and it also supports health, the heart. Our collagen is micronized, liquid, marine sourced for joints, hair, skin, and nails. Let me see what else I got here. Oh, another product we have, Purify. It's a daily detox to cleanse all the organs of the body. I take that before I go to bed. One little capsule. In all of our liquid products are not made with petroleum like synthetic medication. So anyhow, if you are sick and you only have one dream, you only have one dream. If you are healthy, you can focus on many dreams. I now live at the lake, and I'm a healthy person because of these products. Stop by our booth.
Right. Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. All right. All right. I'll come on over here. Thank you. Let's bring up Jeffrey Adam from Mycronic Silver. Thank you for your support of the Red Pill Expo, Jeffrey.
Hi, everybody. I want to thank you for coming up here and showing up to take control of your health, because that's what this is about. This is my third time at the Red Pill. I want to thank Mr. Griffith. What's up, G? How you doing? I want to give a word about Cardio Miracle first. A lot of people start taking supplements when they get sick. I was introduced to Cardio Miracle, and I had nothing wrong with me. I took it for 100 days and I lost 45 pounds. The only thing I did different in my life was add Cardio Miracle. So even if you're not feeling bad, come out and see some of the vendors out there. There's a lot of great products. A lot of them are really good patriots, really good people that just want to educate you on taking back your health. So I want to thank you people for coming out. I actually invented Mycronic Silver in 2012. For those of you that don't know anything about silver, before 1923, silver was the #1 prescribed antibiotic in the world. Rockefeller tried to patent it. He couldn't patent it because it's all natural. It's also part of our monetary system. So 3 years later, they discovered penicillin, and they're trying to take silver to society ever since. Hospitals have used silver for wound care, for other different things, for cleaning. So when I invented Mycronic Silver in 2012, I took a look at the colloidal silver, the ionic silver, and the nano silver. And as good as those products were, they weren't perfect. They were flawed, much like everything else. So we actually formulated Mycronic Silver to work differently. Mycronic Silver is the only silver product that doesn't destroy the good bacteria in your gut. It stays active in the body for 8 to 10 hours instead of 6 to 8 minutes. It's not destroyed by stomach acid, so it's a dual mode delivery. Because of our stabilization process with the Mycronic Silver, we are actually able to add it to other products. So we actually have an expanding product line. We have our oral care product, our Silver Bright, that uses silver and ozone instead of fluoride, which is one of our newest products. We have some skincare stuff. We are also able to take our Mycronic Silver and put it in with CBD. We use HD9s, not Delta 8, so it's non-cyclodenic. It's actually proven to be stronger than morphine for pain management. And I could take up about 4 hours of your time just telling you about the great products we have at our booth. We're out here right when you come in. Just come by, stop by, say hi. You have a lot of questions. We'd love to talk and educate you, not only on our product, but everybody else's. And RSB, thank you very much for what you do.
Jeffrey Adam. All right, Jeffrey, thank you so much. We now are going to go into the, let's see here. We've got Rick and Kathy Hansen free tools for freedom lovers. Everybody loves something for free, but supposedly there's no such thing as a free lunch. You're going to have to explain that for us. So thank you all for your support of the Red Pill Expo. Come on up and let them know.
Thank you much. Yeah, we've been coming to these red pills and just love them. Thank you, Mr. G. They're wonderful. Get out here and get recharged, feeling so much better, and learning about so many different products that we run into here, and so many different things that people are needing. So we built a set of tools. Oh, is that okay? Okay. So we've built a set of tools so that everybody has something here they can use, and we have made them for free. We have a best newscaster source that is hopefully going to take over ABC, CBN, and NBC and all the rest of the fake news out there by using great newscasters like Alex Newman. And Alex is on our site right now. So we're looking at building that so that they own the newscasting station, not some third-party deep state group. So that's what we're doing with the best newscasters. We have a best directory source, which we're not accepting fiat money for payment of anything. You're going to be trading your gold and silver. You're going to be trading real estate ownership. You're going to be trading things rather than having to convert everything you invest in to fiat so you can go buy something, which is also going to help a lot when they come back with the CBDCs. So we have all these different products, and we'd love to and we are there for free. Everybody can get on them for free. Everybody can look at them for free. The only place we're going to make any money on it is the banner ads in the corners are stationary. Flash up, and they're not picking your profile to give you what they want. So that's what we're doing, and my wife's going to tell you a little bit here too as well. Thank you.
Last night we went to some great presentations, and the word freedom came up frequently. Rick and I have both come to the realization of what the loss of freedom means in different ways. Mine was under communism, where I saw a total loss of freedom. In the summer of 1979, I participated in an exchange program at Moscow State University. Among the many losses I realized was the fact that I could only listen to one radio station in the dorm room where I was staying. At that time, I was so thankful that we had loads of radio stations, and we had four television stations in Colorado. Now we have hundreds, but they're full of lies. At this expo, we hear the truth. We do not hear truth on mainstream media. Rick has developed a centralized location where the truthful newscasters can send their videos, and from there they can automatically be loaded to other platforms. Financial freedom was also lost in the Soviet Union. The United States is losing this freedom as well. Rick has developed a way to address this and other freedoms. We don't have time to explain what Rick has developed now, but please stop by our booth called Free Tools for Freedom Lovers. We have this sign, handouts, and QR codes where you could get more information. Rick has found ways to act in order to regain our freedoms and to discover the truth in our world. We do believe that the truth can set us free, just as Jesus told us. Thank you.
I'm going to stand over here. Give me the mic. There we go. Thank you so much. As we're setting up for the video, we're tweaking things here. So I'm going to stand here for a moment while we bring up the next speaker. I'll also mention that at where I'm going to be set up, I'll be doing some broadcast recording in between, which is kind of crazy. While I'm doing this, I'm doing that. But that's the life of a broadcaster. Ed knows all about that. But you got to go. Commercial's over. So let's welcome up Mark Gonzalez with First National Bullion. Again, a great supporter of the Red Pill Expo and G. Edward Griffin. Mark, appreciate you coming. Thank you.
Appreciate it, man.
All right.
That look better? All right, can you hear me? Not too close? All right, my name's Mark Gonzalez. I'm here representing a company called First National Bullion. I've been a gold dealer for over 25 years. I know a thing or two. I never know really what I'm going to say. I just kind of wing it. I mean, all this stuff is in my head, but the one thing that I want to touch on before I go in too deep about this is a good friend of mine. I had a conversation with him about 3 months ago, Ed. I don't know if you remember. And he was talking about, okay, how do we have the solutions? What exactly, how can we fix this? Well, let me tell you something. With what's about to come into the monetary structure and a repricing of everything,
and moving into this new digital system, you don't avoid it. Get used to that, get very uncomfortable. But the solution is, since no one has one directly to hand you, and if you're looking for a solution to be given to you on a silver platter, you probably don't deserve one. We're here as collective consciousness to bring the solutions together. That's our individual goal. Ed, you've done it. All right, you've accomplished it. Now, when it comes to what is coming, most people don't even understand what the purpose of gold and silver is. They look at the price go up, they look at the price go down. They wonder exactly what it is. Is it an investment? Is it a hedge? It's money. It's been money for thousands of years. And I'll tell you why you don't avoid what's coming is the people that have been pulling the strings for a very, very long time, they're still in control, unfortunately. But here today, talking to the person or the woman or the people next to you, finding the solutions that you can provide for yourself is what's going to carry you through. When you need a gold guy, that's what I'm going to do. Now, here's a few things that you're going to expect. We are going to have digital currency. There is going to get a revaluation of the US dollar going into the the digital currency. You're going to be lucky to get 1 to 5 cents. Talk to me about that. I'll explain what the math is. You got historical math going back all the way to the Roman times of gold and silver as a ratio to one another, the coverage of default, and it's mathematical to what exactly is going to happen. Most people don't understand that. You're also going to need to know the right products to buy, okay? It's not just you buy an ounce of gold or you buy an ounce of silver. There is purpose and function to this, and it's not going to be pleasant. I'm a big fan of the fractional stuff. It's going to make small change. It's like carrying around a $20 bill when all you had was 100 and no one's going to give you change, if that makes sense. If it doesn't, come talk to me. So again, I want to thank everybody for coming here. Thanks for letting me speak. I look forward to getting to know all of you. And if what you are looking for is decisive measure against historical value versus short-term noise, that is exactly where I excel. Enjoy the show.
All right, that's Mark. Let's see if I can straighten this out. It's quite a task to make sure everything sits where you want it to be for the visuals for everybody watching elsewhere. All right, so let's bring up, let's see, Josh Wilson, byandforthepeople.org. Again, Josh, thank you for being here and thank you for your support of Ed and the Red Pill Expo. Come on up.
Happy to be here. Okay, I think I figured out why the big push for all the data centers being built for it. Yes, okay. I think I figured out the reason for the data centers' big push to build them. I believe the government is working to compute the most confusing government document ever built. I opened with a joke. All right. Once you actually see the agenda and the way it is being constructed, you know, it does become laughable. You can take the headlines that are happening in mainstream news and know what's behind them as the driver. My name is Josh Wilson. I have been following and responding to federal government proposed rules on biotechnology for over 15 years. In the last 2 years, I've submitted over 20 comments on proposed rules. And I see a lot of you guys are out here worried about it. And I can show you what is driving a lot of these decisions. And let's see, I can show you what's driving these decisions. And, you know, I can help show you how we got here. And I'm looking for the people that are here to actually make a difference, you know, the ones that want to stand up and save the planet. Because those are the doers that need the education. And what I'm talking about is those people can take just a few minutes and respond by leaving a comment to proposed federal regulations as they are designing them. Because they are being designed right now heavily. It's a new form of government that is coming. I'm here to ask you to ask questions about the agenda of biotechnology. It's a future trillion-dollar industry that will be not fully transparent, and it will all happen in open environments. And, you know, so that's kind of happening. And anyway, this is going to happen in private lands and public lands. And I want to show you all the supporting documents. Please stop by the booth, and more importantly, how to take control of the system. These I better stick to this thing. All right. When I'm done educating you, a lot of the news articles that you see will become see-through. You will understand the direction of the agenda. Like this one, have you ever heard of climate change? Meh. Do you know the intended solutions? It's biotech, patented-based genetic engineering. I got research to show you, and I want you to stop by because I believe the public has a right to be involved in the rule-making process. Please stop by my booth. Let's have a good show. Truth and health.
Josh,
Yeah.
appreciate it. All right, we got, if you want to get anointed in oil today, you can do that tomorrow. Josh Wilson, thank you. And now we got Gordon from Bible Healing Oil. Big support for the Red Pill Expo. Thank you, Gordon.
Thank you, Rob. Morning, everybody. Thank you for being here to support the Red Pill Expo. You know, we're here to support the truth. You know, we've all been lied to a lot in our life, pretty much from the time we're born to the time we get older. We're just discovering truth all over again. So thank you, G. Edward Griffin. Thank you, Robert Scott Bell, for doing what you do. We're here to support them. You know, I'm Professor Gordon Pennington. We make the Curate Bible Healing Oil. Back in 2016, after my mother passed, really tore my heart up. I watched her get poisoned all her life. I didn't realize what was going on. But when I asked God what happened here, he said, look, she put her trust in the wrong place. She put her trust in petrochemicals and doctors and their sorcery, because if we look at the word pharmaceutical drugs, it translates directly into sorcery. And God says they're poisoners, and you're lucky to escape their care. And I'm very honored to be part of all the natural solutions here. Even though this is all new technology and all that newer, it's still natural. It's based on the natural physical body. That's what our oils are based on. Back 2,000 years ago, some wise men came to visit Jesus and brought him gifts. They brought him gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Well, I know what gold is, and I kind of understand what that's for. It's got a lot of good benefits for it. But the frankincense and myrrh, I'm like, what is this? So I started researching, and the Lord revealed to me that these are medicine been used for 5,000 years as the principal medicines for pain, inflammation, fighting cancer, and disease of all kinds, right? So he revealed to me a new way to process it. I burn the frankincense and myrrh resins and trap the resulting smoke in the oil. It's different than essential oils, right? We also use essential oils in our product for the smell and the disinfecting properties and all the good stuff of them. But the super anti-inflammatory compounds come from the frankincense and myrrh being burned. We have scientific studies that show that this happens. They create a whole new class of super anti-inflammatory terpenes called furanosesquiterpenoids. Don't try to repeat that. Trust me, it takes a while. But terpenoids are the anti-inflammatory class of terpenoids that you find in many different products, natural. So we've developed a way basically to increase their potency. We put it in olive oil, so it matches the Bible. We use only biblical ingredients. We represent Jesus and the truth, okay? Very simple. The Lord told us that if any one of you is sick, have the elder of the church come before them and anoint them with oil, and they shall heal through the prayer of faith, okay? What our product do is very simple. It allows you to be your own first responder. It takes away the fear. Fear-based medicine will get you tricked into taking something that's not good for you. And hopefully, you know, we can avoid that because there are better answers from the natural world. And these people have all kind of answers. I recommend educating yourself. Having a bottle like this in your pocket, you get burned, cut, wound, sprained ankle, you put it on, it takes your pain pretty much right away. You're not going to be stuck somewhere debilitated by pain, not able to go to work, one day missed work. We all know what that costs, right? So we believe in it so much, we actually, in your little gift bag, you'll find one of these. We gave you a free sample that is pretty much very powerful. Any wound, burn, toothache, headache, any kind of pain, just rub it on, a couple drops. Topically, it's safe orally. Come by and see our booth. We got lots of other stuff to show you. And we also have a special buy one, get one free for the Red Pill Expo convention. So God
Thank
bless
you, Gordon.
guys. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
All right. God
All
bless you.
right. Now, my friend Christopher's up. He's a guy that walks his beliefs and doesn't back down. He's also known as the vaccine police. Christopher, welcome, and thank you for your support of all that we do here. Go ahead.
Christopher Key here with the Christopher Key Show.
Yes.
Christopher Key from the Christopher Key Show. Wake up or wake-o, guys. Come on. Okay. You done screwed me up now. I'm the least of these. My name is Christopher Key. Christ is in me, is in my name. They can't stand that. My last name is Key. Never forget it. God's given us all the keys to open up the doors that Satan never wanted open. We got to quit being divided because you may be Jewish. I'm Catholic. You're black. I'm white. We all bleed red. And they're coming for every single one of us, including our children and our grandchildren. We cannot stand for this. Okay? I believe there is no disease. All there is lack of cell-to-cell communication. When the cells quit communicating, it causes inflammation. That inflammation, big pharma, they give it many names like cancer, COVID, measles, mumps. All we have to do is make the cells communicate again. And one of the simplest ways of doing that is this little chip right here. You take it anywhere you have pain, put it where the pain is. Pain is greatly decreased, not gone. I don't sell them. I give them away. The government fined me hundreds of millions of dollars 11 years ago because we were helping people without drugs, without chemicals, without surgery. We did it very, very well. We were banned by the NFL, the PGA, Major League Baseball. I was part of 4 national championships, 3 Super Bowls on the cover of Sports Illustrated. They hate us because we help people, okay? These are free. Come by and get them from me. We don't charge anything for them. You guys are filled full of poisons. The poisons are everywhere. Masterpiece is a miracle. We have peer-reviewed, published data proving the nanobots, the nanodots, the mercury, the aluminum, the snake venom, the graphene oxide is removed from utilizing this product for 90 days. The research is there. Their end game is transhumanism, and we were with David Icke in Australia a couple months back, and we were proving that you guys have IP addresses in your body now that are registering. This disconnects that. So you don't become part of the transhumanism game. And then lastly, IGF-1 derived from deer antler velvet. They're killing the chickens because the chickens lay eggs. The eggs have IGF-1. It is the building block for life. If you want to stay young, if you want to slow down the aging process, IGF-1 derived from deer antler velvet is the way to go. Love you guys. God bless. ChristIsKey.life. If you need any information, ChristIsKey.life. I try to get you slow, man. Come on. Where you at? ChristIsKey.life. Love you guys. God bless.
You were fast.
They're trying to be really quick.
Appreciate it. That's so kind. All right, LifeWave, more patches. We got Anissa coming up and sharing a little bit about her experience with LifeWave and how you can plug in. Again, thank you to all of our sponsors and supporters to make this possible. Come on up, Anissa. Let's get you up here. And
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I am a little closer to the ground, so there you go. As he said, my name is Anissa Williams. My journey with LifeWave started in 2023 because I had prayed and I had asked God to help me find a natural solution for the situation that my father had faced. He is a type 2 diabetic. He lost his left leg due to complications and during COVID, and it was a horrific experience. And I knew there had to be something out there. So after I prayed, I had went to an event very, very similar to this and thought I was there for one purpose and ended up finding the LifeWave technology. LifeWave was created over 21 years ago by a man named David Schmidt. He is our inventor and CEO. And the patch technology takes your body, your light, because you're a light being made in the image of God, and it reflects it back into your body at a frequency. Each and every one of our patches has salt, amino acid, water, and oxygen at different levels so that it can reflect a different frequency into your body for whatever your body needs. He originally created the very first patch called the Energy Enhancer for our Navy SEALs. It took their body's fat and turned it into fuel so that they could go out on their missions and not have to use stimulants or caffeine. After he realized through some clinical studies what the ability of this patch could do, he went out to Stanford University and did some clinical studies with our Olympic swimmers. And of 8 that he patched, 6 had personal best records broken. So that helped inspire him to do more. We have a flagship patch called the X39. It actually elevates your GHKCU peptide in your body. Peptides are a big thing right now, but it helps your stem cells wake back up and get back to work, because at 30 to 35 years old, half of your stem cells go dormant, and it's the only cell in your body that can convert to whatever your body needs for health and healing. We also have the X49, who elevates a different peptide that helps with recovery and increases testosterone in men, bone density in women, and recovery and stamina. Our Ion patch helps with inflammation, and as Mr. Keys just said, inflammation disconnects. So inflammation, it decreases that, but it also helps, clinically studied, 6 to 8 weeks, and it balances the brain chemistry. We have Ice Wave, which is a pain patch. We have carnosine that helps with your body's organs, which are the brain, heart, lung, and pancreas. Glutathione is our detoxer, and we do have others, but I see my time is about up. So please contact me at 217-822-8173 or go to my website. Those of you who are online, lifewave.com/A6 Williams. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. All right. We've got, give me that microphone back, or else I'll talk in here. Buzz Thompson from Life Armor Labs coming up, and they've got some banners as well. So visual treat as well as some audio. Come on in here.
Thank you, blessings. Thank you, Robert. Hey guys, blessings. My name is Buzz Thompson with Life Armor Labs. And, there's a lot of, life. That's what we're here. We want to thrive, right? So there's a lot of things you can do to plug little holes. What I'm getting ready to introduce you to is the master code, the master fix. What if you could just do one thing that resolved almost everything, almost all of the challenges that you have going on right now? And the challenges are greater than most of the solutions that we have available. What I'm talking about is the energetic attacks that we're facing on a nonstop basis, bombarded by our toxic tech environment. EMF, Wi-Fi, 5G. It was mentioned about cell-to-cell signaling. What happens is the whole world, you guys, every single one of you here, because I know, because we've tested over 1,000 people, is living in a state of chronic sympathetic dominance, and it's only getting worse. That means your body is running on adrenaline and cortisol 24/7, and your doctor has no freaking clue how to stop that. There's some Band-Aid things you can do that would resolve that state. What I'm getting ready to introduce you to is the master fix for all of that. What if there was a way to take your personal power and sovereignty back from intentional energetic interference? And that's why you're in constant fight or flight. You can block your phone, but it's everybody else's phone. It's everybody else's Wi-Fi. And when the body perceives signal interference, it throws you into fight or flight, and it takes resources that you need to run you from your brain, from your primary organs, from your heart, from your guts, and it sends them to your fist and to your feet to get you to flee. That means that you are 24/7 operating at a deficit as long as you're in fight or flight. You're not sleeping well, you're gaining weight, you've got cortisol overload, you've got short-term memory loss. All this stuff is only getting worse because of our toxic tech environment. But it's so good, we're not going to quit it, right? How can we thrive with this stuff? At my company, Life Armor, some scientists have flipped the script. This was a divine gift of technology given to us over 30 years ago. It was held in Japan. It's one thing that resolves a lot of challenges you're dealing with right now. What I'm getting ready to show you when I turn this banner around is the human biofield in a compromised state on the right. And within 1 second, when some specific music was played, the biofield completely transformed. Your natural force field of protection was amplified, and you instantly depart fight or flight. Instantly, instantly, instantly. This image from the Florida Institute of Energy, that's the human biofield. You're actually looking at it. This is compromised. Person may have neuropathy. The energy is supposed to flow like an energy superhighway. Now it's got, car crashes and bumps and bruises and scar tissue, so the energy is not flowing. Instantly, within 1 second of this information coming in contact with the body, the biofield is enhanced. Your natural force field of protection is enhanced. Come and see us. We do instant before and after testing. We also have strength tests. It's been scientifically proven that your grip corresponds with longevity. Come see us. We do a lot of free tests. We're all about more energy and less stress, instantly guaranteed. Blessings, y'all.
All right, we've got a couple of folks coming up right now, Jack, Jordan, and Menla, talking about fire burn detox. Again, come on up if you don't mind, and we'll get a couple of more of these, and we'll get our official program started shortly. But again, so grateful that these folks are here supporting us, supporting our mission here at Red Pill Expo. So come on up and let us know what's on.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Such an important time to be alive. So I'm a short introduction. I'm an integrative health provider in New York City, an avid researcher of consciousness influencing biology and human potential. So I like to believe that we are here gathered today as one. The differences and challenges of this world has brought us together. Common good, to be a part of the solution to fight for justice and ultimate freedom. Our booth, Fireburn Doctor, is proof that the power of our minds are an essential weapon now more than ever. Our sovereignty and higher intelligence is being targeted from all directions. So by tapping into our mind force, we are able to become unconquerable, which leads to ultimate freedom. Most of us here have probably heard of mind over matter. But what does this really mean? How the mind can profoundly influence the body's function through the nervous system, via the nervous system. And though the brain is capable of neuroplasticity through repeated experiences and expectations known as placebo effect, conversely, the opposite is also possible, nocebo effect, which means that negative expectations can actually worsen the symptom or the experience in real time. So such things as exaggerated symptoms resulting from a burn injury, painful experience that can trigger the brain into panic mode, sending a massive coordination of survival response, leading to a sudden burst of unbearable inflammation and eventually death. With this said, I present to you Fireburn Doctor Team, a team dedicated to helping people across the world to reverse burn damage for free, and all in the name of proof, to prove what the mind is truly capable of. No Band-Aids, no ointments, no surgical intervention, just mind force intervention, handled at a distance remotely. They provide the service to prove how distant subliminal neural bypass, or a form of remote healing or mind force technology, can influence a person's nervous system using identifiable information alone, just with name, birth details, a photograph, and without any physical contact, just by interacting with the biomatrix as we know the collective consciousness. So I invite you all to imagine what else is possible. With mind force technology at your fingertips. To learn more, find us at our booth. Thank you.
My name is Jack Jordan. I've been a member of the Fireburn Doctor. My name is Jack Jordan. I've been a member of the Fireburn Doctor team since 2009. I do data management. We've had 3,000 cases from 58 countries, all with the same results: pain gone in minutes, burn erased in hours. We have a booth right over there with some of the example cases. You're welcome to come and have a look. And put the number in your phones and rush when you burn yourselves, because the key is speed when you burn yourselves. The brain and the body overreacts to the pain. So what we do is we stop that overreaction. The phone number for anybody who gets burned, for any of your loved ones you want to call for, hopefully you don't get burned, obviously, but 818-332-6445. And just give us a call and give it a try if you burn yourselves. So. Yeah. Thank you.
So much. All right, we've got, gosh, this is a dear, sweet friend. She's like an adopted mom to me. I'll mention her and this technology coming up in my talk on the terrain later this morning. You definitely want to get plugged into this. Ann Archer Butcher, come on up here. And we're going to talk about the Monocore technology, monocoreusa.com, monocore.ai. And love you. Thank you for being here with me. This is so nice. See if we can get you up here. I'll stick around for you.
Thank you, Scotty, for that introduction. 6.5 years ago, my husband was diagnosed with stage 4 metastasized cancer. It was melanoma, the kind that's deadly. They gave him 2 weeks to live. But I swore to the doctor that if he said those words to my husband, I would definitely sue him. And so he said he had a right to know. And I said, then I have a right to tell him, not utter those words. So my husband didn't know. He didn't know he had 2 weeks to live. He knew he had terminal cancer, but in his mind, that meant months to sort this thing out. So we went home. We cried for a couple of minutes and held each other. And then he said to me, so where do you want to begin? I love that attitude because it's not just knowledge, it's what to do with the knowledge. We knew doctors all over the planet. We knew Robert Scott Bell, and he knows even more than we know. So we knew we had a lot of phone calls to make. And I said, where do you want to begin? Interestingly enough, he said, I want to begin with myself. I want to take responsibility for this. This is like errant children. These cancer cells, I created them somehow. I surely have the power to uncreate them. I encouraged him in that, but I knew about the 2 weeks. So I said, what else do you want to do? And he goes, I want you to find the most powerful energy medicine device on the planet and get it for me. And I said, I'll do it. So I called Robert Scott Bell. I called other doctors and friends. All roads led one place, to the Monocore. The Monocore is an energy medicine device that changes the frequencies of the body. Now, it happened that the woman who's responsible for bringing the Monocore to the United States lived only an hour and a half from us. And so we went to see Dr. Luba Dianger, and we saw her twice a week. That's all we could afford is a trip twice a week to see her, 2 times a week for 10 weeks. In week 9, my husband said, do you think these tumors are somewhat smaller? They were right where you normally would hold a cell phone, in his parotid gland. And I said, maybe, but not really. But I didn't tell him that. In week 10, I heard him screaming in the bathroom, and I ran in. And I said, what is it? And he said, look, honey, they disappeared. And I couldn't believe it, but it was true. All the tumors were gone, as if someone vacuumed them away. When we went to UC San Diego to see the surgeon, the Harvard-educated surgeon, the second doctor that we had consulted with, he almost fell over. He had to grab a chair, and he goes, what on earth have you done? And I said, well, did we drive the cancer inwardly? And he said, no, you've cured incurable cancer. We have billions of dollars with a B and the finest minds in the world, and we can't do that. And he said, we'll do the test, but I have never seen this before. So they did all the tests. Had we disappeared, stage 4 metastasized cancer? Yes, we had. And it was the Monocore. It's this technology that's absolutely amazing. If you come and see me, we'll actually do a 2-minute scan on you so you can experience for yourself. If any of you are practitioners or you really are interested in having this for yourself, now we own one, and all our friends own one, and our family each owns one, because it's something we feel we cannot afford to be without. We absolutely love the Monocore. Thank you, Scott. I know you love it too.
I had to get one when that happened to Alden, and you'll get to meet Alden, her husband. He's alive and well 6 years later after that 2 weeks to live diagnosis. It's the miracles that we like to do
10
here.
weeks, 10 weeks. Is
10
all
weeks
it
later. So thank you, Ann. And you guys, you'll get a free assessment at the Monocore booth as well. We have, let's see, Michael, are you here? Yes, Bellator Life. Come on up, Michael. And we are wrapping through a couple of more rounds of this, and I appreciate your indulgence, because without these sponsors and supporters, we couldn't put this on. So, Michael, come on up and let everybody know what you're here doing. It's good to see you. Yes. Oh, thank you.
Good morning, afternoon, and wherever you're at in the world. I'm Michael Smith. Can everybody hear me? I'll make that a little higher. Thank you. Well, welcome to Red Pill, everyone. Give yourselves a hand. Okay, we all made it to Vegas. All right. I'm a member of Bellator, which is a part of Metaterra, and that is a public company that is being held over the entire platform of the global crypto atmosphere. How many of you in the audience know about crypto? Okay, that's great. How many of you own crypto? Wonderful. Okay, you'll want to see us in the front booth here at Bellator, because we're going to show you how to learn about Bellator and crypto and tokenization, because everything in this world will be tokenized. It legitimizes every transaction on earth, including real estate. They've been digitalizing our medical information since they started the HIPAA Act. We're all familiar, right? We're actually now at the stage where we're tokenizing in-ground assets, like the largest airport project in the world in Bucharest, Romania, okay, the largest oil reserve in Africa. We're also doing a full-scale Hilton Resort complex in Redondo Beach, which is 80% completed now. So the door is wide open, and just so everybody knows, and let me ask this, does everyone here know what the SWIFT banking system is? Well, they just went crypto yesterday. Put it on your calendar, July 10th, 2026. It just made history. The entire SWIFT banking system just went crypto 24/7. So if you don't know about it, come see us at the booth. You'll learn more. We'll grab your information if you'd like to learn more about it. We also teach everyone from kindergarten, beginner AI training, all the way up to college level, and you can take it up in little steps and learn everything you want to know, because it's a little confusing for all of us who are not familiar, but we have an extremely capable team of experts, trainers, and an amazing program. And you can all benefit from getting some of your assets into the crypto world, because that's where everything's going in life, in the world at large, and all the banking on a global stage. We're also accepting crypto for merchants and 100 million companies around the world, because we are contracted with Ingenico. We are contracted with Shopify. That took 14 months to do diligence on the company, and we are publicly traded on the NASDAQ. Okay? So please come see us in the booth at the front, and thank you very much for your time. If you want to call me direct, the number's Chicago number 773-459-3091. 773-459-3091. Michael Smith. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Michael. Good to see you. Thank you. All right, we got one more. Life can be difficult. Life can be challenging. And when we do the things that we do here, we look and we go, oh my gosh. But life can be sweet as well. And Natalie Nicole's going to tell us how life can be sweet, again, without harm, with benefit to your microbiome, to your gut health. Natalie, you've made my life sweeter. Thank you so much for being here with well, come on and tell everybody about the Dulce. Let me get you set up here.
Thank you so much, Robert. Thank you all for being here. I absolutely love Red Pill, and it's been a big part of my life. G. Edward Griffin, you are an inspiration, and man, thank you for doing what you do. The reason why I'm here is I saw a major problem. I see sugar as being one of the most pervasive, addictive drug substances in our environment, and it causes unimaginable harm. It's a slow poisoning that a lot of people sometimes don't recognize just how big the impact is. So what I did is I wanted to take something that is a common household item and create something that was actually a functional healing food. So when I put together Dulce, the recipe formulation is actually a blend of botanical extracts. Each one systemically works to benefit the gut microbiome. We work on the principle of feed, seed, and modulate. So we're actively working to lower inflammation, metabolic distress. We're working to help the body balance insulin sensitivity. Everybody is dealing with insulin resistance. Insulin sensitivity is key. We also want to make sure that we are imparting a fulvic mineral complex that would actually help to work on cellular hydration, nutrient absorption, and detoxification. This is actually a sweetener that supports all areas of wellness, but we don't utilize any harmful ingredients. We have no fillers, no binders, no artificial ingredients. We only utilize organic, non-GMO plant extracts. Something that is really important to me is ensuring quality. And, you know, I have heard many times that imitation is the best form of flattery. Well, let me tell you, imitations are just cheap knockoffs, and they don't operate with integrity. Clean ingredient sourcing and manufacturing practices matter. So when you want to bring something to market, I wanted to make sure that we had partners that truly imparted that kind of belief system. So all of our ingredients are third-party, individually batch tested. That doesn't mean we test it once and we continue to run with it. We make this an ongoing, continual process. And good manufacturing practices, you don't get to just slap a sticker on a window and say that your manufacturing facility does this. These are certifiable regulations that are there for your protection. So, you know, through the amazing work of so many of the healers and health practitioners and, you know, renegades that are out there actually fighting for your health benefit, we're able to bring this forward. So, you know, through the amazing work of Robert Scott Bell, Dr. Judy Mikovits, Sir Antoine Chevalier, White House health official for the past 25 years, we are working diligently to make sure that the sugar industry, the sugar lobby, does not continue to supply you with poisons, and every single artificial sweetener that's been brought forward is just a chemical slop that is just making you sick. So you know what? Let's demand better from food manufacturers. So keep an eye out, because big brands are actually looking at the Delsa botanical sweetener right now as the go-to sweetener. It's time to get ahead of this and bring forward great things like this. So please come visit us at the booth. You can sample the Delsa, that beautiful orange package right there. Yes, thank you so very much. And see that good health really does taste sweet.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you so much. And you can see her husband, Greg, over there. He's my bodyguard when he's not hanging out with his wife there. We've got an RSV-approved row over there, thanks to Ed and everybody, including have silver shots, copper shots, not injections, the kind you can take for your health. That'll be available all weekend as well. And if anybody has a sensory processing overload, or if you are on the spectrum, I also brought my wellness blanket. You can wrap yourself up in it. And when you do, you'll get immediately out of that fight or flight mode, and you'll go, okay, this is great. And it's a wonderful location here at the Ahern, because we're not dealing with all the sounds and noises of the casinos. It's not smoky here. So please, if you're watching and you're nearby the Las Vegas area, come and see us today and tomorrow. And then on Monday, we'll be doing the Red Pill campus meetings with G. Edward Griffin. So we are ready to start with our first official guest and lecturer. Founder of, you've heard of Anarchapulco. That's one of my bucket lists to go there. Yeah, to be part of that. Jeff Berwick, anarcho-capitalist in the 1990s, he founded a stock marketing firm that expanded into 8 countries with a market cap of 240 million. After early investing in Bitcoin, he founded the Dollar Vigilante, and it's a blog focusing on gold, silver, mining stocks, and Bitcoin. And in 2015, he co-founded the annual monetary conference in Mexico that I know everybody that's gone has said it's the most amazing thing. Let's welcome to the Red Pill Expo stage, Jeff Berwick. Come on up, Jeff. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming, and thank you for all you do. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, thank you. How's everyone doing? Bright and early? Yeah, that's good. The old me, I'd be actually just coming from the bar right now. Instead, I had a nice sleep last night. It's great to be here. Great to be at another Red Pill Expo. I think this is the 3rd one I've spoken at. One of them I was blackout drunk at. I'll get into how I've changed over the years. So yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. I was actually just speaking at Freedom Fest, which is, Freedom Fest, just yesterday. It's actually going on right now. I don't know, I should say this. This is far better. I like to be nice, right? But this is more my crowd. Actually, a lot of people walked out of my talk. I don't think that's going to happen too much here. I think we're a lot more on the same wavelength. This is about red pills. I gave the red pills at Freedom Fest, and you know, a lot of people are under the trauma-based mind control of everything that's happened in their lives, all their programming. And so when they hear the truth, or at least what I think is the truth, of course, you know, but it's a lot more than what they think of as the truth. It can be very shocking for a lot of people. So that was quite the very interesting to speak on 2 different days to 2 very different audiences. And I should mention that Mr. Griffin really changed my life. I told this to him just recently, but I'll tell you that he mentioned that I had a internet company in the 1990s, and it grew quite big, and we're going to go public, possibly even on the NASDAQ. And then on September 11th, 2 planes knocked down 3 buildings in New York City at free fall speed, turned them into dust in 10 seconds. A plane that was supposedly in Shanksville that was invisible in a field. All kinds of stuff happened, and everything crashed. And so we were about to go public fairly soon. So we're talking to like Lehman Brothers, who's gone now. They collapsed during the last crash. Groups like that. And all of a sudden, everyone just stopped returning my calls. And pretty much within a week or 2 of 9/11, it became very clear that we weren't going to do any of the things that we thought we were going to do. And we had built up this big company. We had hundreds of employees around the world because we were expecting we're going to raise a lot of money with our IPO. It became very clear that like everyone just stopped talking to me. It was so bizarre. I went from all these people calling me, wanting to take us public, to no one even returning my calls. I just get like, no one would call, no one to talk to me. And my board of directors said, you're going to have to just declare bankruptcy and shut it down. So we went from, oh, we're going to be $1 billion company to a few weeks later, oh, we're bankrupt and we have to close. So that was quite difficult. And actually, one of my partners took it really bad. I was actually, even back then, even though I hadn't woken up to most things I know today, I still was kind of the same person in that I was like, where she goes, where she goes. Like, I don't get too tied. I didn't care. Like, oh, it's $1 billion company, cool. It's not, all right, Laying off people, that sucked. But other than that, it wasn't too bad for me. The thing that hurt the most was that a lot of people had invested in the company and they were going to lose most of their money. That's what hurt me the most. But I didn't take it too bad. I'm like, well, I guess I'll just buy a sailboat and try to sail around the world and see what's actually happening here. But my partner took it really bad. So right after 9/11, I heard that he's in the hospital and he had jumped out of an 8-story window and actually landed in a small fountain, like a 1 or 2 foot water fountain. So he survived, but his back was broken, his legs were broken. And a few weeks after that, or maybe a month or 2, I don't remember the exact time frame, I'm sitting in my apartment and I'm like, what am I going to do now? And I hear a knock at the door and I open it. And it was my partner, and he was on crutches. And he just looked at me. He didn't even say a word. This is like one of those sort of weird moments in your life. And he just had this big book. And he gave it to me, and he goes, read this. And then he hobbled off on his crutches. And that was it. He got in the elevator and left. And I was just standing there, the creature from Jekyll Island. What is this? I had no idea. I was so wrapped up with my internet company. I was like a lot of normies, just in the matrix, just doing what I think I'm supposed to be doing. And but I had nothing to do, so I read it in a couple days, which is not easy with that book. It's a pretty intense, long book. And by the time I closed the last page, I remember I closed it and I said, why didn't anyone tell me this? And it was right in that moment, that was my first red pill. So thank you, Mr. Griffin, very much for my very first red pill. I had not taken any red pills to that point. I was completely a normie in the matrix. And very quickly after that, it actually excited me so much. So instead of being depressed, which I kind of was, but I hid it and I actually drank a lot because of it, but I didn't admit that I was sad, especially for the people who lost money and the people who got laid off. But I basically, very quickly, instead of being sad or depressed, or like some people when they wake up to a red pill, I hear from a fair amount of people, they say, oh, I was so depressed when I found out 9/11 was an inside job. And I didn't know that until after, but when I found out about the banking system, I wasn't depressed at all. I was inspired. I was, wow, I've got information that no one knows. Well, hardly anyone. Very few people. Very, very few people. All the brokers, the Lehman Brothers, stock market people that I was talking about going public, they had no idea how the monetary system worked. So instead of being sad, I was incredibly excited. I'm like, I know something that is super powerful and super important. If you understand that, that is the basis of understanding how the entire world financial system works. That's pretty big information. I got a lot from one book. You know, a lot of people go to college for 4 years and learn Keynesian economics, which is communist economics. From one book, I got the best education of my life. So I was very excited about that. And basically decided I was going to buy a sailboat and try to sail around the world because I actually recognized, because I lived in Canada, and I knew the Canadian Brainwashing Corporation, CBC. I just knew by watching it, I'm like, well, this isn't full truth on what's going on in the world. So I wanted to see it for myself, and I had some time. I actually did end up selling the company. I actually salvaged it, by the way. No one thought I could do it, but I did it. It's still around today, but I did sell it once I did. Wasn't for a large amount of money, but it was enough to buy a small sailboat and sail around the world. So I did that. I actually bought a sailboat, and I'd never sailed before in my life. I think they're a little confused when I bought it. And it was actually this guy, he would actually bring over catamarans from South Africa. He's like, I'm so proud of these boats, and I bring over one a year. I sail it over myself. And he's like, all right, here's like, this is a treasure to me, but I'm allowing you to buy it. And I was like, thanks. And I push off, and I go, how do I know how not to hit an island? And he just looks at me and goes, what? And I'm like, is there lights? And he's like, you haven't sailed before? I was like, no. I almost sank it 3 times on the first night. I actually ended up sinking it a year later to the exact day after I bought the boat in El Salvador. But by then I was actually a decent sailor. I actually had learned maps and radar and all that kind of stuff. But while I was traveling, I actually had, even back then, you could get satellite internet. It was super expensive. To watch a YouTube video was like $50 for one video, right? So I didn't watch too many YouTube videos. Actually, there wasn't even YouTube back then. So it was around 2005, I was in the boat, 2004. So I was before YouTube. But I was looking up information and stuff. And after I sank the boat, it was actually the best feeling I've ever had in my life. And it was kind of interesting because a lot of people said to me, when I bought the boat, they're like, you're going to sink it, and it's going to be horrible. And I was like, it'll be fine. And once I sank it, and I actually got saved by some other sailors, who actually wasn't the El Salvador Navy that saved me, even though they said they did, and it was all over the papers, the El Salvador Navy saved me. It wasn't. But when I got to the shore, I had nothing. I managed to put my passport and my credit cards in a zippable surf shorts. So that's all I had in the world materially. And it was actually the best I've ever felt in my life. Partly because of the adrenaline, I'm sure, because I had just gone through it was a crazy shipwreck. I won't give all the details now, but it was crazy. So to get to the shore, I was like jazzed up on adrenaline. And I was like, whoa, I have nothing, like no material items. And I actually remember having the thought, I was on a path, and I go, and the path goes left and right. And I go, wow, like I have nowhere to go. I could go left, I could go right. And I decided basically in that moment that I was going to live completely spontaneously for at least a few years and just see what happens. And that's what I would do. I'd go to an airport and I'd say, what's your next flight? Quite often they'd say a place I'd never heard of. I'd arrive and figure out where I was. And because I lived completely spontaneously, I had incredible experiences. This is something that, you know how so many people plan like a trip and they'll plan it for like a year, and they got all the details, got everything booked. And I used to see them at the airport. It says, I'm traveling completely spontaneously. I'd walk up, I go, what's your next flight? And they go, Sharjah. I go, where's that? And they go, the Middle East. I'm like, all right, I'll go there. Actually, on that flight, because I used to drink a lot, I'm reading through the in-flight magazine trying to find out about Sharjah. And it says, Sharjah, the new jewel of the Middle East. Completely alcohol-free. And I was on the plane and I started sweating. I'm like, no. So I land in Sharjah and I say, what's your next flight? And she goes, Oman. And I go, do they have alcohol in Oman? And she goes, I think so, at the hotels. I'm like, okay. I found out Sharjah is like a taxi ride from Dubai, which I would have enjoyed at the time. But anyway, I lived completely spontaneously for a number of years. And as I was doing all that, I began And at that time, YouTube had actually just come out. And for those of you who weren't around when YouTube first came out, I think it was 2006, it was a lot like BitChute. It was a lot of truth and good information, which you can't find today. All you can find today is matrix stuff. You know, sports, how to fix your car, cat videos. You say anything about reality outside of the matrix and you'll get banned pretty quick, which I have, of course. So I began watching stuff on YouTube as I'm traveling the world, living completely spontaneously. And then I had my second red pill, which was watching a documentary called 9/11 Loose Change. Anyone seen that one? Yeah, a lot of people, yeah. And that was my second. Like a lot of people I've heard with 9/11, it's like when I found out about that, I was so depressed. I couldn't believe the government would do that to us. When I saw 9/11, it was just like with the creature from Jekyll Island. I was like, oh, that's what's going on. I always knew. I knew inside of me, even when I was in the government indoctrination camps as a child, my parents kept sending me there. I'd keep trying to escape. And I was always like, why am I in prison? And they're like, no, you need your badge of obedience. After 12 years, you get a piece of paper. So I would actually skip all the time. I'd be a computer hacker and stuff like that. But I always knew, I always sensed, as I'm in these government indoctrination camps, I'm like, something's wrong here. Like, I'm a kid. I'm supposed to be outside playing. I'm not supposed to be sitting here memorizing useless information. So when I saw Loose Change, it was another just, oh, and then rabbit hole, red pill. 20 years later, still finding them, still discovering new ones. My last big one was on October 7th, 2.5 years ago, when Israel was attacked by Hamas paratroopers and paragliders. After years of red pills, I'm like, oh, is that what they say? Look into it. Whoa, that was a rabbit hole. That was a deep one that I'm still going down, having to do with Jews, but not all Jews, but many. Not all. I know some people. I just met a guy at the Freedom Fest. He's a friend of mine. He's kind of like half Jewish or something. Good guy. But that was a deep rabbit hole. So anyway, that was my arc of how I've kind of arrived here to speak at the Red Pill again this year. Numerous red pills over the years. And back when I first began doing what I'm doing today, so I have the Dollar Vigilante financial newsletter, which has done really well. We recommended Bitcoin at $3 in 2011, Ethereum at $2, 2016. And then I ended up starting a narco-capitalist or anarchist podcast called Anarchast, because I also recognized that the information about freedom that was being put out by people that call themselves anarcho-capitalists or anarchists, which just means you don't believe in human slavery. I really gravitated towards that as well. And I realized that's like the real truth about what's, the right way to be in this world. To do unto others as you want them to do unto you, as other people have said in the past, quite famous people. And so I did that, and I started in Acapulco, I think around the time Mr. Griffin started Red Pill. And that's done quite well, actually. Not financially. I never make any money. Usually lose money. Didn't lose money last year, actually, so that was nice. But I don't do it to make money. I do it just like Mr. Griffin. He doesn't do this. I'm pretty sure he's not like, I'm going to get a Corvette after this. No, pretty sure he's doing it from the heart. And so am I. And so I've been doing that for 12 years now. And I used to say a lot that the biggest problems in this world are the governments and the central banks. And yes, they are major, massive problems in this world. And of course, I learned about the central banks from Mr. Griffin. And I learned about the governments at first from Doug Casey, who was sort of like a mentor of mine at the very beginning. And I got really into that. And so we did our first in Acapulco in 2015. And a lot of us were all drinking and a lot of us were angry. The general vibe was we were angry at the world. And we were like, yeah, these governments and these central banks, they're destroying everything. They're slaving us, and we'd drink a lot and get mad, and we'd have all our PowerPoint presentations about all the facts about why this is not the best system to live under. And I did that for a while. And I kind of noticed, especially with myself, that my anger at these things was actually destroying me. It wasn't destroying the governments and central banks. It was making me angry, it was making me depressed, it was making me want to drink to numb the pain. And it actually reached a point in, I think around 2016, about like a year after Acapulco started, I began to realize that I was destroying myself, which I kind of subconsciously always knew and kind of wanted to do because actually a lot of childhood traumas that I hadn't dealt with. So I was kind of like committing a slow suicide while, you know, fighting the system. But I reached a point where it got quite bad. Actually, at the Red Pill Expo in Connecticut, in Hartford, I believe it was, Sean, who works, I think, with Red Pill, she basically had to carry me back to my hotel. I was that bad. I was getting really bad. And it was affecting my family. I had a son and a daughter at the time and a wife, and I was destroying everything about not just me, but my family too. And so I decided at one point, I looked at my daughter, who at the time was, how old would she have been? Like 9 or 10. And she's so beautiful. She's like, I love her so much. I couldn't do that to our family. So I made a hard choice. For the first time in my life, I'm gonna fix myself. And I didn't know how. So I looked out and actually ayahuasca popped up on my computer screen. And I was like, I've heard about this. I read a bit about it. And some people said it helped them with some of their issues. So I went and tried it. And it beat the crap out of me. If you don't know, it's a plant medicine. It felt like I was in a deep, dark hole for like decades. And it was pitch black and there was no feeling. It was like being in solitary confinement for decades. And at the very, very end, as I was fighting it, I was actually fighting the ayahuasca because I wouldn't let go of I wouldn't allow my mind to let go and surrender to the real, the heart, the plant, the earth, the God, all that. But it exhausted me. And at the very end, it said one message. And it said in an angelic voice, let others help you. And then immediately I was completely sober. And I got up after feeling like I was in solitary confinement for like decades. And I just wandered out into the streets. It was in Mexico. I just walked around for hours. I'm like, let others help you. What is that? That was so bizarre. So I ended up going back to my normal life. And I remember I was in my office working on like a Tuesday afternoon at like 2 in the afternoon, and I was already like halfway through a bottle of wine. And my wife came in and she looked so sad. She just looked like, what have you become? Like, I thought you were this man who had these passions, and you've become this guy who sits in his office and is angry and drinking. And I could see it in her, and I was like, I just don't know what to do. And I actually had an idea. I thought, I have this pain inside of me, which is from my childhood traumas, which I later dealt with, but I hadn't at that point. And the alcohol makes me not have that pain for a few hours. Then it gets really bad in the morning, but that's the future. Just get through the next few hours, right? So I said, can we just take all the alcohol out of the house? Because it's not like I'm going to go to the store to buy it, but if I see it, I'm just going to drink it. And she looked at me, and right before she opened her mouth, my entire universe, you know that when you have those moments that's just like, whoa, I knew exactly what was about to happen. She said in that exact voice, of course, let others help you. And I was like, oh, because I actually thought my father, who was a big part of my traumas, I thought because of how he was, which was just very angry and very, like no, love was not a word that he would ever use. But he was a big guy. He was an arm wrestling champion. He was a freak, actually, like a freak of just nature. Just testosterone, just veins pumping out and red bloodshot eyes. And I thought to be a man, you had to fix everything yourself. You could never ask for help. So the ayahuasca gave me that. So that got quite a bit better, but I still wasn't perfect at all. And then I'm like, okay, I keep falling back into this. So I look up on the internet, I go, what's like way more powerful than ayahuasca? And it says iboga. And I didn't know anything about it, but I got in my car driving. It's in Mexico, so it's totally fine, with a glass of wine and a cigarette. And I'm driving to the iboga center, and I show up, I go, I need help. And they go, have you been drinking? You're not supposed to drink before you do iboga. I'm like, it was just like a half a bottle or a bottle, I'm fine. Which really was the case. Like I really wasn't even drunk at all because I drank so much. And that was 2 full days. If you don't know iboga, and I know this now because I just did it again recently. I've done it twice now. It's the hardest thing you will ever do. Well, I can't say that for sure. I don't know what you've done in your life. But for me, it was the hardest thing I had ever done. Nothing comes close. Because what it does, it's the best plant medicine because it's not like ayahuasca or DMT where you see stuff and, it's all beautiful colors. No. Iboga, it's called the root. Ayahuasca is the tree, the root, and they're different trees, but the iboga is actually the root. And it takes you inside. It doesn't take you outside. And a lot of people never want to go inside, actually. That's actually the scariest thing for almost everybody. Because the things that are deep inside your traumas are the hardest things to look at. So by the way, I had been meditating for a while at that point, a couple of years, and every time I'd be in the meditation, this is one of the reasons meditation is also good. As you're sitting there, basically in meditation, which is basically just breathing and trying to be aware to not get caught up too much into your thoughts. And if you can do that long enough, all of a sudden your subconscious will allow you to see some things. And so it would do that with me. And all of a sudden I'd feel like this fear or sadness like I'd never felt before in the meditation. But what I would do, because I didn't know how it all worked and I hadn't gotten good enough at it yet, is I would allow it or I wouldn't allow it. So as soon as I felt that fear or sadness, and by the way, like when I say fear, I mean like the same fear as if a lion jumped out from the stage and was just about to eat me. Like that amount of fear in a meditation, or a sadness so deep that you don't know how you could survive feeling that. So I would feel that for a second in the meditation, but as soon as I did, I would just go, and I would say, don't go there, don't go there. But the iboga won't let you do that. You're there for 2 days in the deepest meditation you could ever imagine. And when those things come out to be shown to you, to have you re-feel them, which is what you need to do to heal them, you cannot escape from it. There's no escape. And that's what I did with the iboga. And so the first time I did it, it changed. It was one of the biggest change points of my life for sure. I didn't realize at the time. It's funny how you don't realize things sometimes. Because, you know, I'm just kind of like, what just happened? You know, that sort of a thing. I didn't realize. I didn't actually realize it till nearly 10 years later how important that iboga session was. And I didn't realize it until after I did it a second time. So I met a person named Christoph Melchizedek who's really incredible. And he does a lot of iboga root ceremonies and stuff. He's actually trying to deconstruct the matrix on other dimensions. And he's actually doing it. It's pretty cool. But I started working with him quite a bit, and he's helping me on all kinds of soul level healings, karmic healings, all these sort of things, which is incredible. And he mentioned last year, he said, I'm going to be doing a iboga ceremony at the pyramids in Egypt. And my first response to him was, well, I'm not doing that. Never, ever going to do that again. But he got me to talk about it. And he's like, why? And I'm like, you know, he's like, yeah, but Jeff, you've been meditating now for like 10 years. Like, you are not the guy with the glass of wine showing up at the iboga center. This will be much, much easier for you the next time. He still didn't actually have me convinced because it was so hard. And that's all I remembered. It was the hardest thing I ever did. I'm never going to do that again. That's what I thought. Even though it was the biggest help for me, and that's usually how it works. So he kept talking to me, and I was like playing along, like, well, maybe, yeah, I don't know, maybe. And I said, well, when are you doing it? And he goes, well, there's 2 days. The first day is considered the death day. That's the day that you basically, your ego dies. And then you have your rebirth on the second day. And I said, okay, so what are the dates? And he says, the death day is November 24th. And it was another one of those, whoa. I said to him, that's my birthday. He said, sounds like a great day to die. So I went and did it. And it was incredible, actually. I healed all my family trauma, which had immediate effects on my family. Like immediate. My 3-year-old, as soon as I saw him after the iboga ceremony, he was like treating me so different because I had lifted all of our family karmic trauma stuff. And kids can sense that. So that's a long way of saying that I used to think we had to get rid of the governments and the central banks to have a good world. What I learned along the way was that it's all about changing yourself. Because what happened was, instead of me destroying myself because I'm so worried about this thing, the government, the central banks, once I started doing the work on myself, everything started to change for me. And that's when I realized, and this was a few years ago even, that that's how you actually change the world. And during my meditations, it became quite clear to me that what this isn't actually real. It's not base level reality. What this is an experience that we're having as what we all are, and we are all one thing. Everything, the speaker, even Bill Gates and Donald Trump, we're all one thing. We are all consciousness experiencing itself in what I like to use as an analogy, I guess, like a 3D video game. You know, like GTA or whatever. Like imagine you could get put into Grand Theft Auto, which we already kind of are here in Las Vegas. Hookers, drugs, guns. We kind of already are. So we're actually, basically we're playing Grand Theft Auto right now. That's what we're doing. But in order to play it, and I think part of the game, and this is just my theory, I think part of the game is one of the levels is for you to realize that you're actually playing in a game. Now, it's not exactly a game, but it kind of is. And so that's what has changed me dramatically. And as I change personally, everything around me changes. If you looked at my life before, it was pretty bad. My family was not happy. I was not happy. Why? Because of the governments and central banks. Well, once I did the work on myself, those governments and central banks are still there. Does it bother me? Not really. Part of the game. No, I do my things. You know, I think you also need to find out why your character is playing the game. This is all part of your soul level stuff. But I think this is actually what we're supposed to know or be. I think, see, when you think about the system, we're in the system, or even the culture. I noticed the word culture. We're all in cults. And this culture is basically putting you into certain mindsets of way things should be, right? If you're here in the US, many people, not all, but many, will think, well, what you do is born, you go to your 12 years of the camps, go for 4 years of your communist indoctrination, then you get your 40 years working at a bank, working for the system, drive, 8 hours a day, probably even more than that, drive to and from work, pay your taxes, then you get the golden watch and your pension, which won't be there. It's already been stolen. And then most people will retire and they'll go, wow, now I can live free my life. This is what I worked my whole life for. And then a lot of them will go to the beach and have a heart attack the same day, probably from the vaccines. Kind of sad. So they're trapped in the system. I think we're actually supposed to be a lot more like those people in Avatar. I think we were supposed to be connected completely with nature, connected with source. We could have telepathy, and people have that, by the way. My wife and my daughter can do that. Some people still have some of it. A lot of them are not in like the Western countries as much, because the Western countries have been really, really, with all the things they do when you think about it. The moment you're born, for some little boys, they'll take them from their mother, put them in a room, and chop off half the penis off the skin off their penis. No anesthesia, like massive, massive trauma. And then if you're Jewish, a guy will come in and suck your penis. Yeah, I don't know if you know that. Yeah, look it up. Jewish people, they circumcise, which is genital mutilation, which is massive trauma-based mind control. And then the rabbi comes and sucks their penis. Yeah. Not saying it's all, but many. Yeah. And a lot of those people are the ones that have actually created most of this matrix. And these people, as a lot of you know, at Freedom Fest, they don't know this. They're pretty shocked. that the people who mostly control this matrix are incredibly, incredibly, unbelievably evil. They're not only pedophiles, but they eat children. And they actually live off of, for the most part, keeping everyone enslaved and impoverished and killing them, and they love that. They live off the loosh of pain, suffering, and that's the people in control of a lot of these things. But as I've done this work more, I've kind of realized that you don't have to do any of those things that they want you to do. You definitely don't have to feel all those things they want you to feel. I don't feel sad or depressed or angry anymore about any of that stuff because I kind of know what it is now because I've done the work. And that's what I would really recommend. I see a lot of people at these conferences, including my own in Acapulco, and even people who've been doing some work. I don't know if I've met anyone yet who's completely done all the work, including myself. And I actually see it very easily and very quickly now in people. I can see their traumas quite often, like not exactly, like I don't know exactly what the trauma is, but I see the trauma. And I see how that is making them do certain things. And it could be, drinking or eating a lot or, whatever the addiction is. The addiction is a way to make yourself, numb yourself or forget about your trauma, basically. So almost everyone's traumatized. Like I mentioned, right away, they'll even gently mutilate a lot of kids. But then what will they do right after that? Inject them. A place like the US, they might inject them with like dozens and dozens of lethal injections. And I'm sure you all know how bad those are. It's like so many bad things. That actually cuts off so much of their vitality, their health, and their connection to source. Because like I said, I think we're all supposed to be basically like those people in Avatar. Maybe not blue. I don't know what color, but kind of like that. I think that's what we're supposed to be. And that's kind of where I'm heading back to, you could say, by doing the work. And in order to rise up out of this matrix, it's nothing about changing the world. And don't get me wrong, and I know a lot of people are trying to change the world, and I am as well. But you can't do that until you change yourself. Until you do the work on yourself, you cannot dramatically change this 3D video game. Once you do the work on yourself, you can pretty much manifest anything. I'm not saying, like for example, like someone could say, oh, Jeff, why don't you manifest all governments and central banks just go away? What a way I kind of am. It takes time. It'll be a couple more years. It won't be very long, by the way. There's a lot of good news here. A lot of really good news. This stuff's coming down. And part of the reason it's going to come down is because a lot more people are essentially doing the work. And it starts with waking up. And what do they say in the Bible? What this period is? The apocalypse, which means lifting of the veil. People are like, just like me 20 years ago when I first got The Creature from Jekyll Island, the veil started to lift. Oh, that's already going on. Like what I talked about at Freedom Fest, if I would have said that 10 years ago, what I said, pretty sure I would have got attacked on stage, like beaten up. Because I did that in the past. When I was talking about 9/11, even 10 or 15 years ago, I'd be at a cocktail party, even at events like Freedom Fest and investment events and stuff like that. And I'd bring up, well, it was an inside job, right? Some people would get ready to like get into a fight with me because I had triggered their mind control. I had gotten them close to escaping the Matrix to an extent. And what do they say? The movie The Matrix is excellent. What do they say about the people in the Matrix? They're so inured to the system. I forget that quote, but They will do anything, even kill you, so that you don't wake them up to them being in the matrix. So one of the things I've learned is I wanted to change the world, and I wanted to change people. I wanted to wake them up. But you can't really do that. The only thing you can really do, you can to an extent. But when you change yourself, when you resolve your traumas, and everyone's got them. Does anyone here, put up your hand if you think you have no traumas at all that you haven't resolved? Someone said, oh. Well, that's good, because that's actually very self-aware. Because most people will actually say, no, I'm fine. So the fact that you guys all seem to know that you do have them is huge. Because the most important part of it is recognizing they exist. Because they actually live in your subconscious. Your conscious mind tries to protect you. Basically, a lot of these traumas are so bad, they felt so bad. That's why they're called traumas. That your conscious mind says, we can't handle that right now with our current way we are. And usually you're quite young. So you're like a 5-year-old and someone just hit you, or your mom just said she doesn't love you, or anything like that. Your mind goes, whoop, we're putting that there. You're not ever going to look at that. Because that hurts. Imagine the one thing you thought was supposed to care for you just told you that you're worthless, or, whoop, that is, whoa. My own mother doesn't think doesn't love me. Like, whoa. So it goes, we're never going to look at that. And most people don't. Most people go most of their life without ever even looking at it. But in order to change yourself, to basically change the world, you have to go and look at those things. And it's super, super hard. It's the hardest thing ever. Because like I said, you have to actually get yourself into a state. And it could be, if you're good enough at meditation, and I actually have done this, it took me years and years and years because once the feeling comes in, it feels so bad. Just like I said, it feels like you're going to die. And it could be fear. It could be sadness. It could be anger. I actually haven't, for some reason, I haven't gotten any of that yet. Maybe it's still there. It's kind of scary if it is. But you actually have to feel it. And it's so hard that if you're not really, you haven't done this for a long time and really figured it out, when you do feel it, you'll just go, no, I'm not feeling that. The iboga will make you, though. And that's why it's so important. I would highly recommend it. Actually, Christoph's doing a couple in the UK next month, I think. And I would really recommend doing it with him or his people, because it was so much better than the other people I did it with. No offense to them, but Christoph is incredible. But not everyone can do that, I understand. But what I would say is that is what really to focus on. Because everyone here just admitted, unless you were lying, that you've got some traumas that are still unresolved. I can tell you this from my own experience. Nothing really in your life is going to change really for the better. Like, yeah, you may win the lottery or something. But like the way that the world is for you will not change dramatically better until you heal those. So I assume a lot of people are here because they want to see the world change to some extent, right? There's only one thing you need to do, and that's the work on yourself. And it's super hard. Everything else comes after that. So for example, Mr. Griffin's got great ideas about how to change a lot of the system. And he'll be talking about that, I think, tomorrow, if I saw the schedule correctly. What I would say is, if that's what you feel you want to do, if it resonates with you, that's another thing to be very aware of. What resonates, what feels right. Trusting your intuition, your senses, or even learning how to feel that or know that. That is incredibly important. If that's what feels right for you, I would still say, if you want to do that, you're probably not going to have a lot of success until you heal yourself first. In order to heal the world, it starts with you. Your external reality will not dramatically change for the better until you dramatically change for the better. And that's the self-work. That's the hard work. And where do you hear anyone talking about this, right? Have you ever seen a TV show talking about this? Anyone? Like, just, no. Because the system, the matrix, they want everyone traumatized. And then what do they do? Oh, you just can't handle it anymore? You're so messed up? Well, you should go to a psychiatrist. Yeah, and the psychiatrist go, oh, yeah, geez. Yeah, you had a rough childhood, huh? Well, here's meth. That'll make you feel better, and it does. Kinda. Turn into a zombie. So they will never, ever tell you the actual answer. But that is the actual answer. And I don't know, like, I've gone very deep into this over the years, to the point where, to me, it's obvious now, and it is clearly true. But for many people who haven't done the things I've done or felt or seen the things I've done, I can't really convince you this is true. You kind of have to see it for yourself. But basically, you control your own reality. Your reality can basically be whatever you want for the most part. Although it's complicated too, because, there is very tough part of life, like incredibly tough parts of life. I think we've all gone through it, like in one way or another. It's usually someone dying or things like that. But for the most part, you create your own reality, and basically what's inside of you, you will project, and that will be your experience. So if you want to change the world and make it a lot better an experience, there's only one way, and that is to change yourself. And that's what I've seen personally. Like 10 years ago, I was depressed. I was drinking all the time, which is just poisoning myself. That's what it is. That's why that's everywhere. If you notice, it's everywhere. They want you to poison yourself because that actually lowers your vibration, your energetic level. And when you're in that state, you tend to not do things that are not very good for you. Eat some greasy food, porn, whatever it is. Just, it brings you down, and that's what they want. But if you do the work, which ends up raising your energetic level, you want to do awesome things, and all of a sudden everything's awesome. So like I said, 10 years ago, I would have been here probably with a glass of wine on the thing, telling you how bad this world is. And it is. So a lot of it out there. But I'm the same person 10 years later telling you that basically my world is amazing. It's incredible. I'm loving it. What changed? My inner changed. Then my outer changed. So that's kind of what I wanted to bring up here. My experiences on what is really important to change the world. Like it was Gandhi, who's probably controlled opposition. I don't trust anything about history. But he had that saying, what was it? Be the change you want to see in the world. 100% true. So if you're upset about anything in the world, don't worry about whatever that is right now. Fix what's inside of you, And then that will be okay, no matter what it is. So I should mention there's all kinds of ways to change yourself. Just the first one is really physical. If you don't have a physical, your temple, if it isn't as clean as you can be and running as well as it can, it's really difficult to do the stuff. Your mental's not going to be working great. And then definitely you're not going to start connecting more if your temple is basically toxic. And there's so many, everyone up on stage here is talking about all the ways that people are being poisoned, basically. Chemtrails, fluoride in the water, the food's all poison, seed oils, all the Wi-Fi, 5G, 6G, the Starlink, all these things affect your body. So in my opinion, the number one thing to start with is getting your body really good. And a lot of it's kind of basic. Like just make sure you're getting enough water, put some good salt in your water so that it hydrates you better. Some electrolytes even, although it's, whatever form you want to get those. Make sure you're eating good food. And I have to say, I've been here in the US for a week. I've eaten so much because it's like everywhere and it is tasty. What did I have? P.F. Chang's. I miss Chinese food and have P.F. Chang's. It was good. But man, now I got to get back home and clean that stuff out and do some fasts, do some coffee enemas, get on my Tesla machine, which is a huge part, actually. Actually, that has changed my life. It's the one material item that's changed my life more than anything, aside from the plant medicines, is the Tesla machine, which is actually here. It's kind of hidden. It's always kind of hidden because it's not, the system does not want this to be getting out. If you don't know what that is, basically 100 years ago, Nikola Tesla figured out how to essentially get plasma from the ether. And this used to be fairly well known as the fourth state of matter. It was actually listed, ether, and all the periodic table of elements, all this sort of stuff. The Rockefeller medical system got rid of it all. And they wanted everyone to believe that the only way to be healthy is to go to a guy in a butcher coat who's practicing in his medical practice. And what do they always tell you? Oh, drug dealers are bad. Doctors are the worst drug dealers on earth. That's all they do. Not all. I should say I'm not against all doctors. Major emergencies, love doctors. Even some minor things. Just a guy told me he had gynecomastia, man boobs, but it was like a family genetic thing. Who knows if that's true? But and I said, yeah, just go get it cut out, man. So doctors are good for a few of those things. But aside from that, they've been trying to hide from us. They want to keep people sick because the way you control people is to keep them sick, poor, tired, stressed. Keep them just busy, and that's what they do. Now they got them busy all the time. They go to their job, pay their taxes, get back home, turn on the television programming, which is mind control and broadcasting, put more things into their subconscious. A great documentary that just came out, by the way, is by Jason Christoff. You might want to write this down. It's awesome. It's for free. Planetmindcontrol.com. It is excellent at showing you exactly how they've done this to people. That's how they can control people. They cannot control people, like, for example, like myself. Now, they could never control me in the past either, so I'm not a great example. But, I have excellent health, although not perfect because I've been eating a lot of crap this week. I've done all the work. I've got rid of my traumas. I'm connected. I can see outside the matrix. When there's more and more people like that, they lose all their power. So I don't think we're actually going to fix this issue with the system by waking people up to it. I think that's part of it. I think that's good. I think when we change ourselves, what you also do, by the way, once I started to change myself, my wife wasn't into any of the stuff I was doing. She was a lot like me. She'd have a lot of drinks and, you know, and once I started doing this stuff, I wouldn't tell her, oh, you should start meditating. She's like, I don't know about that. And I was doing all these health things. And she's like, no. But once I started to change, she started to see the changes in me. She's like, you're up at 5 a.m, you're working till like midnight, and you're like totally happy, and you never run out of energy. It's like, what are you doing? All these things, including the Tesla machine. And then she started on the Tesla machine. So you change the people around you by changing yourself. My daughter, the same thing. She got into all these things after I began to change. So if there's anyone around you that you're like, why can't I wake them up or make them change? They won't change until you change. That is pretty much the way it works. I only got like 2 minutes left, but I'll just mention, like I said, Nikola Tesla developed or rediscovered how to get plasma. They called it a violet ray machine. And they were healing everyone with everything with it. Cancer, everything, doesn't matter what it was, healing them. And basically the system came in. It was actually Donald Trump's uncle and the CIA came and stole all of his stuff. And they've managed to keep it basically out of human consciousness for the last 100 years, until about 2 years ago, when a mad scientist in Mexico not only learned how to get the plasma out of the ether, but in a far better way and an easier way to get out to people. And I was one of the first people who luckily had access to it, and it changed everything in my life. I began healing everyone with it. My dog was blind to one eye, healed that. My maid couldn't walk, healed her. I just started using it every day, and all of a sudden my energy levels were incredible. And then my energy was so good that I started to want to work out more. I wanted to meditate more. I wanted to do more things, go in my sauna, go in my steam room, go in my hyperbaric chamber, which I do all of those. But it's all because of the Tesla that I have this energy. And I consider it the most important thing that I've discovered on a material level in the Matrix in my lifetime is what they have there. And they're actually here. They don't have a sign or anything. It's called Tesla Club, tzla.club. It is, I would never, ever want to live without it. It is the most biggest change to my physical experience of my life. And it's incredible. And you can actually probably even try it here. I don't know if everyone can, there's quite a few people, but you can even try it out. If you've got any sort of pains or anything, it'll probably take it away right now. It's incredible. This is what they're hiding. You don't need these pills. You don't need these doctors. You don't need these hospitals for most things. What we needed is what was taken away from us, which is actually right around us. It's actually God's source of energy. It's all around us, and they've hidden us from us for a long time. But we're getting it back. Why? Because it's the apocalypse, lifting of the veil. We're starting to see. Anyway, I'm done, right on time. Thank you very much for having me.
Jeff Berwick, everybody. Jeff, hey, I got a question for you. Stay up here for a sec. You know, Jeff, with this Anarchapulco thing, to get him here is really wonderful, and I appreciate so much that you're here. Are you going to be able to hang out and talk to folks? Or are you running away? What's going on?
I'll be here for at least the next hour. Okay. I have to go back to Freedom Fest and do a book signing. Then after that, I'm leaving later in the afternoon on the flight. But so yeah, if you do want to talk to me, definitely in the next hour, try to grab me.
Okay, well, thank you. That's why it's so important to come to the Red Pill Expo and meet folks like Jeff Berwick. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. All right, that's the morning session. As we were early morning, we're talking about looking down that rabbit hole, and Jeff brought it. We've got a couple of speakers coming up after the break. You won't want to miss Alex Newman. Everybody know Alex? He's fantastic. And also Michelle Melendez. But to get to them, you got to go through me. I'm going to talk about the terrain. You don't want to hear that. So let's meet back here at 10:40. We're catching up on time. Everybody, big round of applause for Jeff Berwick and everybody this morning.
Gee, Dad, can I ask you something?
Shoot, Chip.
Billy says his older brother's new phone is the niftiest thing he's ever seen. Says it practically reads his mind. Golly, is that even possible?
Possible, sure. Worth having That's a different question.
What you mean? Wouldn't it be swell to have a phone that just knows stuff about you?
Would it be swell if the mailman read every letter before he delivered it, Chip?
Gosh, no. That'd be kinda nosy.
That's the word for it, all right. Seems some folks forgot why that matters.
Remember when modern meant your life got easier, not watched?
That's why Mark 37 doesn't build it that way, son. The ghost phone doesn't go poking around in your business to seem clever. It just does what you ask of it, nothing more.
Gee whiz. So it's not nosy at all?
Not one bit. Same with my ghost laptop right there on the table. Quiet as a Sunday afternoon.
Boy, that beats Billy's brother's phone by a mile.
I use mine for recipes and the church newsletter. It's never once tried to sell me something I didn't ask for.
So everybody in the house has one of these ghost things?
Whole house runs quieter for it, Chip. Always was the idea.
Some things never needed improving, just protecting.
Welcome to the Reality Zone, your ultimate source for knowledge and truth. At realityzone.com, we offer a wide selection of books, audios, and videos, all designed to educate, inform, and inspire. But more importantly, offers an alternative to the mainstream narrative fueled by corrupt government and institutional propaganda. Whether you're interested in freedom, health, money, or general knowledge, we have you covered. Discover our bestsellers like Creature from Jekyll Island, an eye-opening exploration into the world of banking and finance, and World Without Cancer, which challenges conventional views on health and disease, and much more thought-provoking content from G. Edward Griffin. Visit Reality Zone today and take the red pill. Step into a world of awareness where once the bell is rung, it can never be unrung. Plus, don't miss us at this year's Red Pill Expo that brings together experts and enthusiasts from around the world. Visit redpillexpo.org for more information. Check out realityzone.com today for these titles and exclusive Red Pill Expo content available on thumb drive for the first time ever. There will be great deals and discounts all in time for holiday shopping.
In 1943, the government seized Nikola Tesla's most dangerous invention, a healing technology that threatened Big Pharma's entire empire. They buried it for 100 years, but it's back, and over 1,000 people worldwide are using it right now. When you join Tesla Club, you get your own Tesla plasma device, 5 times more powerful than the original Violet Ray and built to last. You join a private Telegram group where members share breakthroughs daily. Stroke recoveries, cancer reversals, chronic pain gone in minutes. These aren't stories. These are yesterday's posts. You get lifetime support from people who've been where you are. Technical guidance, therapeutic protocols, a group that actually understands. And you get access to hundreds of documented experiments, real members, real results, real transformations. No prescriptions, no waiting for permission, no begging doctors who don't believe you. Just you, your machine, and a movement taking health sovereignty back. We're Tesla Club, private science club for self-directed healing. Visit tzla.club. Join the revolution. Plasma.
It's back.
This is merely to introduce properly one Robert F. Williams, the president in exile of this Republic of New Africa and the author of The Crusader. Now here is what Robert Williams says. The lifeblood of U.S. capitalism is its productive capacity and its extensive commerce. If these two factors were to become paralyzed and rendered sterile, the orderly function of the government establishment would degenerate into a state of chaos, and the superstructure of the system would collapse. The more automated a society is, the more vulnerable it is to forces of calamity. What would highly mechanized America be without electrical power? What would it be without modern transportation? What would it be without its industrial capacity? And then, having asked these questions, Robert Williams proceeds to explain in minute detail exactly how to manufacture the devices that can be used by a mere handful of people to ensure that highly automated America will lose its electrical power, its modern transportation, and its industrial capacity. I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that less than a dozen people, if they know what they're doing, can reduce any of our major cities into a helpless, seething mass of confusion, panic, and death. Just one person can poison the city's entire water supply, or destroy the main aqueduct, or blow up the principal pumping stations. And where would people in Los Angeles, for instance, get a drink of water if it didn't come out of a pipe? And how long can a human being survive without water? 4 or 5 days, perhaps? But long before that, there'd be tens of thousands of people dead in our cities, not from thirst, but because they were unable to defend what water they had from roving bands of desperate people who were dying of thirst. And that's thinking only of the loss of water. In your mind's eye, compound that with no food, no electricity, no way to dispose of sewage, no police protection, no water pressure to fight fires, no radio or TV, no telephone, no buses, no gasoline for your car, no way to escape, no place to go if you could. And don't think for a minute that the countryside would be immune from disaster either. In this issue of The Crusader, the communists call not only for extensive chaos within the cities, but for putting to the torch every village, every forest, every field, and every barn. The plan is for raging fires from one city to the next. The reason? Well, first, there's the value of sheer destruction. Secondly, it would force us to deploy our defenses and rescue units over the widest possible area. The communists point out that as long as our police and National Guard remain concentrated, they're invincible. But if they can be forced to spread out over the entire city and into the countryside as well, then they can be picked off from ambush one by one. And the third value of massive fire to the communists is psychological. The average American, they say, soft and decadent, when he sees billows of black smoke rising from one horizon to the other, when at night the only light he has to see by is the flickering red from flames leaping into the sky, he'll become paralyzed with fear and panic. He'll run away and hide and do nothing to interfere with the guerrilla bands as they strike at the community's power centers. The Crusader explains how to set up sniper units in crowded metropolitan areas, how to manufacture jumbo Molotov cocktails, the gallon jug size, and how to mix the gasoline with certain ingredients to make it burn like napalm, how to pour gasoline into utility manholes in the streets to set fire to the main telephone cables, how to put sulfur tips from matches into air conditioning units and blow up large buildings, how to ignite gas mains and oil storage tanks. It explains how radio-controlled model airplanes can be used to fly explosive heavily guarded fences into gasoline storage areas or munition stockpiles.
You take the red pill and find out how deep the rabbit hole goes. Welcome to the truth.
Hey, this is Amalia with Growth Factor, and right next to me is one of the most famous men on the globe. That's how I always talk about Mr. G. Edward Griffin. He's now 94, and around 94 is when he wrote one of the most famous books on the planet, The Creature from Jekyll Island. And every year he has Red Pill University. Can you tell us the next one and what it's all about?
People that are already outside of the matrix, and they offer them the red pill. If they take the red pill, then suddenly they're out of the matrix and they can see life the way it really is. But if they don't want to see life the way it really is, and wouldn't you know, a lot of people don't like reality. They rather have the illusions. If you don't want reality, you can take your blue pill and you just stay in that dream state forever. I thought it was a great idea to have an Expo conference and deliver a lot of very knowledgeable people who can talk about discovering the red pill in their own personal lives. And a lot of these people are professionals and high up in the professions. They've got doctors and lawyers and teachers. And we got common people that sell things and from all walks of life. And it's particularly interesting when you deal with people in the political world and in the world of healthcare.
Expectant, where it knocks it out in a minute.
Chlorine dioxide has so many mechanisms of action.
The war on chlorine dioxide. That every cupboard in this country should have chlorine dioxide. Chlorine dioxide. Chlorine dioxide.
Chlorine dioxide is super awesome. Pierre Corey has a new book that I've read about the history of chlorine dioxide, and you're featured.
The wellness blanket is made top and bottom with 100% organic cotton, and the middle is energy reflecting materials. So when you're fully wrapped in it, it's kind of like a mirror effect where the good strong energies are bouncing back to heal the weak, and then your immune system kicks in and puts the body into parasympathetic so your body can actually heal itself. It started back in the 1960s in Russia. So the cosmonauts are in their spacesuits, and the scientists take apart the spacesuit and they realize in the spacesuit are these energy reflecting materials. And then in the 1990s, they took that technology in Russia and they put it into a blanket. They wanted something that the general public could also benefit from. Yeah, so we have really seen people that haven't slept in years and now they can sleep again. If your body is wrapped in that blanket, it's just that powerful cocoon where your body's just immune to all that outside interference. And I think when that happens, you can really rest and sleep deeply. Like you were saying, you dream and you wake up. I know for me, when I wake up, I am so refreshed. So you're going to go ahead and lay down on it. And then it's going to cover you. This is the standard blanket. Again, you want to make sure the plain side is next to the body so the energy reflecting materials are acting like a gentle infrared sun. The last few months since I've been working with more autism families, these children are so calm, relaxed, they can sleep, the parents can sleep, which is so important.
Heads up, everybody. We're going to be starting up in 4 minutes. If you're over at the exhibit hall, thank everybody that's here supporting the Red Pill Expo and wrap up some conversations. We're going to be back live to the world right here from Las Vegas on the stage with a topic of the terrain. Then we got Alex Newman coming up after me. Please wrap up your conversations and make your way back to the audience. And we'll be starting up in 4 minutes at 10:40 a.m. That's your announcement. Heads up. We'll see you soon.
So he can sleep with her. But after 2 weeks, he can now jump up again, and he's not showing that pain that he used to have. One of the most important things with the wellness blanket is that we keep it dry. And when you buy your wellness blanket, it will say here, dry clean only, do not get wet. I'm going to go to thewellnessblanket.com. I always tell people don't forget because if you just put in wellness blanket, you won't find it. So it's thewellnessblanket.com. Make sure you put in blanket 10 for 10% off.
former KGB operative Yuri Bezmenov defected to the United States and became an American citizen. In this interview, he describes the 4 stages of ideological subversion used by the Communist Party to take over the United States.
When the Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the
I wasn't going on. All right, Joe, we ready? You've been ready for 10 minutes. My gosh, we're almost starting just to let's say catch up because we were 20 minutes behind. So here we go. You guys ready over there on the video team? All right, welcome back, everybody. This is the Red Pill Expo. Second session, we're going to take the red pill. Who's here to do that? Who's already done it? Are you ready to start? We're going to get started? All right, thanks for being here. Beauchamp. Yep, that's Beauchamp is in my lecture coming up. We have coming up in this segment, Alex Newman. Of course, he's going to be talking about Epstein, the untold story. If you think you know it all, Alex goes deeper. And then Michelle Melendez is going to talk about let's stop whining and try winning for a change. How about that? All right. You guys ready? Let me hear you. Come on, fired up. Everybody in Las Vegas and around the world, thank you for being here at the Red Pill Expo. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. All right, so my talk. It's the terrain, stupid. I know it sounds offensive, but I think I hope you'll take it in the sense of the good humor that my producer turned me into Elvis since we're doing the Vegas thing. And subheading is that the germ theory is a victim state of consciousness. And I don't know if, when we talk about winning, it's hard to win when you're a victim. Somebody else is setting the rules. And of course, if you're operating in fear, you're always going to be at the mercy of those who pretend that they can protect you, that they can save you. These are this is my wife and my kids. Elijah, 26. My daughter just turned 21 on the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. She's my Liberty Bell. And these kids have been raised differently than I was raised. I was raised homeopathically? No, pharmaceutically, medically. I was raised to fear germs. I was on the Antibiotic of the Month Club for much of my young life, and I was chronically ill from almost the word go. I had to find my way out. And my kids have benefited from that because they've never had one vaccine. They've never had one antibiotic. Zero. And that's an important part of the terrain discussion as we learn what is causing this destruction. Now, I want to acknowledge and dedicate this talk at this Red Pill Expo to my dearly departed friend, John Rappaport. He just passed away on Wednesday at about 88, 89 years of age. He was one of the, you talk about the originals. John Rappaport has been writing and investigating and researching as a journalist, a reporter for so many years. He really kind of coined the concept of fake news. He started a website long before it became common knowledge, nomorefakenews.com. And he's been at it for decades. And I love and appreciate this man. He was an inspiration and a friend. And so if you don't know about John Rappaport, keep his writings and research alive, including one of the first books about the scam of HIV causing AIDS, his book, AIDS Incorporated. So, John, I love you. We miss you. Thank you for all that you did while you're here. John Rappaport. Yeah. Now, what is the law of the terrain? I always like the T-shirt, the Earth wears every year, or we put it on the Earth every year at Earth Day. You know, it's, yeah, and the Earth's going, you guys are pretty dumb. You poison me, but you're really poisoning yourself. You're destroying yourself through this process. And the law of the terrain is something that I want to get into, of course, for this topic. It's the terrain or the milieu or the environment that determines health or disease, not the pathogen. We've been wrongly told to fear basically the wrong thing, because germs aren't the cause of disease or pathogens. They're the result of dis-ease that precedes it. What does that mean? If we live in fear, by the way, I don't see anything on my screen here, guys. If you're able to put my presentation on that, that would be helpful. Thank you. Your fear of the germ leads to separation from God, because God created germs too. And then it leads to a separation between us, between each of us, because we're afraid of germs like we're afraid of people we don't know. Are they just going to just jump up out of, somewhere and hurt us, harm us, kill us? I mean, there's seriously that part of living on planet Earth. There is danger, but as we see here, our bodies are actually made up of more microbes than they are mammalian cells, bacteria, fungi, and the controversy over viruses, resulting in what? I believe they are here by God to sustain us, to help us. But we're always told they're here to kill us. They're going to get us. So we just need to develop a more toxic drug to eliminate them, right? Kill them all and let God sort them out, or kill them before they kill us, right? You're perfectly within your rights, if you believe that germs are the cause of disease, to take what do they call those fire things? The flamethrowers to your neighbor's lawn, because you don't know what's in their lawn. You could be walking by their lawn. It'll jump right out and get you. You see how we justify everything based on, well, there could be a germ there. And of course, I'll go through what we went through with COVID. Now, the reality is, as Homer figures out here, if the germ theory were accurate, there would be no one around to have discovered it. We should all be dead. There's no explanation for life if the germ theory were accurate. If the germs cause disease, how is it we've got more germs in our gastrointestinal tract than we have cells in our body? Come on, that's ridiculous. They're not the cause of disease. I mean, it's less controversial. We can see them. They exist. Viruses are another question we get into, but in other words, we'll just eat donuts and let somebody else worry about it. Then we go back to Louis Pasteur. How many of you remember Pasteur? Pasteurization. It's like he was actually a thief. I look back at history, dig deep and go, Pasteur wasn't this great genius. He actually stole from a contemporary of his, Antoine Béchamp. And he said, it's the germs that cause disease. And he basically convinced a lot of people, because in history, and it's true today, it's not necessarily about what you know, it's who you know. You ever heard that? It's about who you know. Who are you friends with? Well, Pasteur was friends with the emperor, so the emperor went with Pasteur instead of Béchamp. And I'm not saying that there's no reality to microbes being problematic, but I got to talk to you about the real reason that they become problematic. Now, what developed out of this from Robert Koch, Koch's postulates, they talked about a very specific way that they can assess germs. Are they really the cause, right? They'd say, well, we must find that microorganism. It's everywhere in you. It's like exploding out of you. Oh, it's obvious, right? And then we got to isolate it from you, purify and say, yep, it's really there. And then the culturing of that, we then should be able to give it to somebody else, and they should have that same thing manifest, right? And then it must be re-isolated another time to be able to say, yep, that was indeed the cause. Now, I would argue that it exploded up because the terrain or the milieu or the environment had changed and it was overwhelmed. And this thing particularly took advantage of the opportunity it had to grow. You know, if you ever, I don't know if anybody went to college, I don't recommend it. Usually you end up a Marxist when you're graduated with a degree. But you end up, you drink heavily if you're in a party school and you're like, then you get sick and you wonder what's going on. What did I catch? It's like, no, you abused your body with alcohol. You congested your liver. You became susceptible and vulnerable to everything you already had in you. And then they say, oh, it's going around. But everybody's behaving the same way, weakening their immune system. Now, there's a book about Béchamp or Pasteur that I recommend if you want to read some of this history, because Béchamp argued that germs are ever present, which they are. And they aren't really the cause of disease. They're the result of the dis-ease that precedes it. And they basically take advantage of an unbalanced or deficient or, dare I say, toxic terrain. And that's what gives rise to these things they call, infectious organisms, infectious disease, that we need to then throw what? I don't know, napalm in your body. And what result is that? You hope you survive the napalm. You killed the bad guy, supposedly, but man, you're weaker and sicker and more vulnerable, and we end up in more chronically ill states. So Antoine Béchamp was the real hero, I believe, of particularly the 19th century. He died in 1908, and Claude Bernard, a contemporary of his as well. Really good people to study if interested in learning more about terrain, the concept of the terrain. Now, we have a couple of guys in a modern context that have been championing this in their own way. A couple of doctors you've seen, I think maybe on this stage before, Dr. Tom Cowan, Dr. Andrew Kaufman. I know there's controversy going back and forth. A lot of people are on similar sides of the equation, not trying to frighten us, but when it comes to the viral issue, it's a very heated debate. Do they even exist? Are they this? And I try to avoid that, not because I'm afraid of engaging in debate or discussion, but simply what do we accomplish sometimes by yelling at each other about this? And I'm not accusing them of that. I'm just saying, I try to say, let's take everything under consideration and advisement and dig deeper and learn. Because I believe viruses are not the cause of any disease, that if anything, they might be messengers, they might be detoxifying pathway agents. There's other things that one day we'll look back and say, whatever those viruses are, if they're real, they're not truly the cause of disease. But once again, germs make us vulnerable. No, not the germs. The fear of the germs. The fear is always that's the common factor. The virus is always the cover story for some hidden agenda. And when it came to the COVID craziness we've been through, it was no longer hidden. It was right out in the open for all to see. I remember as this emerged in, I think it was February of 2020. I've been observing this, watching this. I've been broadcasting my radio show since 1999, started in Atlanta one day a week. February 11th, Groundhog Day, 2011. I started with Mike Adams, and he started Natural News Radio with me, and then we launched 6 days a week. And now more recently, Pastor Jim Baker, remember him? He fell from grace, went to jail, and he really was changed by that. He asked me to be on the PTL network. Now I'm on 7 days a week. It's crazy. I try to pre-record the weekend so I have a day off once in a while. But I've been talking about this, researching this, finding out what's really going on for a long time in broadcast media. And I still sometimes joke I'm the best kept secret in health talk media. How many of you know of or have heard of the Robert Scott Bell Show in this audience? It's like, this is embarrassing. I really suck at PR. I don't know how to tell people. Here I am, 7 days a week. Y'all, we have a friend in media. I've been doing this for a long time. But I said, it was in early February, might have been 6th of February of 2020. I asked my producer, Super Nun, I said, Super Nun, how are they determining you have this thing that they say, SARS-CoV-2? How are they determining it? And we scoured what was going on, and there was finally a news report saying they're using RT-PCR, polymerase chain reaction test. Now, immediately I knew the scam was on. That was the day as we were all assessing it, going, what is this really? What's happening here? I said, it is an absolute scam what's going on here, because they're utilizing a technology that is not legitimate for identifying a causative agent, even as we described earlier with the germ theory versus terrain, that it is even a causative agent via a method that they could amplify by the number of cycles they did. And they could find anything in you. They could tell you there's a Buick in you if they run these cycles enough. It's absurd. There is no test that is valid in that way. There's no independent analysis. In fact, even the whole baseline things that they use to say, this is what we're looking for, often not even validated as well. So we were leaping into something that most of us we were like, I don't know. PCR sounds pretty interesting and technological. It must be right because, you know, they've got better PR, in other words, and we're afraid. As they echoed and they you know, the same language was everywhere. Visual images, they imparted engrams into our DNA with all the coverage to frighten us. Now, who was killed initially, primarily in America, was a bunch of old people on multiple medications in, you know, basically homes where they're just going there to die. And they died. And they could have died of anything, and likely they died of the treatment for their thing, like putting them on ventilators. And then we find remdesivir. Brian Artis will be here tomorrow, and he was calling it run death is near. I think he saved millions of lives talking about that. But that was that moment that I saw, because I had been covering these things for decades already, and I saw Anthony Fauci being a criminal long before people knew he was a criminal. About the HIV and AIDS scam, coming back to John Rappaport, my friend, and others like Liam Sheff. If you've not read his book, he's a late, great Liam Sheff as well. I've lost many friends along the way, we have, on this journey. And they've done incredible work. Celia Farber is still with us, but if you want to know about the scam of AIDS and HIV. But this PCR test was bogus. You know, the man who developed it said, Kerry Mullis, got a Nobel Prize. It's not a technology to identify a causative agent in the so-called infectious diseases. And then isolating the virus does become problematic. When you look at the Koch's postulates, how many layers and levels, they said, okay, we can validate it this way. You can go, all right, at the very least, it's a contributing factor. But with this isolation technology that they have, I mean, they basically manufacture this thing. Maybe they don't know what they're manufacturing, but what comes out of it is not necessarily what came out of you. It's what they forced into some kind of being that they then measure with something that has no valid way to measure it. And yet we're supposed to bow down because they are authority, if you will. False authority, but that's the problem with what we call authority devolving into authoritarianism. And of course, even today, I mean, I had a little post that went out on Instagram. If you want to find me, ask RSB. Let's ask my initial RSB. And I just said, you know what? I'm just so pleased that my kids have grown up not chronically ill. I've never had to resort to an antibiotic. They've never had one vaccine. And man, the trolls came out talking about smallpox. Your kids probably lived because 10 others died. I mean, it was on and on. It was so absurd. But there are people that believe in modern medicine and vaccines as if it were a religion. They will, if they even have, most of them are atheists, but I mean, you could probably speak bad of a religion if they have it. They'd be like, fine, but don't mess with modern medicine. That's their church. That's their cult, in fact. And it's a death cult. So if it isn't the pathogen, the question is, what makes us sick? If it's not a germ or a virus, what makes us sick? And I think this image is that picture that says 1,000 words or more. How many of you have an artificial coloring deficiency? How many of you have a pesticide deficiency? How many of you have a GMO deficiency? How many of you are lacking heavy metals in your body, right? You begin to say, my gosh, the corruption of the terrain, the pollution of the water hole is resulting in aberrant growth, not the growth itself being the problem. If you have a pristine lake that has movement in it, it's not stagnant and it's not polluted, you might find some bacterial species, but there's no infection going on. And if that lake gets polluted with any number of these things, then you'll see different life forms grow, including bacterial overgrowth. You might see some fungal species emerge. And if you want to play the RT-PCR test, you might be able to grab unknown genetic material and fragment it up and explode it up and go, hey, there's viruses in there too. But the point is, you blame the thing that is only there because you poisoned the water hole. And this is true of our bodies as well. And that's why it's so important to recognize the power you have to heal is minimizing this kind of exposure. We can't completely eliminate it, but everywhere we have control over it, I believe God wants us to take control. That which we genuinely don't have control, then we can turn that over and surrender it to God and say, God, please help. I don't know what I can't do. What can I do? But if we're not making better choices about putting good, clean things into our body, the question is, why do you hate yourself? Ow, what do you mean? I don't hate myself. Like, stop poisoning the water hole. And then blaming somebody else that, breathed on me or coughed on me or sneezed on me. And then there's the emotional stress, the mental stress, the spiritual issues as well. Look, our Supreme Court, they're going to resolve it, right? Oh, nope, they sided with Bayer. One of the demon spawn of I.G. Farben post-World War II, when they broke up I.G. Farben, Bayer was one of those that, broke them up. They're still around. They're doing a great evil to this day, poisoning water hole. And our Supreme Court, our federal representatives often, even they're going, yeah, we need this. It's essential for life on planet Earth. I once joked, well, years ago, I've been on the lecture circuit since the early 1990s, mid-90s, talking about these things. And I said, the reason kids are, well, they're getting cancer like never before is because they're living longer than they used to. I see a chuckle. Get that? It's weird. It's like, what? But then just like a couple of weeks ago, an article came out that said, yeah, kids are aging faster. Is it because of germs? Now you have, if you look at this, 3 out of 4 patients younger than 50 are being diagnosed with colorectal cancers. What the hell is going on? This is not because of germs. This is because we're gutting them with antibiotics and glyphosate, which is binding all kinds of things we need, really destroying the intestinal lining integrity, the entire epithelial tissue of the gastrointestinal canal. Starts in your mouth and it ends at the planet Uranus, right on out. That's outside world going through you and never except when, well, it's not intact because we're destroying our guts with everything we eat, additives, preservatives. You saw the picture. I'm not making this up. And antibiotics are like a form of chemotherapy. The next time if you go to a doctor, if you have one, and they say you need antibiotics, I want you to hear you need chemo. You're like, doc, whoa, it's just an infection. Chemo, really? A little strong. But we do that. We've abandoned the things of nature and creation, like the noble metals, silver, copper, and even gold, for managing these things when need be without harm. We don't need to resort to chemo. Now, if you want to age gracefully, aging is degenerating faster than you regenerate. Can we facilitate regeneration and heal the terrain? Absolutely, we can. It's about the free flow of energy in the body. I recommend you read The Body Electric. It's a little sciencey, but if you like that kind of thing, you'll learn about the bioactive state of silver is the ion. And if you're going to use silver, please do not store it in plastic because it's very aggressive and active. It will start leaching those plasticizers in. It'll be a debris field by the time you drink it. Please make sure if you're working with silver, work in glass. And it has no negative impact on gut microbiome biodiversity, even at 2,000 times the reference dose. It's not the same as an antibiotic. It's antimicrobial, but it's healing too. It downregulates tissue inflammation and upregulates regeneration of tissue. Secondary article in the peer-reviewed literature showing that silver does not disrupt gut microbiome biodiversity. Water can flush out the gut. Silver in water can flush out the gut, but it's not going to impact biodiversity negatively. So my protocol that I've developed like 25 plus years ago with a number of doctors involves using silver hydrosol and aloe together, drinking it down on an empty stomach to bring the healing power of silver where it restores tissue internally. A very simple protocol, 2 weeks for minor issues, 4, 6, or 8 weeks. I've had patients that were scheduled for resectioning their colon by the time they came to me, and I got them on the protocol with other things, and they were able to cancel their surgery and restore integrity to the lining. So colitis, Crohn's, all that stuff. It's not a death sentence, and you don't need that surgery. By the way, if you want to learn about the bioactive state of silver, look at the hydrosol technology from my friends at Sovereign Naturals, and you'll see with electron microscopy how deep the rabbit hole goes. Nanometer, smaller type particles in ion electrified states that can easily be utilized, processed, and excreted versus the other forms that are debris filled, often too high of a concentration or packaged in the wrong materials. Now, we want a little sweetness in our life, don't we? It doesn't all have to be bad news, right? Can we have some sweetness in our life without killing ourselves? Yes, we can. And if you were there this morning, my friend Natalie Nicole, she brought up the dulse. She has developed a plant-based sweetener that can be utilized to promote good bacterial growth, to heal the gut and benefit you. And this is the dulse I want you guys to try. And they have it there to try. Mitochondrial support, gut health, but the gut health is everything. I want a little sweetness in my dandelion tea in the morning. Don't spray your dandelions. Grow them and eat them and drink them. The cure for cancer is in your yard, unless you're in Vegas and you don't have a yard. I get it. But there's the functional sweetener. I'd love for you to take advantage of that, and you can go directly to dulcelife.com/RSB or get some right here and bring some sweetness back into your morning coffee, tea, whatever it is, or you can even bake with it. That helps heal the gut. Now, some of you heard Ann Archer-Butcher up here talking about her husband, Alden. 6 years ago, diagnosed with stage 4 terminal cancer, metastasizing melanoma. 2 weeks to live. She said, don't tell my husband that, I will, She loved him. She loves him. And here we are with this technology that's available to you to try right here or to get. 6 years later, cancer-free. These are the kind of things we can do with technology. Not all technology is bad. It's just like anything. It's a tool. Used properly, we can see extraordinary healing of the terrain, focusing on the liver, the kidneys, the colon, anything with the energy, because like the body electric, energy precedes matter, the material world. And then if you're concerned about Alzheimer's, neurological degradation, question is, how often do you poop? And I've said this many times, maybe even on this stage, if you want to hire a doctor, your first question of your doctor should be, how often do you have a bowel movement? And if they are aghast that you ask the question, find another doctor. If they said, oh, so glad you asked. The reason is most of them are going fewer times a week than you are in a day. And so you know what they're full of. So please avoid them. Another aspect is the garbage man, the idea of taking out the trash. The terrain is corrupted, polluted. How do we facilitate taking out the trash metabolically? And now we have another study on Alzheimer's talking about copper being delivered into the brain, and suddenly all of that debris, the plaques that have created, are being ushered out safely. And copper is the key mineral for phase 1 liver detoxification pathways, and yet we're told to fear copper. Copper, the storm, regulate the entire cytokine response of the body. Silver, hitting it where the lightning strikes. And if we have an excessive immune response, we call it a cytokine storm. Often it's been ushered into artificially by the mRNA injection platform technologies. People are reacting so vigorously that their own immune response is killing them. We need to cool it down without destroying their liver and their immune system. And that's what copper can do. How many of you have anybody with chronic inflammation and pain that never resolves? Yeah. Do you know anybody with fatigue that no matter how long you sleep, you wake up, I'm still tired? Muscle weakness, brittle bones, connective tissue, osteoporosis, osteopenia, all of these connective tissue disorders. Brain memory loss, anybody? Oh man, this is going rampant. Much less the Alzheimer's I mentioned. Anemia, 99 out of 100 cases of anemia. Not iron deficiency, copper deficiency. General immune weakness, any blotchy skin, pale skin, premature graying, wrinkling, all go through copper if you don't have enough copper, and then they died suddenly. The heart disease and vision changes. Lower copper levels, 70 to 80% gone with modern agriculture. Glyphosate binds copper, zinc, and other things right away. You don't get any. We've got to correct that. Without copper, which is a broad spectrum antiparasitic as well, many metabolic processes do not happen. I'm going to have to go fast through this. I've done this on this stage before because the message is not getting through. People are telling me I'm afraid of copper. My doctor says be afraid of copper. No, be afraid of your doctor. That's a healthy fear because they're lying to you, or maybe they believe the lies because they've been programmed. They're robots in many cases. You want connective tissue issue? I am at 60. I mentioned earlier, thanks to Cardio Miracle, I did 60 burpees on my 60th birthday. And I did it in 3.5 minutes. I'd never done it that fast before. Every year I try to keep doing better. And now I was diagnosed at 11 years of age with tendonitis of the knees. So I couldn't run. I was a soccer player, right? I love soccer. And it's like, no, you got to take up swimming. You can't do gravity. I'm a kid. What do you mean I can't do gravity? So for 49 years since then, I've never been able to, other than a quick sprint or jog, I can't really go a distance. My knees would hurt. And then I joined a gym, a new boxing gym last January. And they have laps. I'm like, oh my God, laps. I got to do laps. I hate this. And now I'm bounding. I'm keeping up with this guy from Somalia in his early 30s. He's low. And I'm like, and I'm bounding. I'm like, I got no knee pain. Copper, the key for connective tissue, inflammation reduction, pain reduction. By the way, I've got loads of copper I can pour for you over there. You want to try it? It's awesome. It's like we talk about brick walls. How do the bricks stay up together? It's mortar. What is the mortar in this analogy? Copper. Copper engages the collagen, elastin, all the things that you want to restore strength and integrity so that as you age, you don't start losing it and not moving. And of course, if you stop moving, that's on the way to rapid degeneration. And by the way, the sun doesn't cause skin cancer. Another lie. It's the slathering of toxic sunscreens that causes skin cancer. If you have adequate copper and selenium in your system, you're never going to be harmed by that UV radiation. It's not going to cause chromosomal damage, and you're not going to be wrinkling. Any millennials in the audience? Do we have any millennials? I call you guys the Botox generation. Maybe not you, Sir David. I know you don't get Botox injections, but we do not suffer from botulinum toxin deficiencies. we suffer from copper deficiencies and other minerals. And then the cardiac issue that died suddenly. Of course, we got the Cardio Miracle, add in the copper, and now in the selenium, which selenium's in there as well, you have an ability to maintain your normal heart rhythm. You know, when the doctors say your heart's out of rhythm, what do? They put your heart in an electric chair. Not to start it, but to kill part of it so the rhythm comes back. I'm like, dude, it's a copper deficiency. But if you tell your doctor you're on selenium and copper, he'll go, oh, be careful, that's toxic. You want to ablate my heart tissue with electricity and kill it? And I'm taking minerals that God made, and I'm the one that's doing something dangerous? Think about this. We've been told a whole bunch of lies to frighten us to do the things that profit things that Bayer produces, for instance. You want to reduce inflammation, swelling. You want to get out of fight or flight from a biochemical or electrical mechanism perspective. It's about getting copper back in the system. Copper, magnesium facilitate adequate mitochondrial production of ATP. It's all back. All that energy, I can't find the energy. Find it. Copper, it's not caffeine, it's copper. It's giving you the ability to produce the energy or transmute the energy from the universe that we live in, because energy precedes the material world, and you enhance phase 1 liver detoxification. By the way, I have also at the booth over there on the breaks, the wellness blanket. You might have seen it. Wrap yourself in that. You'll get out of fight or flight immediately. It's a wonderful tool, especially if you're overwhelmed by everything that happens in Las Vegas or anywhere. Now, this is the Sovereign Copper, a bioactive copper hydrosol. Even if you took 10 doses of this in a day, you are not taking too much copper. You're not getting toxic. I'm a homeopath. I work in safe levels of everything, and you can safely take this and come by and try it. 150 micrograms per dose. Even 10 doses is only 1.5 milligrams, but it's so small it doesn't need much because it's so bioactive and bioavailable. No waste, no accumulation. Therefore, all of the fear of copper or these other things are gone at that point, and you can get out of pain very quickly. 10 doses, 5 doses even, many kinds. And then finally, the endothelium, I'll remind you about, you open that up, we've got so much surface area, you can cover 6 tennis courts of endothelial lining of your vascular tree, including the lymphatic system. That's where we come to Cardio Miracle, the peer-reviewed publication. The Malinsky study, it's come to be known, found out that John Hewlett found a way to facilitate prolonged production of nitric oxide in the endothelium, counteracting simultaneously the rise of peroxynitrite, so that you don't have all the oxidative stress rise that comes with the nitric oxide. So you get all the benefit, none of the detriment, and now you can do 60 burpees when you're 60, maybe. Work up to it. Don't do it all in one shot. So there are other homeopathic things that I've talked about, and because I've only got a short time, I can't go through them, but if you want to take a picture of the slide, drainage remedies, drain toxins from your body, responding to snake venom type interactions. Homeopathy is wonderful there. But the Cardio Miracle, that's me winning the challenges of the week regularly as the old guy in the gym. I'm sure they're annoyed with me by now. I don't care. I feel good. I like this. It's fun. So I want to thank our friends at Sovereign Naturals. They make the Argentin 23, the professional silver hydrosol, as well as a topical gel I helped to formulate many years ago with some homeopathic silver. The copper is available too, and so much goodness. And I want to remind you too, as I'm wrapping up here, even with all the knowledge, I mean, people will hear this and see a lecture like this, like, dude, you're a smart dude. I'm like, dude, I'm not doing it to impress you. I'm doing it because I suffered horribly as a young person for the first 24 years of my life with chronic disease after chronic disease. Now I can look back and go, dude, that was a good plan. I got my old age diseases out of the way first. It's like, I'm not trying to be Benjamin Button, honestly, but my wife's going, we've been married 32 years. It's like, I don't understand how, I know what we do, but good Lord, now you're bound and keeping up with people like crazy. But the true healer's mission, I believe and perceive, even as a homeopath, is not to find the right remedy for you or remedies for you. It's to remind you of where healing truly originates. And that's from divine spirit, God, whatever you call it. That is truly the healer. And if a doctor of any kind claims not to believe in God or is atheistic, you probably want to find someone else that's open to guidance, because even if they're the best surgeon in the world, there could be that moment when the voice of God comes to them and says, don't do that. And if you're not a believer in that sense, you will likely go, oh, that's crazy talk, and do it. And so always be open and willing to be guided. Be prayerful, contemplative, whatever practice you do. And as I broadcast 7 days a week, I'm going to be doing some more interviews here. I was live from here before you all got here yesterday. I would encourage you and urge you and ask you so kindly to support what we call new media. I've been around, I'm kind of old media now, but if you know what I mean, a media that actually supports the red pill concept and what G. Edward Griffin has done. He's a national hero, a national treasure to us, and I want him to be here forever, but he's not sleeping while he's here. He's getting it all done. And I know you all support him. That's why you're here. And I thank you for your support of me and my efforts to reach out to you. Please come and talk to me and talk to my friends over there. And God bless you. Yes, ma'am. Oh, yeah, well, I don't have time to go into the why people appear to catch things versus create things, but I will be willing to talk to you. And if someone doesn't show up, I'll come back and answer that question too. So that is it for me as the hat now, the lecturer. I got to put that aside. Now, welcome, Robert Scott Bell, the MC of the Red Pill Expo. Here I am, everybody. Thank you, Robert. That was really cool. That was awesome. He's all right. I'm actually just the warm-up act for the next guy. I so appreciate Alex Newman. I hope you do too. He's just a wonderful, wonderful researcher, and he digs deep. When I've had him on my show, I just got to sit back and let him have at it, just like we do here. And he's going to let us know about some things about Epstein that perhaps it's untold stories, and there's a lot of controversy and layers I can't even focus on. So I'm going to let Alex Newman share it with us. New American, all the things he does. I don't want to waste our time. Get up here, Alex Newman. Welcome to Red Pill Expo stage, Alex Newman, my brother. Thank you, Alex.
Appreciate it,
you
brother.
so much. You need
Thank
that.
you so much.
Okay.
Hey, guys, you know you made it in life when Robert Scott Bell is your warm-up band, right? Just kidding. He is fantastic. Thank you, guys. And this is actually not my talk. My talk is on Epstein. Should be labeled Alex Newman. Thank you. While we get that sorted out, there's actually not much to say. Epstein is just a big Democrat hoax, and y'all are former Trump supporters, and we can go home, right? He obviously killed himself. Wait, wrong crowd, huh? Now, obviously, he didn't kill himself. Okay, obviously. Whether he's even dead or not, I don't know. I think is an open question. I really wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know. But the guy that they found in that cell after the two guards fell asleep and the camera took the night off was not Jeffrey Epstein. In fact, if you look at the coroner's report, the medical examiner's report, the dead body that they took apart had a prostate. Jeffrey Epstein's own medical records show he had a radical prostatectomy, so he did not have a prostate. So it was not the same guy. How are we doing on getting the slideshow up, gentlemen? All right, cool. So, you know, a lot of questions about who Jeffrey Epstein was. And the thing that everybody knows is that he was a child sex trafficker. Yes, he was a child sex trafficker. He was a disgusting swine in human flesh, and he was raping children, and he was providing children to some of the most powerful men in the world for horrible purposes. But that's not even the tip of the iceberg. That's almost a cover story. Like, oh, wow, what a disgusting human being. The real story is what we're going to be talking about today. It goes much, much deeper. He was one of the key nodes in the creation of the global cybernetic, technocratic, totalitarian system that is being built all around us. Yes, he was working with the intelligence agencies. Yes, he was working with the Mossad. He was working with the CIA. He was working with the U.S. government. He was probably working with hostile intelligence agencies, possibly even including the Communist Chinese. Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, Ghislaine Maxwell, by the way, was not an assistant, regardless of what you may have heard. I think she was at the very least an equal partner. And her dad is actually a critical part of this story. Her dad was a well-known intelligence operative. In fact, when he died, he had a state funeral in Israel with the entire leadership of the government. He was also known to be working with Soviet intelligence. He was working with MI6, British foreign intelligence, military intelligence. And so these people travel in a whole world that most of us will never see. But Jeffrey Epstein gives us the clearest window yet into the deep state. And if we get this PowerPoint working, which I saw it there earlier, I will show you guys some of that evidence. So we're going to look at several different facets of who he was and what he was doing. Guys, it's the one labeled Alex Newman. All right, cool. And so we're not supposed to be talking about the things that we're going to be talking about today. His connection to the Rothschild dynasty. That is one of the critical parts of understanding all of this. You cannot understand Jeffrey Epstein without understanding the Rothschild dynasty. And we have the smoking gun receipts. People say, where did he get all his money? He started off as a teacher at a very elite prep school, the Dalton School, under the leadership of, this is a fun fact, Bill Barr's father. Bill Barr, of course, being the former U.S. Attorney General, critical guy within the deep state. Then he moved on to be an investment banker at Bear Stearns. Then we know he was working for the U.S. government as an intelligence asset. We know because it's in the government's own documents. Pretty astounding stuff. And then that's when things start getting really, really weird. How are we doing, gentlemen? You did? Okay. Cool. So the Rothschild dynasty, raise your hands. How many people are familiar with the Rothschild dynasty? If you've read G. Edward Griffin's book, Creature from Jekyll Island, I'm actually rereading it now. There's quite a bit of information on there. You can't understand the Federal Reserve without understanding the Rothschild dynasty. Well, it turns out that's Jeffrey Epstein's big source of money. You know, the Epstein files, we've got about 3 million pages of them, and the fake media wants you to think that there's nothing to see there. And because they're not doing their job, I and several members of my team spent months going through all these documents. And the clearest source of money for Epstein is the Rothschild dynasty. We actually have a document showing that the Rothschilds sent him $25 million to an entity that he had in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The $25 million was supposed to be for, and I'm quoting, the work. There's really not a lot of information on what the work might be. There's a reference to algorithms. There's a reference to risk assessment. But beyond that, we have no idea what the work actually was until you examine the rest of the Epstein documents. Now, the Rothschilds, and I'm going through part of my presentation now, assuming that eventually they're going to get the slideshow up. The Rothschilds, you often don't hear about them because they operate through frontmen. And they've been doing this for a very long time. I believe Jeffrey Epstein was a type of person like this. Now, some of you have probably heard of Cecil Rhodes. Cecil Rhodes, show of hands. Okay, wow, good. So Cecil Rhodes was a mining magnate. He actually had a country named after him called Rhodesia. That whole project was financed by the Rothschilds. So he had a very interesting vision, he said, when he joined Freemasonry. And according to his vision, he saw a world under global political, economic, and religious control. And he envisioned a world where the British Empire would kind of cover the entire world and basically have a one-world system. So Cecil Rhodes got enormous amounts of money from the Rothschilds. They financed his mining projects that you've heard of. He basically became the mining monopolist when it came to diamonds, huge investments in gold and other precious metals in Southern Africa. Then they created the British South Africa Project, where they created this country of Rhodesia. And at every step of the way, the Rothschilds and the Rothschilds' friends were financing all of this. Guys, let me push pause for a minute because I really want this to work. So just give me 2 minutes and we'll see how this is going.
Alex, it's not your fault. They mislabeled your presentation. You did everything right.
Okay.
And Alex is like, is he a rock star just rolling out like this? I mean, God bless you, my brother. So they're loading it in, trying to get it running in there.
Okay, so they do have it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we're good.
Cool. All right. Well, and we'll push pause on Epstein right now because I want to show you the proof of all this. Last night, I was to give a talk on what was happening in the education realm. So we'll just take a little intermission and we'll talk a little bit about education because I think that is the most important battle that we're facing. So right now, if you look at the government's own numbers, less than 1 in 3 of the victims in the government schools are even proficient in reading, writing, math, history, civics, or science. Okay, let that sink in. Less than 1 in 3. At an average cost of the taxpayers of about $250,000. 12 years of their lives are spent in these indoctrination camps, and they cannot read, they cannot write, they cannot do basic math. They literally, oftentimes, cannot even read their high school diploma. Okay? That's a true story. You think I'm kidding? There's a ton of these kids who graduated without being able to read their high school diploma. They don't know what bathroom to go in. They're identifying as cats. True story. In my conservative school district in Florida, we have multiple children identifying as furries, and they're demanding litter boxes in the bathroom so that they can urinate in a litter box. True story. According to the CDC's data, 40% of them are reporting persistent feelings of hopelessness and depression. 40%. The People's Republic of California is even worse. 94% of the children in California are reporting significant mental health challenges, according to a poll that was just released a few months ago. This is a catastrophe of massive proportions. We are going to lose everything we hold dear unless we start dealing with this stuff. Cato Institute just released a poll on July 4th. About half of Americans don't even know what we were celebrating on July 4th. This is by design, ladies and gentlemen. So the more I study the guy who came up with the idea for government schools, the more I am astounded. I mentioned last night briefly, 200 years ago, on July 4th, 50 years after the Declaration of Independence was signed, he issued at a communist commune he had started in Indiana what he called the Declaration of Mental Independence. And he declared war on what he called the trinity of the most monstrous evils. This trinity of most monstrous evils, he said, was marriage and family, private property, and what he called irrational religion, in particular Christianity, which he believed supported private property and family. So he said we must destroy those things for the happiness of mankind. Now, he started a secret society to push his agenda. We know about it because there was a whistleblower who became a Roman Catholic, defected. His name was Orsis Brownson, and he wrote a whole book about what he learned by participating in the secret society. He said he was organizing the state of New York on behalf of this. And he said the superficial level objective was to have the state of New York and other things going on in other states, same goal, adopt government involvement in education. They ultimately wanted the government to take over the school system. So they said we need to change public opinion so that people will be open to that idea, so that we can have the government run education. And then they said they needed to get men elected to the legislatures who would support the idea of having the government take over education. But he said the great object, and I'm quoting word for word here, was to get rid of Christianity. That was the main objective of the plot to have the government take over education. Now, if you know anything about American education before that, we'll go back a little bit in time. The whole purpose of education was to teach children to read so they could read the Bible. In fact, the first Education Act ever passed in what eventually became the United States in North America, 1647, was called the Old Deluder Satan Act. These were the Puritans, the Pilgrims. They said that old deluder Satan, one of his chief projects is to keep men from knowledge of the scriptures. Therefore, everybody in this colony must learn to read so that they can read their Bibles. They said parents are in charge of teaching this to their children, but in the event that parents fall short, we're going to create a fail-safe, a safety net, if you will, and then each community with over 100 households will be in charge of putting one person to oversee and make sure that everybody learned how to read. So that's the origin of American education. So when Robert Owen, the guy I've been talking about, came along and said, yeah, we need to use education to have the government do it and to eliminate Christianity and marriage and private property, that would have been horrifying to normal people. Okay. So Owen started a secret society. They start spreading these ideas. And there's a really interesting story he tells in his autobiography. These ideas, he said, were taken back to the dictator of Prussia, King Wilhelm Friedrich III. And he says in his autobiography that he was so impressed by these ideas of Robert Owen that he ordered his interior minister to create the first ever system of education in the world, with the possible exception of fascist Sparta, where you had to have education of the state, by the state, and for the state. Really interesting. The King of Prussia was so interested in this, he had actually encouraged other European monarchs to consider the same thing. Now, he had just lost a war with Napoleon. He was still smarting from that. And his conclusion was, hey, if the government can educate all these children, we can turn them into good little soldiers. And to hear the rest of that story, you're going to have to tune into something in the future, because we're going to go back to Epstein now. Thank you, gentlemen. Much appreciated. Yeah. I'll wrap up my thought on Robert Owen, and then we'll talk about that another time. So Robert Owen, before back to Epstein, he revealed before he died in 1857, he convened what he called the Congress of the Advanced Minds of the World. And he revealed in his talk, I have it, it's absolutely astounding, that he was getting his ideas from spirits that he was talking to. He was absolutely convinced that these were spirits of dead people. And he goes into a big explanation of why he was so sure that they were dead people that he was talking to, because, you know, they say things that only they would know. And he was talking to them through Ouija boards and taps on walls. And just before we go back to Epstein, if you haven't been lately to Deuteronomy, Leviticus, Exodus, this is what the Bible describes as necromancy, communicating with the dead. The Bible describes it as an abomination. In fact, the penalty in Old Testament Israel was death. And the sad fact is you're not actually talking to dead people. The Bible makes very clear that you're talking to demons, to spiritual entities that are deceiving you. And so the guy who started the whole plan to have the government educate our children was waging war on the fundamental precepts of a free society: private property, family, and faith. And he was doing it using ideas that he got from spirit friends that the Bible tells us are almost certainly demons. And the rest, as they say, is history. So let's get back to Jeffrey Epstein. Here's what the fake media thinks about Jeffrey Epstein. This is the New York Slimes. The Epstein files should never have been released. Okay. New York Slimes. By the way, the attorney who wrote this piece of garbage for the New York Times, He was working for James Comey. He was one of the guys leaking the information to protect the deep state. So in the interest of time, we're going to skip through a lot of stuff now because we've lost quite a big segment of time and I got to go catch an airplane. But so we're not going to go into the sex stuff and the really horrid stuff, but there are references to cannibalism. There are references to beheading babies and eating them. There is stuff in there that's so monstrous. I could not even tell you about it because you'd need a barf bag. The fake media doesn't want to talk about this stuff. There are several members of Congress who are talking about it. But, and, you know, my motto in journalism has for many, many years, in fact, since I became a Christian in college, Ephesians 5:11. It says, have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness. And by the way, that covers everything Epstein was involved in, but rather expose them. This is a command. We are to expose the unfruitful works of darkness. So that's what I live to do 6 days a week, 51 weeks out of the year at least. But then the next verse right after that says, it is shameful to even speak of some of these things that they do in secret. And so some of the things that they've been doing in secret, they're so shameful we can't even speak about them. Monstrous crimes, the most horrible things you can imagine being done to children. It's even worse than that. Okay, we've got smoking gun evidence. And I'll add, by the way, that there are probably millions of pages that we still have not had released because of the criminal actions of the Department of Justice. I had Congressman Thomas Massey, who wrote the Epstein Files Transparency Act, on my show just a few weeks ago. He's the one who wrote the bill. He said the DOJ is in criminal violation of this statute because they were commanded. Donald Trump signed the bill, by the way, signed it into law. They were commanded to release all of these files. The only exception was they could redact the names and information of victims. You know what they did? They left the names and even pictures of underage children naked, redacted the names of the perpetrators and the co-conspirators and the associates of this monster in human flesh. They're still holding back enormous numbers of documents. So we don't even know all that there is to know, but just a little bit that we have already gives you a glimpse that is monstrous like you can't imagine. So as I mentioned, a little bit of his background. Now let's talk a little bit about the Rothschilds. Uh-oh, now we got the PowerPoint frozen. So there's the document I mentioned where the Rothschilds gave $25 million. And there are several examples of this. Epstein himself represented himself as an agent of the Rothschilds. He wrote to Peter Thiel, the weirdo who runs Palantir, basically the most powerful private company you've never heard of. And he says to Peter Thiel, as you probably know, I represent the Rothschilds. That's a conspiracy theory. No, actually, it's in the emails. You can read it for yourself. Go to the Department of Justice's website, right? Here's Les Wexner, one of the few people that the Federal Bureau of Fake Investigations has labeled a co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein. Listen to what he said. Oh, sounds like we don't have videos. And every single red pill expert, the devil doesn't want you to see this stuff. So, and this time I even sent my presentation in like a week early, which I normally don't do, and here we are. But anyways, if you're not familiar, I'll go back. Les Wexner says in that deposition, I met Jeffrey Epstein through the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds introduced me to Jeffrey Epstein and said he was a really good money manager. You can watch that whole testimony. That was his congressional deposition. And then his lawyer says, if you answer one more question with more than 5 words, I will kill you. Wonder why. So the Rothschild banking dynasty, for those not familiar, they brag on their own website. But I pulled this right off one of their bank websites. They said they've been at the center of the world's financial markets for over 200 years. They have an unrivaled global network. They said they could be closer to current issues than any other global financial institution. Now, one of their apologists, this guy Niall Ferguson, he's like the court historian for the deep state. He wrote in his book about the Rothschilds, it's called The World Banker, that the Rothschilds decided the outcome of the Napoleonic Wars by putting their financial weight behind Britain. What kind of family can decide the outcome of a war between the two most powerful governments in the face of the planet? I mean, that's real power, right? And by the way, this is not a guy who's anti-Rothschild. This is a guy who's writing a book about how wonderful they are. You can read the book yourself. It's mostly garbage. But this is an apologist for the family. By the way, he's part of Peter Thiel's little secret dialogue society that we just learned about, this Niall Ferguson. So is Jeffrey Epstein. Now, before we get even to Cecil Rhodes again, George Soros is a perfect illustration, right? We all know George Soros. We're allowed to hate George Soros, bad guy, funding revolution, funding every left-wing group, funding Hamas supporters, every crazy thing you could think of. Says he feels like God, etc. So in 1969, he was a nobody, and he got a big hunk of money from the Rothschild dynasty, from their banque privée in Geneva. And then he made returns of 3,365%, absolutely unheard of. And then he was convicted in 2002 of insider trading by a French court. So I can confidently state he didn't make money because he was a brilliant businessman. He made his money because the Rothschilds gave him a bunch of money, and then he got inside information from the unparalleled global network that the Rothschilds were just talking about. That's how he made a fortune. And I'm sure there's some kind of agreement somewhere that he had to dedicate a big part of his fortune to overthrowing Western civilization, to stealing our liberty, and to fomenting a new world order, as they like to say. He's had Rothschilds on the board of his quantum fund. Oh, surprise, surprise. Okay. Over and over and over again, we see the Rothschild connections. Do we have this video? No, we don't, of course. So that's George Soros saying we need a new world order, and we need communist China to own the new world order in the same way that the United States owned the previous order. And he says, by the way, that communist China has a better economy and a better functioning government than the United States of America. Now, if you know me, I'm real down on the government of the United States of America, and I have been for a long time. But I'm sorry, the communist Chinese government has murdered 100 million of its own people. I mean, apples to oranges here, right? Sounds like a bad idea to have a new world order run by these megalomaniacs and psychopaths. Cecil Rhodes is another example of how these Rothschilds operate through frontmen. I mentioned his little vision. He writes about it in Confessions of Faith, the day that he joined Freemasonry. He had this vision of a one-world system. And that, I think, is what enticed the Rothschilds to say, this guy's got the vision we need. So they gave him enormous amounts of money. N.M. Rothschild and Sons of London and the Rothschild branch in Paris gave him huge amounts of money. Started the De Beers Company with their money, started the British South Africa Company, which eventually became Rhodesia, now renamed Zimbabwe. By the way, that's your future if you're not careful. And there's a lot of evidence that Cecil Rhodes might have actually been a pedophile attracted to little boys. In fact, even the BBC, the fake news purveyor of the British government, portrays him that way to this day when they talk about him. Now, he left almost his entire estate to Nathaniel Rothschild. Interesting. Why would he do that? And by the way, he left very clear instructions for how they were supposed to use this money to set up a global network called the Round Table Groups. Now, we know of all this because of Carroll Quigley in his book, Tragedy and Hope. He gives a lot of insight. Now, Carroll Quigley, if you're not familiar with him, he was a history professor at Georgetown University, and he very much saw himself as part of the deep state. He says he was been close to them for decades. They even let him examine their secret papers for a period of a few years. And he says, I actually agree with what they're doing. He says, my chief difference of opinion is that they want to be secret, and I think their role in history is so important that it ought to be known. So he kind of spilled the beans in this thing. He talks about the roundtable groups that were set up with Cecil Rhodes' money. It's a secret society. They were administered by a guy called Lord Alfred Milner on behalf of the Rothschilds. And, of course, Milner was deeply involved with the Fabian Society. These are the British socialists. That's actually their original symbol, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Nice guys, right? Now it's like a turtle because we're going to move slowly as we move the planet toward global socialism. Bill Jasper is going to be talking about that at CPAC, so if you can, tune into that talk. But the roundtable groups, they operate like this, right? You've got the inner core, the society of the elect, and then you've got concentric rings of influence. Then you have like the outer ring where these are just useful idiots. They don't really know what the plan is. They just think they're cool and special because they're connected to really wealthy, powerful people, and so they do their bidding. It's an interesting structure. And according to Carroll Quigley, the chief outpost of these roundtable groups in the United States was the Council on Foreign Relations. Critical organization in the deep state. Now, they're openly supporting communism. Here's a little bit more on the Rothschilds. We actually have pictures from one of their 1972 balls. They called it the Surrealist Ball. It was held at one of the Rothschild chateaus outside of Paris. And that's actually a baby doll missing its extremities. That's the kind of parties you guys like to go to as well, I'm sure, right? These are actual pictures from the ball. Lady Rothschild wearing some sort of moose head or something. I don't know, swine. So this is actual pictures from the kind of stuff they do. These people are not like you, okay? If you read the Epstein files, you'll find thousands of emails between Jeffrey Epstein and senior members of the Rothschilds, including the CEO of the big Rothschild bank in Switzerland. The Ukraine upheaval should provide many opportunities, many, says Ariane de Rothschild in a note to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, we don't know if they were talking about economic opportunities or child snatching opportunities, maybe a little bit of both. We've got Jeffrey Epstein setting up meetings with Rothschilds and presidents of countries, including Ehud Barak. We've got Rothschild and Ariane de Rothschild communicating about their upcoming trip to Cuba. Guess who was going to host them in Cuba? The Castro family. What? Are you saying the most wealthy people in the world are touring a communist hellhole open prison with the communist dictators? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's what the documents prove. Now, answer that. How in the world do you explain that if you believe the conventional understanding that the fake news and the fake education and the fake documentaries are fake? You cannot reconcile those two things, right? If you believe that the communists are actually always and everywhere hostile to the uber wealthy and are going to eat them, this doesn't make sense. They would have eaten the Rothschilds and Jeffrey Epstein when they showed up. Instead, they got a tour of the island. You could check out your slaves, maybe grab a few children, okay? This is vile, absolutely vile. Here's an interesting email, again, between Ariane de Rothschild, CEO of the Rothschild Bank in Switzerland, and Jeffrey Epstein. They're literally joking about how the Rothschild dynasty financed Adolf Hitler and the National Socialist movement. Read it for yourself. Okay. Now, on paper, the Rothschilds are Jewish. So how do Jewish people finance Adolf Hitler? I don't know, right? There's some really very strange questions that need to be answered here. And I know a lot of Jewish people who regard the Rothschilds as interlopers, as imposters, as people who are hiding behind Jews for nefarious purposes. And when I read my Bible, if you read in the book of Revelation, Jesus has a little line where he says that there are those who say that they are Jews, but are not. They are actually the synagogue of Satan. That's what Jesus said. So make of that what you will. Now, let's look at another connection. So the Rothschilds were really critical. So were the Rockefellers. Okay, the Rockefellers, some of the wealthiest people that have ever lived in the history of humanity. David Rockefeller actually was one of the key guys who built up Jeffrey Epstein. Between the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, that explains the meteoric rise of Jeffrey Epstein. In 1990, Rockefeller actually invited Jeffrey Epstein to join the Trilateral Commission. Rockefeller also helped get Jeffrey Epstein into the Council on Foreign Relations. We'll talk about both those things. Before we do, it's amazing the things they admit in their books because they assume that none of us can or will read them. But if you go to page 405 of David Rockefeller's memoir, then to be clear, he's dead now. He went to go meet his maker, and I can't imagine that went very well. But on page 405 of his memoirs, he says something astounding. He says some even believe, he's talking about his meetings with Fidel Castro, and he says that's caused some conspiracy theorists to believe that we're part of a secret cabal working against the best interests of the United States, characterizing my family and me as internationalists or globalists, and of conspiring with others around the world to build a more integrated global political and economic structure. One world, if you will. Then he says, if that's the charge, I stand guilty and I'm proud of it. The guy is proud to be conspiring with a secret cabal of globalists against the best interests of his own country. That's a crime in my book. You're like literally bragging that you're conspiring to betray your country. We used to have a word with that. It starts with T. The penalty was death. Pretty serious stuff. Here you can see right from the book, page 405, where he's bragging that he's conspiring with a secret cabal. And by the way, the Department of Justice charges people every weekday with conspiring. Why didn't they charge this guy with conspiring? You know the old joke, why didn't David Rockefeller run for president? Well, he certainly didn't want a demotion, right? There he is with Fidel Castro. What in the world? The richest guys in the world, buddy with a communist mass murdering dictator? How does that make any sense, right? By the way, Rockefeller, very big fan of communist China, just like his buddy George Soros, just like the Rothschilds, by the way. He went over there before we could go in 1973, and he wrote in the New York Slimes in their op-ed pages under the headline, From a China Traveler, that the social experiment in China under Chairman Mao's leadership is one of the most important and successful in human history. They'd only murdered maybe 50 million people up to that time. What kind of psychopath thinks that that is a successful social experiment? They literally obliterated a civilization that had been there for thousands of years. They murdered uncounted tens of millions, not even including the babies they murdered in forced abortions. Okay? These are monsters disguised as humans. And one of the most powerful men in our country who launched Jeffrey Epstein's career is saying that is one of the most successful experiments in all of history. By the way, the Rockefellers also put Jeffrey Epstein on the board of Rockefeller University. You just heard Robert Scott Bell talking about the horrors of modern so-called medicine. A lot of that is coming out of Rockefeller University, from the Rockefellers. So Jeffrey Epstein got to be a part of that. This is actually a video, Steve Bannon interviewing Jeffrey Epstein. And Jeffrey Epstein's bragging about how Rockefeller put him on the Trilateral Commission. We don't have any of the videos, unfortunately, or I'd show it to you, but you can watch it later. Here he is, Jeffrey Epstein, bragging to Redacted, one of his co-conspirators, about how he was part of the Trilateral Commission. Hey, we need a new global architecture. The World Economic Forum is uniquely positioned to take a role here. By the way, the president of the World Economic Forum had to resign because of his connections with Epstein. It's interesting how in Europe some of these things are happening. In America, we're not even allowed to talk about it. We're low IQ losers talking about a Democrat hoax, apparently. But yeah, interesting, right? Trilateral Commission. And I mean, don't get the wrong idea, right? The World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab recruited by Henry Kissinger recruited by David Rockefeller recruited by Satan. You can see the chain of command, right? So there they are, Trilateral Commission weirdos. If you're not familiar with the Trilateral Commission, which Jeffrey Epstein, again, was a part of, it was founded by David Rockefeller and Zbigniew Brzezinski. Zbigniew Brzezinski was a professor at Columbia University, and he wrote a really dumb book called Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era. I can kind of summarize it for you in a few sentences. America is obsolete. Marxism is pretty great. It's the next step in human evolution. But after Marxism, we need something new. We're going to integrate the West and the communist world and have a technocratic system where instead of self-government or communist tyranny, we'll have scientists, engineers make all the decisions under the guise of efficiency. Here's what I said. Marxism is a further and vital creative stage in the maturing of man's universal vision. Okay, this is nonsense. By the way, he got to be national security advisor to Jimmy Carter, everybody's favorite president. Obama called him one of our most important thinkers. If you haven't read the book Trilaterals Over Washington by Pat Wood, who's been involved with the Red Pill Expo for many years, you need to. Their vision was to create what they call the new international economic order, where you get rid of money, you get rid of what's left of the market, and you move toward a system of technocracy. You get either energy credits or carbon credits, and you get rations, and that's how it's determined how things will be spread around. Now, Barry Goldwater, I think, hit the nail on the head in his own autobiography with no apologies, where he says, in my view, the Trilateral Commission represents a skillful, coordinated effort to seize, control, and consolidate the four centers of power: political, monetary, intellectual, and ecclesiastical. What the Trilaterals truly intend is the creation of a worldwide economic power superior to the political governments of the nation states involved. As managers and creators of the system, they will rule the future. That's their plan right there. Jeffrey Epstein was a big part of it, okay? Now, the Council on Foreign Relations, we'll come back to this just for a brief review. There's our little occult logo. It was founded in 1921 after the U.S. Senate very wisely declined to get us involved in the League of Nations. They said, how are we going to get those Americans to participate in the globalist system? So, well, we'll set up an institution, we'll collect all the powerful people, and then we'll push the agenda. So that's what they did. They've got about 5,000 members at any given time. You can go to their website. You can find their membership list, at least most of it. Now, Epstein joined in 1995. You will not be invited to join the Council on Foreign Relations if you love God, family, country, liberty, truth, freedom, etc. Okay? I can say that unequivocally. The people who get invited here are people who are very influential and, at least on a kind of an abstract level, share the vision for globalism, undermining national sovereignty, etc. And they say this pretty openly. So Jeffrey Epstein, little fun fact, was a member of the Council on Foreign Relations even after he pleaded guilty to sex trafficking children. Interesting. Okay. He donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to this clown show and was very close to many of its members and leaders. Can you imagine if Jeffrey Epstein had been part of the Red Pill Expo, what the fake media would be saying? Why aren't they asking questions about his ties to the trilaterals, to the CFR? And again, we don't have the videos today, or I'd show them to you, but if you're not familiar with the CFR, here's a video of Hillary Clinton speaking to them, and she says, oh, it's great to be back at the council. Now I won't have to go as far to be told what I should be doing and how I should be thinking about the future. Okay. Vice President Dick Cheney speaks at the CFR, and I have this video, but it's not working, unfortunately, where he says, hey, it's great to be back at the Council on Foreign Relations. I've been a director for a long period of time, been a member for a long time, but I never tell the folks back in Wyoming when I'm running for re-election. That's so funny. Okay. Joe Biden, you might recognize this video. He's sitting next to Richard Haass, the president of the Council on Foreign Relations, and Richard Haass introduces himself. He says, hi, everybody. I'm Richard Haass. I work here at the Council on Foreign Relations. And Sleepy Joe says, "Hi, I'm Joe Biden, and I work for Richard." So that's the Council on Foreign Relations, okay? We are being governed by people who like to hide in the shadows. Here's some of the members. You probably recognize quite a few of them, right? There are even some current members in the current administration. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, big-time member of the CFR. And by the way, he was one of the top dogs at George Soros's Quantum Fund. Isn't that interesting? So the members come from the leadership of both parties, the Supreme Court, leaders of Congress, leaders of the big companies, fake journalists, some of the top academics in the country. They have corporate members, all the big banks, all of the big military contractors, all of the big pharmaceutical companies, the big oil companies, you name it. Now, there's a great patriot who actually joined the CFR. His name was Admiral Chester Ward, and he spent 16 years as a member. He was so alarmed by what he found there that he defected after 16 years and blew the whistle. And he wrote a whole book about what he learned there. It was called Kissinger on the Couch. Phenomenal book. And he kind of spills the beans on this. He says that once they decide what the policy is going to be, the whole propaganda machinery starts pushing it. And he says you can actually know the policy of the U.S. government years in advance just by reading the publications of the Council on Foreign Relations, like Foreign Affairs. Isn't that interesting? He says the main purpose of the Council on Foreign Relations is promoting disarmament of U.S. sovereignty and national independence and submergence into an all-powerful one-world government. He says the lust to surrender our sovereignty is pervasive throughout most of the membership. Okay. Now, in his book, he identifies the Rockefeller crime family as the core of power within the Council on Foreign Relations. He says there's a much smaller group, but more powerful, made up of Wall Street bankers and their agents. Primarily, he says they want the world banking monopoly from whatever power ends up in charge of the global government. And they said the CFR faction is headed by the Rockefeller brothers. Now, again, they admit that their goal is a one-world totalitarian system. If you read their publications, they're going to undermine national sovereignty piece by piece. They're going to do an end run around it. So that's what they're working on. Now, there are many secret societies and secret networks that Jeffrey Epstein was involved in. One of the more recent ones that we learned about was Dialogue. This was set up by Peter Thiel. They're calling it kind of like the tech Bilderberg, but I think that's a little bit of an understatement. And it's not just the leaders of the tech companies. They had U.S. senators, including Ted Cruz, a Republican. Elon Musk was a part of this. Of course, Jeffrey Epstein. We actually found all of this in his emails. Very, very interesting. So this is an interesting interview with Peter Thiel. He's talking to the New York Slimes, and you need to watch this if you haven't yet. The interviewer says, like, well, you want humanity to continue, right? And Peter Thiel's like, you know, and the guy's like, wait, is this a hard question? Like, do you want humanity to continue? He's like, I think so, but we need to make some changes around here. Okay, you need to watch the interview when you have a chance. These are weird, weird people. Okay, it actually came out in the mainstream fake media that Peter Thiel was injecting the blood of young people into his bloodstream, thinking that somehow this was going to give him perpetual youth or such nonsense. Okay, and again, that came out in the fake media. But I want to focus now on a different element of Epstein that you probably have not heard much about unless you follow our work in the New American or some of the other places where we've been exposing this. He was one of the leading figures in the transhumanist movement and one of the top funders of the research that makes up the transhumanist movement. In fact, the evidence is overwhelming just from what the DOJ released that he was running what I believe was a secret eugenics program and a secret forced breeding operation at his Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, which, by the way, has still not been searched by local, county, state, or federal law enforcement. There are emails that say there are bodies of children buried on this ranch. You'd think every law enforcement agency worthy of the name would be searching every nook and cranny of this property. But instead, no, nothing to see here. Okay. There is massive evidence of what was going on here. Now, it appears that one of the objectives was what they call directed evolution. They believe that through manipulating DNA, which, by the way, this technology is very advanced, they're going to be able to take control of evolution. They have publicly been combining human DNA with the DNA of animals and doing this for years. They have publicly been editing the genetic code of organisms, including human beings, through mRNA technology, through a technology they call CRISPR. Very, very weird. Jeffrey Epstein is right at the heart of all of it. He was one of the biggest funders of the laboratories doing this research at Harvard University, at UCLA, at Arizona State University. Arizona State University is actually the most mentioned educational institution in the 3 million pages we have from Jeffrey Epstein's emails. You know what else is interesting about Arizona State University, not too far from here? It's run by a guy called Michael Crow. You need to know that name, but you probably don't. Michael Crow is the chairman of something called InQtel. That's the investment arm of the intelligence community. They're the people who are funding the research that created the big tech companies that are spying on you and stealing all your data. They're the ones who funded the research that turned into the mRNA injections that they called COVID vaccines. They're the ones who've been funding all of this cutting-edge research to genetically engineer humanity. Now, going back to Jeffrey Epstein, his Southern Trust Company that got an injection of $25 million from the Rothschild banking dynasty was actually described in its own documents submitted to the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority that it was a DNA database consulting and data analysis company. What does that even mean, right? They said that what they were going to do was develop a DNA data mining service using mathematical algorithms to identify, among other things, genetic predispositions to diseases. I think that's actually a cover story for something much more nefarious. He had a very close partnership with 23andMe. In fact, the CEO of 23andMe, one of the Wojcicki sisters, her other sister was running YouTube while they were censoring us all and taking our channels, went to Epstein Island. Maxwell says in an email to Jeffrey Epstein, hey, be very nice to her, not stupid. She's interested in mapping DNA. She is key. Interesting. So if you're not familiar with CRISPR, one of the co-inventors of CRISPR, Jenna Doudna, said that humanity has unlocked the secret of creation and can now control evolution itself. With CRISPR, she says, manipulating the code of life is as easy as editing a text with copy and paste. These people think they are going to become gods. They actually say that, Homo Deus. You've probably heard the little twerp, you all know Harari, right? Klaus Schwab's sidekick. Now, as much as I'm always down on the New York Times, they actually did some real journalism back in 2019. Before the DOJ released these documents, the New York Times had a headline called Jeffrey Epstein hoped to seed human race with his DNA. Now, if you read that article, it sounds like really weird, really bad science fiction. It sounds like something you might read in like a joke version of the National Enquirer or the Babylon Bee. As you read the article, you'll find a lot of interesting claims. And we now have the proof that those claims were right on the money. We have smoking gun evidence that this is one of the things he was doing at his Oro Ranch. It's absolutely astounding. And I could go for hours on these emails. We have so many of them. Here's one from one of his victims. It's a girl. This is correspondence that was in the Epstein files. She says that Epstein was treating her as a human incubator. She says that minutes after her baby was born, they inseminated her with some sort of embryo that they got from somewhere. And she says, minutes after this baby was born, Ghislaine Maxwell showed up and snatched the baby away, and she wanted it back. She mentions in her diary that they appear to be running a Nazi-like effort to create a superior gene pool. They seem to be obsessed with blonde hair and blue eyes, she says. A lot of these girls that they were doing this to, blonde hair and blue eyes. Now, here's another email from one of the victims. It says, you made me many unusual offers. You offered to buy my baby 6 months into the relationship. Here's more fake media reporting. The Billionaires' Eugenics Project, how Epstein infiltrated Harvard, muzzled the humanities, and preached master race pseudoscience. In fact, if you read the correspondence between this radical left-winger here, there he is on Epstein's plane. You may recognize him, Noam Chomsky. There's a lot of correspondence between Epstein and Noam Chomsky. Now, to Chomsky's credit, he said Epstein no, right? But Epstein was sending him all these emails about how black people are allegedly inferior and how they do worse on tests and all these things. And Noam Chomsky writes back and says, no, there's social, economic factors, stop it. But Epstein was just determined. He's like, wouldn't it be terrible if we didn't explore the possibility of editing people's DNA to make them better? So Epstein was clearly a eugenicist. He clearly believed that some races and some peoples were better than others. And he was clearly trying to persuade other important and prominent people that that was going on. Now, he was a major donor to the ASU Origins Project at Arizona State University. He was a major donor to Lawrence Krauss, one of the leading researchers in this field. We've got emails where Epstein is going back and forth with a guy called Brian Bishop about how creating clones and designer babies and how they can design these babies in a laboratory, create the genetics that they want, inseminate a woman with the embryo that they have created, and then presto, 9 months later, baby pops out, made to order. You can read these emails yourself and ask yourself, why are they not on the front page of every newspaper in this country? Okay. Now, there's a lot of emails back and forth where Epstein says, hey, I can't be seen to be involved in this project. Don't you mention my name anywhere. Yeah, I'm happy to fund it, but don't you mention my name anywhere. Okay, this all has to be top secret. Thankfully, we got the emails proving it all, but it's very, very interesting. This Brian Bishop character, by the way, his leading field of study was using DNA as memory, as storage for data. Here's one where they says, sounds like you could be the first investor, is what Brian Bishop says to Jeffrey Epstein, as long as absolute anonymity is always kept. I always envisioned that there would be anonymity requirements about these babies. We can't publicly identify who they are or their parents or benefactors that would brand the child as a freak. This is the kind of stuff that's in Jeffrey Epstein's email, right? And there is endless amounts of it that we could talk about. Here we have Brian Bishop writing, it's the use of funds spreadsheet for the designer baby and human cloning company, talking to Jeffrey Epstein. This gives us self-funded garage biology to have the first live birth of a human designer baby and a human clone within a few years. All this is in emails. Okay? You don't have to believe me. You can go read it for yourself. Here we have Richard Merkin writing to Jeffrey Epstein. Any cloning updates? Here we have another one. I like implant embryo, wait 9 months, great ending, Jeffrey Epstein says to Brian Bishop. Okay, and by the way, this is all after he pled guilty to child sex trafficking. And oh man, there's so much. There's no way we'll have time to get all this. Here they have the idea of creating a genetically engineered virus to make women horny. Okay, the horny virus is what they call it, right? Amazing. Now, Epstein gave $9 million to Harvard University, according to Harvard University. Almost all of that was focused on the genetic research that they were doing. His key guy there was a guy called Martin Novak. He actually had a special access key card to get into Martin Novak's top secret laboratory at Harvard University. Why would Epstein need that key card? So interesting emails between them. Here, Jeffrey Epstein and Martin Novak. Martin Novak writes to Jeffrey Epstein, our spy was captured after completing her mission. Jeffrey Epstein says, did you torture her? What? I don't care what context you put around that. That is not normal, okay? Here, Martin Novak says to Jeffrey Epstein, I just came back. Thank you so much for the beautiful time creating a new world order. These are the communications between a guy who was getting $9 million to do genetic research at Harvard from Jeffrey Epstein. Here's another one, George Church, one of the top molecular engineers and biologists in the world, teaching at Harvard Medical School, founding member of the Weiss Institute for Biologically Inspired Engineering at Harvard, probably the top expert in the world on the identification of genes that could supposedly be altered to improve humanity. Okay, and a lot of this stuff's public, right? They're bragging. They're using CRISPR to genetically engineer human beings. I've got tons of videos where they're talking about this. Bill Gates talking about it in the magazine of Foreign Affairs of the Council on Foreign Relations in 2018. He says we need to genetically engineer babies. He says we're already doing our crops. We're already doing our livestock. Why not start genetically engineering our babies? This is 2018 in the Journal of the Council on Foreign Relations. Here he is bragging about how the mRNA vaccine technology will alter your genetic code to convince the machinery in your cells to start mass producing spike proteins. Anybody who thinks that's a good idea, raise your hand. Okay, so we don't have any dummies here. That's good. This crazy talk, right? It's absolute crazy talk, and yet most of the world, the majority of Americans got themselves injected with this very technology, okay? Including many people that we love. Here's the chief scientist at Moderna bragging about how they have now hacked the operating system of life using mRNA technology. He says we can create genetic code that will cause your cells to do whatever we want. By the way, yes, this passes on to daughter cells. Yes, it passes on to the next generation. So this is going to be an ongoing slow motion catastrophe. They're bragging in CBS Fake News that they're creating babies from the DNA of 3 parents. They're bragging in Live Science that they've created a human-mouse hybrid by combining human DNA with mouse DNA. They're doing human DNA with pig DNA. Multiple governments are acknowledging that they're creating super soldiers using this biological genetic engineering. And folks, it gets really, really weird. Now, talk a little bit about Bill Gates and Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, we all know they were close. Jeffrey Epstein was constantly dealing with Bill Gates. There's a lot of emails between the two. And there's actually a draft of an email that Epstein was going to send to Gates talking about how he got antibiotics for him, for his wife, because he caught an STD from the Russian girls that he had provided. Here's Bill Gates' ex-wife talking about some of these emails. She's, of course, appalled by it, or at least pretends to be. Here's another one. Jeffrey Epstein from Redacted. I've been thinking a lot about the question that you asked Bill Gates. How do we get rid of poor people as a whole? That's a weird question to ask. How do we get rid of poor people as a whole? Well, if you ever listened to any of Bill Gates' speeches, we've got some of them. Man, the world's so overpopulated, but if we use really good stuff with the reproductive health care, by which he means abortions and sterilizations and reproductive health care, we can reduce that by 10 or 15%. So very, very weird stuff. Okay. Emails here between Bill Gates where they're talking about neurotechnologies as weapons and national intelligence and defense. Bill Gates, Jeffrey Epstein, all on these emails from the World Health Organization where they're preparing for pandemics. Like I mentioned, we're going to skip a lot of the pedophilia stuff, but it's very obvious that Jeffrey Epstein is involved in horrific crimes against children. He was facilitating these crimes, and now we have the fake media trying to normalize this. Pedophilia is a disorder, not a crime, says the New York Slimes. By the way, the word pizza appears in the emails that they have released almost 1,000 times. And if you read them, they don't make sense. How do 9 people share a slice of pizza? How do you torture a slice of pizza? We're obviously not talking about pizza. Okay, anybody with a brain can tell you that. We're obviously not talking about beef jerky. Okay, just read the emails. We're not talking about beef jerky. We're not talking about grape soda. We're not talking about pizza. Here's Epstein texting his doctor after he got some ED pills, erectile dysfunction. He says, oh, yeah, this is fantastic. Let's get your pills and then come over. We'll get some pizza and grape soda. Oh, so you need erectile dysfunction pills to go have pizza? That's weird. Okay. Here's Hillary Clinton asked in the deposition about all of these references to pizza. There's nothing to see here. Absolutely nothing. And if you say otherwise, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist. Obviously, we have 9 people torturing a piece of pizza. Okay. It's crazy stuff, guys. Absolutely crazy stuff. Here's an email from Jeffrey Epstein. Francis has time to come tomorrow to show me how to make jerky. Jerky class, anyone? He's going to be bringing a taste of how the new jerky recipe from the restaurant. Sends a warm hello. He's working at a restaurant called Cannibal. What? A restaurant called Cannibal? Folks, these people aren't like you, okay? They live in a whole nother universe. Here's another one. Do you want me to try to do her or just torture her? Epstein says to somebody. Now, obviously, Epstein was very close to the intelligence agencies. We've got enormous evidence of this. Here's a congresswoman talking about it. In fact, the U.S. attorney who was in charge of prosecuting him in South Florida, Alex Acosta, was asked, why did you leave Epstein alone? And he said, I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone. He was told that Epstein was above your pay grade. That's how he was able to plead guilty to sex trafficking of children and do 12 months in a minimum security county jail where he could leave every single day, have his driver pick him up, go home, hang out, rape kids, and then come back to his jail cell for bed at night. Unbelievable, folks. Unbelievable. Okay. Here's an FBI document. Epstein belonged to both U.S. and allied intelligence services. He was close to, it says, all kinds of people. Former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, trained under him. We've got all kinds of people listed in here. And folks, what we're dealing with here is obviously intelligence. But to think that Epstein was just a CIA agent or just a Mossad agent is to fundamentally misunderstand what we're doing here. Okay, fundamentally misunderstand what's going on here. Epstein was multiple levels above a CIA agent, right? He was connecting the different nodes of this effort to enslave humanity and take us all to hell. I mentioned Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, Robert Maxwell. So this guy had a lot of cover stories and a lot of operations. One of his big ones was one of the most significant publishing houses in the world. One of their specialties was publishing scientific journals. Many of those scientific journals were dedicated to how do you manipulate humanity using feedback mechanisms to enslave them. Cybernetic, technocratic control of the planet. Now, this publishing house was called, fun fact, Pergamon Press. It's like, hey, that's interesting. I know I've heard that word before. You know where it comes from? It's from the book of Revelation. You know what's at Pergamon? Open up your Bibles. Book of Revelation says that's where Satan dwells. True story. Really interesting name for your publishing house. Pergamon Press. Kind of like Alice Bailey, the lady who inspired the World Core curriculum that the UN wants taught to all your children. Yeah, it was inspired by Alice Bailey, the founder of the Lucifer Publishing Company. These people don't even hide this from you, people. They think you're so dumb that you're never going to get it. And unfortunately, a lot of our neighbors continually let us down. You just want to shake them like, wake up, you maniacs! They're killing your children. What is wrong with you? They're literally castrating your sons. They're doing double mastectomies on your daughters. What is it going to take for people to finally say, we're done with this? We're absolutely done with this. Okay. Anyways, man, we're going to run out of time. There's so much more. There would be no cryptocurrency world today without Jeffrey Epstein. Guaranteed. Check it out. We won't have time to get into that today. The occult connections are unbelievable. This guy references to sex magic, references to secrets of Western Tantra, references to Aleister Crowley, the guy who called himself the Beast, the wickedest man in the world, the guy who claimed he was summoning demons from other dimensions by raping kids. Okay. Yeah, Epstein was one of his disciples. He was buying up as many occult artifacts from various religions from around the world as he could get his hands on. In fact, Zorro Ranch, one of the key selling points for Zorro Ranch is that it's covered with these petroglyphs. These are actually from Epstein's ranch. This is actually Epstein with two girls at his ranch standing in front of a bunch of ancient petroglyphs written by ancient pagan cultures, presumably for ancient pagan rituals. This guy was getting all of it that he could, and he was putting it, of all places, in this little weird building on his pervert island. If you study that building, what you'll find is that it is filled with symbols from the occult. It's actually got the Masonic idea of the Solomon's Temple columns. It's all in there, folks. Seems like he was trying to get his hands on as many occult artifacts as he could to do things that I'm not even going to say because they sound crazy, because they are crazy. All you got to do is read your Bible to understand what's going on here. So, we've only got a few minutes left. The idea that we should just forget about this, that it's just a Democrat hoax, that there's nothing to see there, is so utterly preposterous that anybody who says that needs to be regarded with a great deal of suspicion. Okay. Now, to be clear, I don't think Donald Trump was implicated in this. I think if he was, there are enough people who hate his guts so much that it would have been leaked out, and that would have been the scandal. Trump was involved. Trump actually reported Jeffrey Epstein to law enforcement. That's in the files. You can read it. But that doesn't absolve him. He's got members of his cabinet who were very close to Jeffrey Epstein. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, co-chair of the transition team, took his children to Epstein's island. I can't prove he committed a crime, but that's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Okay. I wouldn't let my children within 100 miles of these monsters. I certainly wouldn't take them to Jeffrey Epstein's island. Some of his donors are close to Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. We need to know what's going on. We need all the rest of these files to be released. Yes, redact the names of the victims, redact the perverted pictures of little naked kids, but we need to know everybody that was involved with these people. And if the clown DOJ will not do anything about it, and to say I'm disappointed would be the understatement of the year. I had Kash Patel on my show before I became the head of the FBI. We're going to nail these people to the wall. Hey, the stock market's doing really good. Okay. So if the DOJ is not going to do it, the state of Florida needs to do it. He's got a mansion in Palm Beach. Where is the Attorney General of Florida, James Utmeyer? If the DOJ is not going to do it, New Mexico needs to do it. If New Mexico won't do it, New York's got to do it. He had a big, nice, fancy penthouse apartment that he got from Les Wexner in Manhattan. There are nexuses with these crimes all over the world. Switzerland, France, Africa. There's an email where he's talking about going to Africa to pick up some babies. Do you want one? Maybe two? Right? There are jurisdictions all over the world that ought to be filing criminal charges against these monsters. And I'd offer some of them immunity in exchange for their testimony. But of course, they all know that they would end up like Jeffrey Epstein's double sitting in that jail cell, right? You'll end up suicided. Okay. Now, the Europeans are actually prosecuting some of these freaks. Torbjorn Jagland, former Prime Minister of Norway, Former Secretary General, Council of Europe. They actually lifted his diplomatic immunity so that they could prosecute him. Why can the Norwegians prosecute these guys, but we can't? The British, I mean, poor British. I mean, you feel so bad for them even just talking about them. But even they're going after people. Lord Mandelson, Prince Andrew. Why can they prosecute their Epstein associates, but we have to sit back and pretend like nothing's going on here, right? This is an outrage. Oopsies, lost my microphone. So here is Pam Bondi. How many people have you indicted? How many are you investigating based on these Jeffrey Epstein files? Oh, well, the stock market's at 50,000. We should be talking about that. No, we shouldn't. I don't care what the stock market's at when you people are raping kids and covering it up. When you people are trying to genetically engineer humanity. When you're trying to enslave us. I don't care what the stock market is doing. I don't want to hear that, right? There's me talking to Kash Patel. None of these are working. But you probably know what happened to Virginia Jeffrey. She committed suicide, right? First, she got hit by a bus, ended up in the hospital, somehow survived. She got out of the hospital and then killed herself. And if you believe that, I'm afraid I can't help you. Okay. General Flynn, who, by the way, is very close to the president, talking about we cannot let this go, right? We absolutely cannot let this go. Thomas Massey, talking about how these people are in criminal violation of the statute that Trump signed into law demanding that all of this be released. These are crimes, not differences of opinion, okay? So with that in mind, yes, it's demonic. This is Jeffrey Epstein actually being asked if he feels like Satan sometimes, and he's like, well, I have a mirror. Really weird. But let's just move right to the end here. It's obvious you're not hearing anything about this from the fake media. Oh, I was scrolling too fast. Now it froze. But you know, if you've been reading your Bible, none of this is really surprising to you, right? If you go to 2 Corinthians, you see the Apostle Paul describe Satan as the god of this world. It's a really interesting term. Why would God, through his Holy Spirit, describe Satan as the god of this world? There's one where it says he's the ruler of this age. He's the prince of the power of the air. 1 John 5:19 says, we are from God, but the whole world lies in the power of the evil one. If the Epstein saga won't convince you of that, I don't know what will, okay? But there's real good news, okay? Satan is not the big man in charge. Satan is not sovereign. He is a created being. He's going to end up in the lake of fire along with everybody who chooses to follow him. So we've got some books. I don't think I'm going to have time to sell them to you, but they're on Amazon if you want. You can find them on my website. I just released Deep State 2.0. Woke and Weaponized is a new book I released this year with my friend Robert Bortons of Classical Conversations. I want to encourage you folks to get involved. Right? One of the things that Ed is always talking about through Freedom Force International, Red Pill, we've got to get in positions of influence so that we can do something about this. You know, I really get upset with the pious, moralist Christian. Oh, you know, politics is so dirty. Oh, we're just going to let evil march through and castrate our children and do nothing because that makes me more holy than you. Give me a break. Give me a break. Right? That's outrageous. We need to get involved in every way that we can. You can get my newsletter for free, libertysentinel.org. You need to subscribe to the New American Magazine. I serve as senior editor there. Even if you don't get the actual magazine, which you should, you can get the daily headlines for free. You got to get involved with the John Birch Society. Go talk to the folks at the table out there. It is the main organization, the tip of the spear that's been exposing these same evildoers for generations. If you're not a member of Freedom Force International yet, you should be. I feel very honored and blessed to be on the Leadership Council. That's the group that Ed Griffin formed that actually oversees Red Pill. Homeschool your children, folks. I can't tell you strongly enough. And I just want to leave you with this because none of this is surprising to God. In Psalm 2, King David, 3,000 years ago, writes about the kings of the earth, the rulers of the world, conspiring together against the Lord and his anointed. Wow. 3,000 years ago, God knew the kings of the earth and the rulers were going to conspire against him, against his anointed, against his people. What does God do about this? What does he say? He's just terrified, right, of the Epstein class. Oh, no. Yeah, right. If you go to verse 4, it's very clear. God is laughing at these people. And verse 5 says he's going to speak to them in his wrath. Trust me, you don't want to be on the wrong side of that. These people are going down, and we should feel very blessed to be part of the solution. So we're in a spiritual battle, ladies and gentlemen. These are spiritual forces of wickedness and darkness behind the people that we see, like the Jeffrey Epsteins of the world. It is demonic. God told us how to respond to this. The shield of faith, that's going to protect you from the fiery darts of the wicked. and the sword of the Spirit. That's our offensive weapon in this battle. We'll leave it at that, guys. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Alex Newman, everybody. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you,
So
brother.
good to see
Appreciate
you.
it.
You're always bringing it. And I said he did so well, and as he's researched so well as well. Come on back up if you want. Can't get enough of you, Alex. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. So we have more to do. Red Pill Expo, we're just getting started here. We got a lot to do, and I'm thanking y'all for being here once again. Our next speaker is going to be talking about, well, let's stop whining and try winning for a change. I like that topic. Who's coming up? Michelle Melendez. She's been a freedom fighter since 2020 and a fitness and wellness expert since 1996. She's the award-winning author of the best-selling book, End Dieting Hell, also her new book, Hidden Cult of Government. Also, Death of Freedom is #1 new release on Amazon as well. She was on the Big Island when the Maui fire happened and was one of the first to speak out against the narrative and that the fire, was it really natural? She wasn't afraid to speak out, and she's here again on the Red Pill Expo stage speaking out. Let's welcome back to the stage, Michelle Melendez. Michelle, where are you? Coming up? I'm a little too fast for her. No, here she is. She's fitness, right? She can make it. Come on, Michelle, get on up here. Glad to have you back on the stage, and thank you for all that you're doing. All right, you guys. Here comes Michelle, everybody. Welcome, Michelle.
Aloha, everyone. Whose heart is feeling a little bit heavy right now? Like, what do we do, right? It's intense. When I first started researching, oh, thank you. When I first started researching this, let me just tell you about 12 years. I woke up about 12 years ago, and my boyfriend at the time was saying 9/11 was an attack on the American people. And I said, you're crazy. Our government would never do that. And then after 3 hours of watching Zeitgeist, I cried. I cried my eyes out. I couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. And I realized that everything I knew about the government and my world wasn't true. And my whole life turned upside down. And I said, what can we do? What can we do? But at the time, there was nothing to do, at least where I was at. So, fitness trainer, been a fitness and wellness instructor for 30 years. My first book was published in 2019, End Dieting Hell, won 4 awards. When COVID happened, just share my story about that because I knew something's wrong and now's the time. Now's the time to speak up. I would live on the Big Island. My family's been there for 30 years. And I knew that a mask helps against a virus like a chain link fence helps against a mosquito. It doesn't work. And when you put hand sanitizer on your hands, you're actually killing your good gut bacteria, and you do not want to put that on your hands. Your body has more bacteria in and on your body than you have cells in your body. Your bacteria helps to keep you healthy, so you don't want to kill it. You want to use regular hand soap. So I went to the police station, and I said, this mask isn't doing anything. And he said, we know it's just the regular flu. So this group of people, we were meeting every single week. There was actually more than that, but we were meeting every week starting in April of 2020, just to talk story, just to share our mana'o, our heart, what was going on in our life at the time, and to connect. And when I started about in August, I did a health summit because I researched and found out that more people died every single year from the regular flu in the Hawaii Islands than they did of COVID. So I put on a health summit, and I thought, very naively, I'm going to put on this health summit. Everybody's going to realize what's going on, and this is all going to be over. So nobody would rent me space because the governor had just did a mandate that no more than 10 people could congregate. So what I did was I live streamed. I went to a beach park, the Kahalu'u Beach Park in Kona, the most popular beach park on the Big Island. And I live streamed Peggy Hall and Dr. Mary Ruert. And we had about 30 people there sitting there in a 2-hour presentation, live streaming on the beach. sharing the truth that exactly what I just told you, that more people had died on the Big Island of the regular flu than they died of COVID. I had even gone to the hospital, and an ambulance driver was in the parking lot, and I asked him, I said, do you guys have a lot of COVID patients? And he goes, no, and we're not allowed to talk about it. Every single day on the front page of West Hawaii Today, it was said, COVID cases, COVID cases. So I called him and I said, why are you guys showing COVID cases on the front page of our newspaper? I said, that doesn't even mean you have any symptoms. And they told me it was a paid advertisement. And they couldn't tell me who was paying for that. So at the health summit, after 2 hours of sharing, cops started to come. They started to show up. And we had 14 cop cars. And they were screaming, speeding down Ali'i Drive. Ali'i Drive is a one lane road right on the water, super small. They were speeding so fast, and there was 14 cop cars all lined up, 22 officers in all their blues with all their masks on. By the time they came, there was just us women. We were standing there and we were saying, and I look at this man and I say, this guy in his blue eyes, and I said, I know you know this is wrong. You took an oath to defend and support the Constitution. You're supposed to be on our side. And at one point, they were all standing there and they just walked at us and they grabbed 5 people and arrested 5 people. And they put on charges, emergency mandate, that they had broken the emergency mandate, emergency proclamations. First of all, those aren't laws. That's not a law. And you can't charge somebody for the same thing. They did it 3 times. Emergency proclamation violation. So everybody held their ground that they did nothing wrong, and charges got dropped 6 months later. And that was the start of our protesting. We protested on the street every single week for 6 months. We went into stores without masks on. This one point, 4 officers came, harassed us. We complained against them to the Board of Ethics, because we actually had a letter from their police chief. This is a little bit, but we had a letter from their police chief saying he was allowing his officers to go into stores to educate the business owners that people could shop without a mask if they were medically exempt. And it was against the law to ask about their medical exemption. So I actually had that piece of paper. So when the cops showed up, I was super excited. And I said, this is a letter from your boss saying you are going in and educating these people that we can shop without a mask because we're medically exempt. It was a big argument. We lost. We ended up leaving. We took them to the Board of Ethics. We lost that. But the police chief retired 2 months later. So it feels like a lot of times that we're losing, but when we stand up and we keep going, things do change. There's seeds that are planted. So I want to share a little bit about what happened with Maui, because again, I live on the Big Island, and when that happened, I knew something was wrong. When palm trees don't burn, but a house is disintegrated, no fridge, no toilet, no stove, the car gets completely dissolved, the glass, but the trees are still standing. How is this possible? Animals that petrify but don't burn, how can you see his ears? This is not a burned dog. And there's bodies in the Great Maui land grab, warning, there's some bodies in there that absolutely, unbelievably possible. They put up a 5-mile-long dust screen, 12 feet high, around the entire perimeter of Lahaina 10 days after the fire, prior to it being approved financially. This is a $2.3 million dust screen, and they put it up before it was even fully funded, approved. This was up for 14 months. They didn't allow media in for 30 days. They didn't allow homeowners back to their property for 90 days. So what is going on? I asked a firefighter, 33-year firefighter, is this normal? He said, Michelle, nothing about this fire is normal. So I wrote the book, Great Maui Land Grab, mainly because I knew all this information was going to be gone if I didn't document this. It was a finalist in the American Book Fest under true crime, and that's the one contest I knew wanted to place, because that was an attack on the American people. and it still is. It still is happening. The Death of Freedom, I wrote that next, What Happened to America and How to Save It. And Mr. Griffin was kind enough to write the foreword to this book. #1 new release on Amazon. And the reason why I wanted to write this was because the story of Maui started to die. And I didn't want all that information to disappear. The information about not only that was an attack on the American people, but what it meant and what's coming for all of us. Because Maui was set to be the first smart city, smart island in 2015 by Japanese and Hawaiian stakeholders. What is going on in Maui now, the fire victims are still in their camps. It's a very slow process, but what's going through legislation is smart city mentality. There was actually a bill that, thank God, didn't pass. They were going to take the entire west coast of Maui, which is huge, and Lahaina is just this little dot, and they were going to take the entire west coast of Maui and take it out of the Maui governance and put it into a 9-person governing board. Have you guys heard about the boards that they're creating that are taking away power from the politicians, from elected officials? Because that's what would have happened. And that didn't pass, thank God. But the Death of Freedom, it started from after the Civil War. And I'm just going to hit on these really quickly because I know most of you know this. The 14th Amendment literally turned all American citizens and all living men and women under the Constitution, under God, with our God-given rights, into United States citizens. And what it also did was it also protects the bankers. In our Constitution, it literally states that we have to make sure that we pay back our debts through the bankers. So this is actually in our Constitution. The bankers have a little safeguard for themselves in the Constitution. Then the 16th Amendment happened, which created the income tax, and this is not what the founding fathers wanted. They wanted small government, and this created a bigger issue for that. 17th Amendment happened. Basically what that did was the states used to vote in the senators to go to Congress and support the state. Well, the 17th Amendment now allowed people to vote for the senators, which turned it into political parties. So instead of somebody Hawaii state representative going to support Hawaii, now it's a Democrat going to support Hawaii, going for the Democrat policies versus the state of Hawaii. That was a problem as well. And then the Patriot Act. Who here knows about the Patriot Act? Hope everybody raises their hand on that one, because this destroyed freedom October 26, 2001. After September 11th, this was pulled off the shelf. This was waiting for a crisis to happen in order for this to be put through Congress, because if this crisis didn't happen, there's no way people would approve what the Patriot Act has done, which is mass surveillance, being able to keep you without habeas corpus. I mean, so many things with this act. But that was the death of freedom, and we can take it back, you guys. Founding vision. The founders had a vision for this country, and it was individual liberty and natural rights. That was the #1 thing. The natural rights are under God, not the government, not privileges. They were under God. Nobody can take them away from each person. That's why we have a republic. Limited government. They wanted a small government. They didn't want the government to tax income, to tax your property. All of these huge, it blew up the government, and it created all the agencies that then go into the states, sovereign states, that they give them so much money to keep their narrative going. They wanted a limited government. That's what our founding fathers wanted. And they wanted civic engagement. Who here has been to a county council member and testified? Yeah, that's our kuleana. Kuleana means what is yours to do. This is what the founding fathers wanted. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't start doing the civic engagement until after COVID, and realizing that we have to go to these meetings. And also my sister, she'd been going to these county council meetings, and it was because they can be boring, but that's also by design. They can be boring, except my sister did tell me that when we were all there, it was the funnest she's ever had. So they can be fun when you get a bunch of people going, you can have a great time. They didn't give us freedom. They built a system so we could keep it. The Constitution matters, and we can bring it back when we know how to use it. And that is what we're meant to do. That's why, if you're an American citizen, that's why you're here. Or I should say, living man or woman living in the United States of America. But what happened was the rise of technocracy. Technocracy is what is destroying our freedom, and it started in the 1900s. You know, I love that Alex talked about Rockefeller. We've all heard about him. Andrew Carnegie was another one. The thoughts that experts, engineers, and other experts can take the place of our elected officials. That's what the system wants. They want to remove elected officials and put in experts that will actually create the policies that govern our lives. And that's not okay. It's not okay with me. I'm sure it's not okay with you. That's why you're here. But this is where it started. In the 1930s, Howard Scott and M. King Hubert actually created Technocracy, Inc. Again, this is about the power going to experts, not elected officials. That was the whole point of technocracy. That technocracy movement died, but then we have 1950s and 70s with these global policy networks. And I love that I'm speaking right after Alex, because he's already talked to you guys about the Trilateral Commission, the United Nations, the Club of Rome. The Club of Rome actually has a 10 kingdoms, and I just want to share this briefly. They have a 10 kingdoms map where they want the world to have 10 kingdoms. The United States, Greenland, and Canada are set to be the first kingdom. The United States, Greenland, and Canada. Isn't that interesting? What was going on recently with Canada and Greenland? I think that's pretty interesting. But these global policy networks, these global organizations, setting up, influencing our government. So for instance, the United Nations sustainability goals are in your general plan. Who here has looked at their general plan in their community? Because I was being interviewed by Ann Vandersteel live, and I said, you can go to ChatGPT and put in what constitutional amendments does my county, and put in the name of your county, general plan violate. And she did it right there on live television, and a list of constitutional amendments that her general plan violates came up. That's, again, what we call in Hawaii, or your kuleana, what is yours to do. It's so simple. ChatGPT, what constitutional amendments is my county's general plan violating, and look at what is coming in your neighborhood. And I'll share about the Hawaii general plan a little bit later. In the 1980s and 20s, all of the technology and data. Why is Google free? Why is Facebook free? YouTube? They're collecting data. I stopped posting all of my private information, all my selfies. I stopped doing all of that on Facebook. They're collecting that. They're seeing where you're at, what you're doing, what you're buying, all of it. It's for data collection so that they can also steer the conversation. They can steer what people are seeing. You know, I've been had so many strikes on my YouTube channel. For over a year and a half, I was always in YouTube probation. I couldn't say or do too much for 90 days. And then after I'd get out, within 5 days, they'd put me back in for nothing. Like, I remember I did an interview with the Hawaii State Representative about what's happening in Lahaina. I got a strike for that. How does that go against their policy? But this is what is what's coming for us. 20 to present time, big tech, government agencies, global organizations, but the one I want to talk about is the public and private partnerships, because that's in your general plan too. In our general plan on Big Island, our general plans are between 50 to 70 pages. This one's 312 pages long. And it says, partner with government, nonprofit, for-profit agencies, and other stakeholders. That's written 16 times in our general plan. That has never been written in a prior general plan, ever. But it's written in our general plan now. So take a look at what's in your general plan. And also the easiest way to find how to do this is go to your county council or your planning department in your county. There's usually a general plan. And if you don't know where it's at, call your planning department and ask them where you can find the PDF. Download the PDF. This is so easy. Then go to File, go to Find, and just put in partner. You actually just put in the word partner with government. You can put in partner with government, and it'll show you in your general plan where this is written. This is how I found this. It doesn't have to be long. You don't have to read 312 pages. You can put in the key phrases that you're looking for. Who should make the important decisions for Americans? Should it be the people they affect or the experts and institutions? And I think we all know the answer to that one. Yeah. Where is this headed? Collectivism. Mr. Griffin talked about that last night, and this is where this is headed. Because what was COVID about? It was about protecting everybody. Don't kill grandma. Conform. Unify under the same story. That's what it's about. Individualism is why this country was created. Freedom of choice, our own values. This is what we want. This is what we stand for. This is why you're here. Collectivism in practice, government central authority expands, and it expands through local communities, and I'll share that in a second. Climate, they needed us to believe in climate change because of the policies that they want to put forth. You know, we have a whole section in Big Island General Plan around climate policies, and it's all for more rules and regulations. Public health, I don't need to go into more of that, but this is what's coming down the pipe. And education, you know, the education actually was modeled after it was modeled after a system in Prussia after the Napoleon War. And the king wanted soldiers to be able to read and write, but not have critical thinking skills. And what is his name? Horace Mann, I think it was, in 1843, went to Prussia, modeled that education system, and brought it back to America. This is why children are in rows, not in an organic circle. This is why they have to raise their hand. This is why they need permission to go to the restroom and to do the things that they would like to do, is because it's all modeled after a system that was designed so that soldiers would know how to read but not have critical thinking skills. Anybody bothered by that? That's not who we are. That's not what we are. Yeah. Local communities lose influence. So this is what I wanted to talk about. The global organizations going down to the federal, which is federal government, again, not part of the United States. That's owned. We know that. State and government, and then the county. Your county is where your power is. We do not have power over the Iran war. We don't have power in the nation, really. We can contact our senators, but we really don't have power there. We do in numbers. We have power locally. That's where we go. We find out what's happening locally. We stop looking at all of the wars and all of the stuff that we don't have power over, and we look at what is coming through to our backyard for us, for our children, and we start there. That's what we do, and that's what I'm actually helping people with, so that we can what we call hoolie. We can hoolie this. We can turn it. We can turn it around to where we want it. Local communities can win. When people show up, speak out, and stand together, change happens. protecting parent rights. So I want to share this with you. You know, I talked about that the government wanted to mandate I don't know if I talked about that yet, actually. The governor last year wanted to put a bill through that would mandate the complete vaccine agenda on all children to go to any school in Hawaii. He wanted to remove parental rights and vaccinate all children. Luckily, that timed out. That was, he wanted to do that in 2024. The bill timed out, thank God, because then we put on a Keep Vaccine National Summit, and we had Mickey Willis, Jimmy Dore, and some other doctors that came, and we went to Maui, Kauai, Oahu, Big Island. Hundreds of people came, and we shared, and I put out what's called a citizen memorandum, and I sent it out to everybody. I told everybody, sign this because we are telling our legislative body, protect parental rights. We do not want our children vaccinated. We want our parents to be able to choose. We had 1,300 signatures, and I copied them 70 times and took them to the legislative body the first day of the legislative session. And I went to every single senator and House representative, and I said, these are 1,300 signatures from your constituents. We want you to protect parents' rights. Do not pass that bill that would mandate children being fully vaccinated to go to school. And I was contacted by a House representative on Kauai who said that mattered. She said that made the biggest difference, and that bill did not pass. That's our power. We can win this. We can beat this, but it's going to take numbers, and it's going to take us not complaining and taking action. Other ways that people have stopped this madness, this was, where's the one I wanted to say about? Yeah, protecting land and resources. There was a mine that was wanted to be created in Alaska. Was it Baltimore Bay? I can't remember the name of it right now, but they actually stopped it. But this is also data centers. So many states are stopping or slowing down the data centers because of numbers, because so many people are coming out and speaking out. They cannot put it through when thousands of us come forward and say, no, we do not comply. We are not going to make this okay for us. This is the power we have. We have it in numbers. Your voice matters. It feels like it doesn't. And we have to get our voting system, Pono, right. We have to make our voting systems right. You know, in the Big Island, well, our elections, 19,000 ballots were found with people didn't know where they came from. There was no, what's it called when, chain of custody. There was no chain of custody for 19,000 ballots on the Big Island. So we have a big problem with our elections. And actually, Mickey Willis just put forth an investigation of our elections on in Hawaii, and absolutely shows how corrupt it is. So that is something that we are going to be on the islands stepping forward to make right, to make Pono. And I really highly recommend you guys got to do the same. And I'm going to show you how to do this. Like I want to help you. I want to help us do this together, because that's the only way we're going to get this done. Defending freedom together, strong people, building strong communities, freedom wins together. Local voices, community changes. Change is really possible. It feels like it's not. It feels like, you know, a lot of the speakers here, they have so much amazing information, but my heart drops when I hear of a child being raped. It's like that heaviness. And the reason why it hurts so much is because we have so much love in our hearts. And that's actually our strength. That's actually how we're going to beat this, because we care enough. We care enough to get off our butt and go look at our county council, what's coming down the pipeline in our area. That's what's going to change this. Our hearts, caring, doing the right thing. Civic action. You've got to stay informed about the right thing. The war we cannot change. Don't look at it. We can't change that. We can only change what's in our community. Look at that. Follow that. And they're not going to show you that, you guys. They're not going to put that on the news of what's coming down on what's coming through legislation. They're going to hide it, and they're going to show you stuff that will give you a dopamine rush, that will be more entertaining, but you've got to look at what matters. That's why you're here. You would not be here if you weren't meant to be here. That is, and I'll share more about that. Get involved locally, participate in local government. You've got submitting testimonies. So I created standtogetherhawaii.com after the Maui fire because I wanted to not only put this in a book, but show everybody what happened in Lahaina, and then it's just grown from there. I want to help you guys create your own Stand Together Iowa, whatever you want to call it. It's not hard to do. It's so simple. It just takes some time. And we can do this together, you guys. And then running for office. No, a lot of people don't want to run for office, but if you're called and you know you're called, it's like your heart tells you. And I'm going to share information about your heart, which is very powerful. Reject mandates. Anything that goes against our Constitution, don't comply. This takes courage. You know, I remember going to stores, and I'm 5'2", 120 pounds, and I'm like, I'm going to do this. I'm going in without a mask. And I was afraid, so every time I'd go, I'd just be praying to God, Great Spirit, please give me the strength to do this. I'm going to do this, and whatever happens, I'm going to give it to you. And angels, please guide me. Went through stores, and I remember people would smile at me. I'd see smile eyes when they had masks on. Nobody would say, the customers wouldn't say anything to me. But I remember going through this one store, about 9 different clerks. You need a mask, you need a mask. And I'm medically exempt. Get up, I'm about to check out. The manager comes up, stops my transaction. And she had one more button to press. She goes, you need a mask. And I said, no, I'm medically exempt. And I said, and who's in charge? Who's the person in charge of this? She brought down this woman who was the manager of the entire complex. It was a small little shopping complex. She brought me outside and she said, would you wear a shield? And I said, no, I'm not going to wear anything that violates my rights to breathe fresh air and that dishonors the men and women who fought and died for my freedom. I will not put that on. And she took me back in the store and she checked me out herself and she gave me a bag. You don't know what's going to happen when you don't comply and you trust in something greater than your fear. You don't know what's going to happen, but something great, it will turn, it will change things. Freedom is preserved by locals who participate, not spectators who watch. It's time, you guys, to look at what's coming in your neighborhood, and I will help you do this. We keep losing because we keep focusing on what's going on, the corruption, spending hours consuming information that doesn't even matter in your neighborhood. Sharing the videos, share something that works. This is why Stand Together Hawaii, when I created that, I send out emails that actually give people step-by-step actions. This is who to contact. This is who to email. Here's what you can say. Here's what you can research so you know what you can research it for yourself. And I can show you guys how to do that. This isn't hard. Attend rally and events, but then it doesn't go anywhere. Let this go somewhere this time. Let this move you to really taking a step for America, not the United States. We all know that's a corporation, but America is real, and America is still in our hearts. Exposing corruption is not the same as building freedom. Building freedom is standing up, and it takes something, and you all have it, otherwise you wouldn't be here. They want us distracted. They want us. You know, I was watching the World Cup and I was like, wow, if that many people went to a county council meeting, oh my God, this would be over. It would be done. And it's easy. We want to have fun. Having fun is part of being human. We need that balance. But it's also, we have to remember that it's distraction. The system doesn't need to censor us if it keeps us distracted and exhausted. And the exhaustion comes from these screens that we look at hours and hours a day. because your mind gets stimulated and your body gets exhausted. Who here gets up or wakes up at 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning? Can't go back to sleep? Yeah, that was me for a long time. And now what I do, and the first thing I used to do is grab my phone and scroll because it was so interesting. Dopamine rush. And now what I do is I just focus on my breath and I just listen to the coqui frogs. There's a bunch of coqui frogs on the Big Island. And I just breathe. And then I finally fall asleep. But if I get my phone, I'll be up for another hour or two with my brain stimulated. They need us to be in fear. Society in fear is easy to control. That's why they show us all of these things on the news, on YouTube. They need us to be afraid. Fear changes how we think. It changes what we are willing to accept. The Patriot Act would never have gone through Congress if the 9/11 didn't happen and it didn't freak everybody out about being terrorists. Fear also changes the future we create in more than one ways because of the thoughts that we actually have and the frequency we put out, which I'm going to share. Here's the thing. My first book was called End Dieting Hell. It's not about dieting. It's about emotional addiction to your trauma. Whatever feeling you have every single day, the first thing that happens in the morning is your body, the cells of your body are conscious and they vibrate at a certain frequency. And it's the frequency from the thoughts you have. So my background is in weight loss, and most of the women I would work with, the first thing they do is get up, get on the scale. And they have fear before they get on that scale. Am I going to be happy about myself today, or am I going to put myself down? It's anxiety, and they're emotionally addicted to that fear. We get emotionally addicted to the feelings we have every day, and it's a trigger, and it's a cycle. It keeps going. It's like we get triggered, and it actually feels normal. That's how we think we're supposed to be. That's how our personality keeps knowing who we are, and it just keeps repeating itself over and over again. But fear feels real, but it isn't reality. We're sitting here. Nobody's being attacked right in this moment. But when Alex was, I was like freaking out. My heart was going when I was watching all that stuff. And I just took breath and I was like, Michelle, be present. Be present. You're here now. You're okay. You're safe. Fear isn't real, but it has a huge cost. Huge. Mental exhaustion, damaging relationships. Who here has ever argued with somebody against all of COVID and all this stuff and people don't agree with you? Yeah, it damages your relationships and we don't realize it, but the relationships are a huge... Oh, I missed that one. Let me go back just really quick. There we go. Loss of freedom, power to those who manipulate. It gives them power. If you are afraid, you are giving the other side power. It says in the Bible, fear not, do not be afraid. And it says it 365 times, one for every day. We are not supposed to be afraid, and we are greater than that. How it affects your body. Fear does not just affect your mind. It messes with your whole entire body. Overthinking, worry, headaches, tension, heart racing, fatigue, stomach. Who has digestive issues? Because that's a big thing right now. And it's not just from food. It's also from fear. Fear, it doesn't live in your mind. It takes over your body. Panic attacks. All of it. It's all connected. But here's the thing. We are so much more than that. We don't even understand. And this has been kept from us. I think I missed a slide. The next, what I'm researching now is called hidden cult of government. And cult means hidden. It just means you don't know. That's what cult means. It's not... Anyway, hidden cult of government, secret symbols, ancient architecture, and the hidden science of the human body. The human body is a frequency machine. This is not empty space that I'm walking through. This is a frequency. It's like fish swim through water, but they don't even know what water is or that there's water in front of them. We walk around and we are walking through a frequency field. Every one of you, if one of you got up and walked out of here, the frequency in the room would change. When you came in, the frequency changed. When you're at home with your family and you're talking with your spouse or whomever, you feel that. You can feel that person walk in the room before you even see them. It's like, have you ever done that? Like your spouse or somebody walks in the room and you know they're in the room and you didn't even see them? It's because of the frequency. They don't want us to understand frequency and they don't want us to understand magnetism. When a bird sings in the morning, it actually signals the frequency of their song, signals the tree to start photosynthesis. It signals the tree to open up its pores and get ready because the sun is coming. We're the same. We're part of the earth. Did you know heart and earth are the same letters? They're just arranged differently. And your heart chakra is green. And what color is the earth? It's green. That's not a mistake or a coincidence. It's actually meant to be that way because we are part of the earth. 70% of the earth is water. 70% of us is water. We don't understand the absolute power that we have together, and I'm going to show it to you. We are the consciousness of the earth. Somebody can say that. We are connected to her in more ways than we know. What I've been researching in my book, which is absolutely blowing my mind, because The Death of Freedom, I wanted to write so that people can see how we got here. The hidden cult, what happened was I actually started researching all of the symbols. Like Alex was talking about the symbols that we don't know about. Like, why is there an eagle on the Great Seal? Why is there the pyramid on the dollar bill? Did you know there's a small little baby owl on the back of the dollar bill? I can show it to you where it's at. But I wanted to add in the Death of Freedom the secret symbols, but there were so many that I couldn't put it in that book. I had to make another book. And thank God, because now I'm researching the architecture that's been kept from us. Did you know those beautiful, humongous churches in Europe, those massive ones, and you walk in, the beautiful architecture? That was never meant to be a church. That was a healing center. There's actually geometric shapes above at the top, and they have different colors: red light frequency, blue light frequency coming in through the architecture. And that's by design. It was meant to heal our human bodies. This is what we knew back in ancient times, but it has been kept from us. But it's coming back, you guys. It is coming back. And that's what I'm researching in the hidden cult of government. And it's beautiful and blowing my mind. Freedom blueprint. Freedom is built. It is built. It is not given. And the first part of this pyramid is to heal yourself. If you are sick, you can't help anybody. The first part of being healthy is your gut. You've got to heal your gut. Building relationships. You guys, fix your relationships with your family. My mom and I, we didn't speak for a long time because she vaccinated herself up the wazoo, and I was really angry. And now I'm like, she gets to choose. She gets to make her own choice. Everybody here gets to choose. And it's not my responsibility what she chooses. It's hers. So I can just love her for how we can get along and what we do agree on. And I just went to see her for the last 5 days. We had a great visit. So fix your family relationships. Forgive yourself first, because I know I have been a total asshole and I've had to forgive myself many times. And then fix your relationships with your family and friends. That's more important than you know, because that frequency is with you all of the time, especially if it's somebody you live with. Find your community or make your own. I started StandTogetherHawaii.com. I had nobody, and now it's thousands of people. And I will be going to the Big Island, around the Big Island, to the communities to build it even more. because what's coming for us is it's coming for all of us, and the only way out of it is to stand together in our numbers. Then take effective action, you guys. You got to testify. You got to see what's coming in your neighborhood. Don't just come to these events. And yes, networking is great. Being with like-minded people is great, but it's not going to make any difference. If you walk back home and you go back home and you don't start looking at your own community, then it was for nothing. You sat here for the weekend for nothing. You can do it, and I'll show you how. Freedom, protect it, local commerce, create your local community, local systems. You know, we have on the Big Island, there's on the other side of me is called Puna, and there's a thing called Puna Bucks. And they're actually, locals are actually trading in their own commerce in Puna over in that area. We can do that too. We've got to create our own community. The Hopi, they had a prophecy, and they believed there was going to be a time, which is right now, the fourth turning, and there was going to be a split. And one side would go toward technology, AI, merging, you know, materialism, all of that. And the other timeline would be getting back to nature. Who here when was the last time you put your feet on the ground without any shoes on? When was the last time you touched a tree? You know, there's a thing called a plant wave that actually you put these electrodes on leaves, and it actually turns the waves that are going through the tree into music. And it's called a plant wave. And you actually start to connect with nature more. And this, I believe, is how we started. I think that this world is not what we think it is. I think it is. I think that there is an evil entity that has taken it over, but I don't think that's the way it started. I think that we actually were telepathic and we were connected to animals and trees like we think we're supposed to be. You ever look at your dog and go, why isn't he talking to me? Has anybody ever done that? Is that just me? Okay. But we have been connected to animals and nature way more than we are now. Together we build a future. You got to heal yourself. It's number one. Building community, connect and support, take action, use your voice, protect freedom. So I am doing what's called the Blossom Inner Wellness Path, because my goal is to help people do what I've done in their own communities. And I'll teach you what I've done as far as going to county council members, how to testify, how to set up so that you can grow your own community in your area. It's so crucial. I do want to share with you guys a freedom frequency so you can actually feel what I'm talking about. Because knowledge is great, but knowledge is in our head. And our heart is actually way more powerful than that. So we can take action. But when you understand the frequency and the power that you have, that is not only, it's going to make it easier to change things. Magnetism. We haven't been taught about magnetism. Have you felt people here on stage who have been magnetic, and it like you sit up, you kind of want to listen more? That's magnetism. That's pulling you toward that person. Have you ever been in love with somebody and you feel that person? That's magnetism. That's actually what we are. We are frequency beings. So I want to invite you, if you can, to stand. Stand, and I want to take you through what I'm calling right now, it's a freedom frequency. So the first thing is, put your hand on your heart, and I invite you to close your eyes and just take a deep breath into your heart. And I want you to feel the frequency of compassion for yourself. Compassion and understanding. Because only you know what you have gone through in your life. Nobody else on the planet knows the trauma you have gone through. And every single person here on the planet could write a blockbuster movie about the trauma you've experienced in your life. So take a deep breath and send yourself compassion, empathy, understanding, forgiveness. Give yourself a break. Nobody is harder on you than you. Notice that frequency in your body. That's what I'm talking about. That is power. That is powerful. Take a deep breath, that. And then go ahead and slowly open your eyes and put your hands down. And now I invite you, and you don't have to, but I invite you to hold somebody's hand and sending that person, noticing that that person who you're touching or maybe just next to, your frequencies are connected even if you're not holding hands. You can't help it. You actually, why is it that they didn't want us to be more than 6 feet apart? Your heart goes out 6 feet. So you're touching somebody even without physically touching them. So I invite you again to close your eyes and breathe into this human being next to you, regardless of if you're touching their hand or not. And send them compassion and empathy, because you have no idea what that person has experienced in their lifetime. You're not alone. And breathing into that. And now I invite you to find the feeling of freedom and peace. How would it feel in your body if you knew this world you lived in was at peace, was in harmony? How would it feel in your body to know that we were free and it was happening right now? If right now there were no more taxes, there was no more property taxes, no more income taxes, if right now all people were in harmony together, if right now, in this present moment, right now, if all children were safe, if all children were laughing, hugging, playing, and they were absolutely safe and free to be who they are, how would it feel right now if all of the leaders, the world leaders, were doing what is right for the people? Give yourself permission, because it does take permission from your mind to give yourself the opportunity to experience this in your body. Give yourself permission to feel, what if all of the world leaders did what is right for the people? What would that feel like? And so you're having this person's hand, feeling this feeling, frequency, this feeling of freedom, of peace, and of harmony, even just if it's just in this space. And now we're going to actually expand it. So all people here in the room, finding that feeling of peace. We're at peace right now in this present room right now. Nobody's harming anybody. We are at peace in this present moment. Give yourself permission to feel what that would feel like in your body. And now we send this frequency of peace and of harmony. We're in harmony right in this present moment. And we send this to all of Las Vegas. Send this frequency out down the road to the clerks, to the people who are driving. Let yourself feel this. We send this all throughout Nevada, this frequency of freedom, of peace. What would it feel like to have families laughing, enjoying each other's company, having dinner again? What would it feel like to just be happy? We send this frequency out to California, to New Mexico, to Utah. We send this out like the wave of an ocean out through all the mainland. We send this to Canada, to Mexico, to the Hawaii Islands. We send this out to Europe. We send this to Ukraine, to Russia. We send this to Gaza and Israel. We send this all the way to China, to Australia, to New Zealand. We have wrap all the way around back to Las Vegas. This frequency of peace, we call it forth now. This frequency of harmony, this frequency of peace and freedom, that all people matter, and that the leaders of this country who do not value freedom are being removed from office, peaceably stepping down, or being removed in whatever way the movie wants to show us. We call this forth right now, and we give so much gratitude to the light beings that we can and cannot see, that are allowing this frequency to really take hold and to root into the planet. And we give so much gratitude to Mother Earth, who has always been with us, keeping us healthy, keeping us nourished. Thank you so much, Mother Earth, angels, guides that are supporting us. We call this force right now. We send so much gratitude. It is so done. Take a deep breath into that. We bring back to our hearts. Go ahead and put your hands back on your hearts, sending yourself the power that you need to make right, to do what is yours, what is called your kuleana, to do your part, to do what you're called to do, because that's not an accident. Your heart calls you to do something, and it's your decision whether or not you do it. So sending so much appreciation for yourself for coming here to the Red Pill today and taking a deep breath, and then go ahead and open your eyes. Thank you so much. Give somebody a hug, and then I just want to finish off with saying so much mahalo nui loa to Red Pill Expo and to Mr. Griffin, who supported my book, The Death of Freedom, and also to all of the staff who worked their booties off to make this happen, and to you for getting yourselves here. Please make a difference. You can do it. Much mahalo.
Michelle Melendez, everybody. Wonderful, beautiful. Thank you. You're so kind and loving. Thank you. We need more of that. And you guys, we got a lot coming up. I just want to give you a heads up before we wrap up and get to lunch here. The afternoon session after lunch, we got a special guest star joining us. He wasn't planning to be here, but he is. Everybody remember Sheriff Richard Mack? Sheriff Mack. You don't want to miss that at 2:15. And then Mike Yon is here in person, which is awesome. And then we have a special kind of introductory potential. For those of you who are here with us, you're going to get little tickets, if you will, coming back. And somebody might win $1,000 because you attend the sponsor presentation on relaxed saunas by my friend Phil Wilson. So that's cool too. So get ready for that. But for now, let's go to lunch. But first, say thank you to everybody that spoke earlier. Let's go. Give it up. Thank you. See you guys soon.
Gee, Dad, can I ask you something?
Shoot, Chip.
Billy says his older brother's new phone is the niffiest thing he's ever seen. Says it practically reads his mind. Golly, is that even possible?
Possible, sure. Worth having, that's a different question.
What you mean? Wouldn't it be swell to have a phone that just knows stuff about you?
Would it be swell if the mailman read every letter before he delivered it, Chip?
Gosh, no. That'd be kinda nosy.
That's the word for it, all right. Seems some folks forgot why that matters.
Remember when modern meant your life got easier, not watched?
That's why Mark 3.7 doesn't build it that way, son. The ghost phone doesn't go poking around in your business to seem clever. It just does what you ask of it. Nothing more.
Gee whiz. So it's not nosy at all?
Not one bit. Same with my ghost laptop right there on the table. Quiet as a Sunday afternoon.
Boy, that beats Billy's brother's phone by a mile.
I use mine for recipes and the church newsletter. It's never once tried to sell me something I didn't ask for.
So everybody in the house has one of these ghost things?
Whole house runs quieter for it, Chip. Always.
Gee, Dad, can I ask you something?
Shoot, Chip.
Billy says his older brother's new phone is the niffiest thing he's ever seen. Says it practically reads his mind. Golly, is that even possible?
Possible, sure. Worth having, that's a different question.
What you mean? Wouldn't it be swell to have a phone that just knows stuff about you?
Would it be swell if the mailman read every letter before he delivered it, Chip?
Gosh, no. That'd be kinda nosy.
That's the word for it, all right. Seems some folks forgot why that matters.
Remember when modern meant your life got easier, not watched?
That's why Mark 37 doesn't build it that way, son. The ghost phone doesn't go poking around in your business to seem clever. It just does what you ask of it, nothing more.
Gee whiz. So it's not nosy at all?
Not one bit. Same with my ghost laptop right there on the table. Quiet as a Sunday afternoon.
Boy, that beats Billy's brother's phone by a mile.
I use mine for recipes, church newsletter. It's never once tried to sell me something I didn't ask for.
So everybody in the house has one of these ghost things?
Whole house runs quieter for it, Chip. Always was the idea.
Some things never needed improving, just protecting.
Welcome to the Reality Zone, your ultimate source for knowledge and truth. At realityzone.com, we offer a wide selection of books, audios, and videos, all designed to educate, inform, and inspire. But more importantly, offers an alternative to the mainstream narrative fueled by corrupt government and institutional propaganda. Whether you're interested in freedom, health, money, or general knowledge, we have you covered. Discover our bestsellers like Creature from Jekyll Island, an eye-opening exploration into the world of banking and finance, and World Without Cancer, which challenges conventional views on health and disease, and much more thought-provoking content from G. Edward Griffin. Visit Reality Zone today and take the red pill. Step into a world of awareness where once the bell is rung, it can never be unrung. Plus, don't miss us at this year's Red Pill Expo that brings together experts and enthusiasts from around the world. Visit redpillexpo.org for more information. Check out realityzone.com today for these titles and exclusive Red Pill Expo content available on thumb drive first time ever. There will be great deals and discounts all in time for holiday shopping.
In 1943, the government seized Nikola Tesla's most dangerous invention, a healing technology that threatened Big Pharma's entire empire. They buried it for 100 years, but it's back, and over 1,000 people worldwide are using it right now. When you join Tesla Club, you get your own Tesla plasma device, 5 times more powerful than the original Violet Ray and built to last. You join a private Telegram group where members share breakthroughs daily. Stroke recoveries, cancer reversals, chronic pain gone in minutes. These aren't stories. These are yesterday's posts. You get lifetime support from people who've been where you are. Technical guidance, therapeutic protocols, a group that actually understands. And you get access to hundreds of documented experiments, real members, real results, real transformations. No prescriptions, no waiting for permission, no begging doctors who don't believe you. Just you, your machine, and a movement taking health sovereignty back. We're Tesla Club, private science club for self-directed healing. Visit tzla.club. Join the revolution. Plasma.
It's back!
Merely to to introduce properly one Robert F. Williams, the president in exile of this Republic of New Africa and the author of The Crusader. Now here is what Robert Williams says. The lifeblood of U.S. capitalism is its productive capacity and its extensive commerce. If these two factors were to become paralyzed and rendered sterile, the orderly function of the government establishment would degenerate into a state of chaos, and the superstructure of the system would collapse. The more automated a society is, the more vulnerable it is to forces of calamity. What would highly mechanized America be without electrical power? What would it be without modern transportation? What would it be without its industrial capacity? And then, having asked these questions, Robert Williams proceeds to explain in minute detail exactly how to manufacture the devices that can be used by a mere handful of people to ensure that highly automated America will lose its electrical power, its modern transportation, and its industrial capacity. I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that less than a dozen people, if they know what they're doing, can reduce any of our major cities into a helpless, seething mass of confusion, panic, and death. Just one person can poison the city's entire water supply, or destroy the main aqueduct, or blow up the principal pumping stations. And where would people in Los Angeles, for instance, get a drink of water if it didn't come out of a pipe? And how long can a human being survive without water? 4 or 5 days, perhaps? But long before that, there'd be tens of thousands of people dead in our cities, not from thirst, but because they were unable to defend what water they had from roving bands of desperate people who were dying of thirst. And that's thinking only of the loss of water. In your mind's eye, compound that with no food, no electricity, no way to dispose of sewage, no police protection, no water pressure to fight fires, no radio or TV, no telephone, no buses, no gasoline for your car, no way to escape, no place to go if you could. And don't think for a minute that the countryside would be immune from disaster either. In this issue of The Crusader, the communists call not only for extensive chaos within the cities, but for putting to the torch every village, every forest, every field, and every barn. The plan is for raging fires from one city to the next. The reason? Well, first, there's the value of sheer destruction. Secondly, it would force us to deploy our defenses and rescue units over the widest possible area. The communists point out that as long as our police and National Guard remain concentrated, they're invincible. But if they can be forced to spread out over the entire city and into the countryside as well, then they can be picked off from ambush one by one. And the third value of massive fire to the communists is psychological. The average American, they say, soft and decadent, when he sees billows of black smoke rising from one horizon to the other, when at night the only light he has to see by is the flickering red from flames leaping into the sky, he'll become paralyzed with fear and panic. He'll run away and hide and do nothing to interfere with the guerrilla bands as they strike at the community's power centers. The Crusader explains how to set up sniper units in crowded metropolitan areas, how to manufacture jumbo Molotov cocktails, the gallon jug size, and how to mix the gasoline with certain ingredients to make it burn like napalm, how to pour gasoline into utility manholes in the streets to set fire to the main telephone cables, how to put sulfur tips from matches into air conditioning units and blow up large buildings, how to ignite gas mains and oil storage tanks. It explains how radio-controlled model airplanes can be used to fly explosive heavily guarded fences into gasoline storage areas or munition stockpiles.
You take the red pill and find out how deep the rabbit hole goes. Welcome to the truth.
Hey, this is Amalia with Growth Factor, and right next to me is one of the most famous men on the globe. That's how I always talk about Mr. G. Edward Griffin. He's now 94, and around 94 is when he wrote one of the most famous books on the planet, The Creature from Jekyll Island. And every year he has Red Pill University. Can you tell us the next one and what it's all about?
People that are already outside of the matrix, and they offer them the red pill. If they take the red pill, then suddenly they're out of the matrix and they can see life the way it really is. But if they don't want to see life the way it really is, and wouldn't you know, a lot of people don't like reality. They rather have the illusions. If you don't want reality, you can take your blue pill and just stay in that state forever. I thought it was a great idea to have an Expo conference and deliver a lot of very knowledgeable people who can talk about discovering the red pill in their own personal lives. And a lot of these people are professionals and high up in the professions. They've got doctors and lawyers and teachers. And we got common people that sell things and from all walks of life. And it's particularly interesting when you deal with people in the political world and in the world of healthcare.
Infectant, where it knocks it out in a minute.
Chlorine dioxide has so many mechanisms of action.
The war on chlorine dioxide. That every cupboard in this country should have chlorine dioxide or antioxide or antioxide.
Chlorine dioxide is super awesome. Pierre Corey has a new book that I've read about the history of chlorine dioxide, and you're featured.
The wellness blanket is made top and bottom with 100% organic cotton, and the middle is energy reflecting materials. So when you're fully wrapped in it, it's kind of like a mirror effect where the good strong energies are bouncing back to heal the weak, and then your immune system kicks in and puts the body into parasympathetic so your body can actually heal itself. It started back in the 1960s in Russia. So the cosmonauts are in their spacesuits, and the scientists take apart the spacesuit and they realize in the spacesuit are these energy reflecting materials. And then in the 1990s, they took that technology in Russia, they put it into a blanket. They wanted something that the general public could also benefit from. Yeah, so we have really seen people that haven't slept in years and now they can sleep again. If your body is wrapped in that blanket, it's just that powerful cocoon where your body's just immune to all that outside interference. And I think when that happens, you can really rest and sleep deeply. Like you were saying, you dream and you wake up. I know for me, when I wake up, I am so refreshed. So you're going to go ahead and lay down on it. And then it's going to cover you. This is the standard blanket. Again, you want to make sure the plain side is next to the body so that energy reflecting materials are acting like a gentle infrared sun. The last few months since I've been working with more autism families, these children are so calm, relaxed. They can sleep, the parents can sleep, which is so important. One of the moms took the blanket home with her and her son is using it in therapy. The therapist said that it usually takes 8 hours for her to get as deep as she was able to get with him in 30 minutes. Just laying on top of the blanket. These pets love their wellness blanket. I have a friend who is also an affiliate, Dr. Carey. She has a little dog. He's about 9 years old. He has arthritis in his hip. So when she got a blanket several months ago, she would have to pick him up and put him on the bed so he could sleep with her. But after 2 weeks, he can now jump up again, and he's not showing that pain that he used to have. One of the most important things with the wellness blanket is that we keep it dry. And when you buy your wellness blanket, it will say here, dry clean only, do not get wet. I want to go to thewellnessblanket.com. I always tell people don't forget because if you just put in wellness blanket, you won't find us. So it's thewellnessblanket.com. Make sure you put in blanket 10 for 10% off.
Former KGB operative Yuri Bezmenov defected to the United States and became an American citizen. In this interview, he describes the 4 stages of ideological subversion used by the Communist Party to take over the United States.
When the Soviets use the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate 1 generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of American patriotism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. What matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world, that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring the country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. Your leftists in United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. You remember most of these former Marxist-Leninists were either put to prison or one of them split, and now he's working against Sandinistas. It happened in Grenada when Maurice Bishop was already a Marxist. He was executed by a new Marxist who was more Marxist than this Marxist. Same happened in Afghanistan when first there was Taraki, he was killed by Amin, then Amin was killed by Babrak Karmal with the help of KGB. Same happened in Bangladesh when Mujibur Rahman, very pro-Soviet leftist, was assassinated by his own Marxist-Leninist military comrades. It's the same pattern everywhere. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer. Unlike myself, you will have nowhere to defect to.
Infectant where it knocks it out in a minute.
Chlorine dioxide has so many mechanisms of action.
The war on chlorine dioxide. That every cupboard in this country should have chlorine dioxide.
Chlorine dioxide. Chlorine dioxide.
Chlorine dioxide is super awesome. Pierre Corey has a new book that I've read about the history of chlorine dioxide, and you're featured.
Meet G. Edward Griffin, a renowned author and researcher who has uncovered truths that have changed the way we understand the world. His groundbreaking book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, takes you on a thrilling journey into the secret world of the Federal Reserve. It's a detective story, but everything is true. This is essential reading for anyone curious about the origins and impact of our monetary system. In World Without Cancer, Griffin challenges the conventional understanding of health, presenting compelling evidence that cancer is linked to a deficiency in a natural compound that can be found in 1,400 edible plants, but which have been deleted from modern diets due to their slightly bitter taste, such as is found in apple seeds. This book explores alternative perspectives that can defeat cancer simply by restoring small amounts of this substance to our daily diet. At realityzone.com, you'll find these best-selling titles and a collection of other thought-provoking works as well. From history and health to economics and geopolitics, there's something for everyone with a curious mind. Visit realityzone.com to discover exclusive offers when books are bundled, save up to 20%, and unlock deeper insights into the world around us.
Hey, this is Robert Scout Bell. You probably are sick of seeing me as the MC for the Red Pill Expo, but what can I say? I can't say no to Ed. What are you going to say? G. Edward Griffin calls you. So I love you all. Appreciate you so much. Many of you might know me from the Robert Scott Bell Show. I've been doing this show for over 25 years in broadcast media. Yes, you have a friend in the media that has been red pilled and been red pilling for decades. Oh, not as long as Ed, but hey, I'll take a fraction of that. That's okay. Also, I'm a homeopath. What does that mean? Don't be frightened. It means I bring the power to heal back to you where it belongs. It's not like I have it and give it to you. I just remind you of where it's originating from and then kind of tap you into some of those things that you're never going to hear about in the mainstream legacy media. No pharmaceutical pills here, no shots needed, nothing like that. I'm on 6 days a week, believe it or not. Yes, 6 days a week. So beyond the Red Pill Expo, you can still catch me up 2+ hours every day, Monday through Friday live, additional hour on Sundays. Where do you listen? Where do you watch it? Come on over to robertscottbell.com, and then there's a listen or live or watch live link. It's just /live, and you can see that here on the video. Now, another thing I like to do, because I don't sell products on my show, I certainly talk about the things I believe in. I consider them RSB approved. I've been at this for so long. So if you want to learn about how to get healthy and stay healthy, there's a whole section on the website you can see here. Products we love section, and just click on anything, discounts, the best stuff available for you, whether it be supplements, services, different things like that. There's a lot to learn, and I've been doing it for so long. I still have more to learn, but I love to teach as well. Also, one of the things I talk about, economic healing. You guys maybe don't know about this, but the United Precious Metals Association, which is one of the links we have here, you can set up a free account. It's like having your own trust. Just with an email, you could set up your kids, your grandkids. They can start saving in real money, sound money, gold, silver, gold backs. And that's available there for you for free. And we have that link up in the Products We Love section at robertscottbell.com. There's also so much more, including once a month, I meet with you, those of you who are really interested in learning more, with a Patreon support page. Thank you for supporting this message of health, freedom, and healing liberty. You can get more, you can give more. And that is with our Patreon page. We have a monthly meeting via Zoom where we see one another. You can submit questions that I can't answer into the public's domain, but in that private group, you can plug in and learn a lot as well. Wonderful opportunity there. So there's so much happening here at the Red Pill Expo. I just want to remind you that beyond the Red Pill Expo, we can stay in touch. We can keep the red pill bouncing, so to speak, and bring the power to heal back where it belongs with each and every one of you. So thank you to G. Edward Griffin and the crew at the Red Pill Expo for supporting this message of health, freedom, and healing liberty. And you'll always have a home here with me on the Robert Scott Bell Show, robertscottbell.com.
Welcome to Reality Zone, the official store for Red Pill University and Red Pill Expo, where we invite you to embark on a transformative journey toward uncovering the truths that lie beneath the surface of our modern society. Inspired by the powerful message of Take the Red Pill, our mission is to empower individuals to break free from the illusions propagated by fake news, corrupt politics, and institutional propaganda. Our carefully curated selection of books and recordings addresses the critical issues of freedom, health, and financial independence. Learn how elitist agendas threaten your rights and discover the healing power of nature, challenging the influence of big pharma. Explore the complex world of money and banking to reveal hidden systems affecting your wealth and liberty. Step into the reality zone, take the red pill, and embrace the knowledge that transforms your understanding of the world. But once you take the red pill, the illusion can never be restored. Once you enter the reality zone, you can never return to the twilight zone from which you came.
From the desk of G. Edward Griffin comes a powerful revelation: the chasm, collectivism versus individualism, the issue behind all issues. Collectivists are those who advocate collectivism, the belief that the group is more important than the individual, and that individuals must be sacrificed, if necessary, for the greater good of the greater number. Individualists are those who advocate individualism, the belief that the individual is more important than the group, because the group is merely an abstraction, exists only to the extent that individuals exist, and that the defense of individual rights is the greater good of the greater number. Dive into this concise 48-page work that lays bare the conflict shaping our world today: the chasm, collectivism versus individualism, at chasm.realityzone.com. Have you ever wondered why so much of what you hear in the media feels filtered or even manipulated? The truth is, most major news outlets are controlled by activists, people who think it's their duty to shape what you believe. So the common man ends up with a so-called correct opinion. At needtoknow.news, we do things differently. We provide unfiltered news and commentary as an antidote to the mainstream's newspeak. Here, there are no distractions with sports or celebrity gossip. Instead, we focus on what truly matters: your freedom, your health, and your financial security. And while we stand for individualism, we promise this: we'll never twist the facts just to fit our view. Even if the truth is uncomfortable, we'll report it anyway and let truth have its voice. Join thousands who refuse to be misled. Sign up for the needtoknow.news newsletter today and start seeing the world as it really is.
Gee, Dad, can I ask you something?
Shoot, Chip.
Billy says his old brother's new phone is the niftiest thing he's ever seen. Says it practically reads his mind. Golly, is that even possible?
Possible, sure. Worth having, that's a different question.
What you mean? Wouldn't it be swell to have a phone that just knows stuff about you?
Would it be swell if the mailman read every letter before he delivered it, Chip?
Gosh, no. That'd be kinda nosy.
That's the word for it, all right. Seems some folks forgot why that matters.
Remember when modern meant your life got easier, not watched?
That's why Mark 3.7 doesn't build it that way, son. The ghost phone doesn't go poking around in your business to seem clever. It just does what you ask of it. Nothing more.
Gee whiz. So it's not nosy at all?
Not one bit. Same with my ghost laptop right there on the table. Quiet as a Sunday afternoon.
Boy, that beats Billy's brother's phone by a mile.
I use mine for recipes and the newsletter. It's never once tried to sell me something I didn't ask for.
So everybody in the house has one of these ghost things?
Whole house runs quieter for it, Chip. Always was the idea.
Some things never needed improving, just protecting.
Welcome to the Reality Zone, your ultimate source for knowledge and truth. At realityzone.com, we offer a wide selection of books, audios, and videos, all designed to educate, inform, and inspire. But more importantly, offers an alternative to the mainstream narrative fueled by corrupt government and institutional propaganda. Whether you're interested in freedom, health, money, or general knowledge, we have you covered. Discover our bestsellers like Creature from Jekyll Island, an eye-opening exploration into the world of banking and finance, and World Without Cancer, which challenges conventional views on health and disease, and much more thought-provoking content from G. Edward Griffin. Visit Reality Zone today and take the red pill. Step into a world of awareness where once the bell is rung, it can never be unrung. Plus, don't miss us at this year's Red Pill Expo that brings together experts and enthusiasts from around the world. Visit redpillexpo.org for more information. Check out realityzone.com today for these titles and exclusive Red Pill Expo content available on thumb drive for the first time ever. There'll be great deals and discounts all in time for holiday shopping.
In 1943, the government seized Nikola Tesla's most dangerous invention, a healing technology that threatened Big Pharma's entire empire. They buried it for 100 years, but it's back, and over 1,000 people worldwide are using it right now. When you join Tesla Club, you get your own Tesla plasma device, 5 times more powerful than the original Violet Ray and built to last. You join a private Telegram group where members share breakthroughs daily. Stroke recoveries, cancer reversals, chronic pain gone in minutes. These aren't stories. These are yesterday's posts. You get lifetime support from people who've been where you are. Technical guidance, therapeutic protocol, a group that actually understands. And you get access to hundreds of documented experiments, real members, real results, real transformations. No prescriptions, no waiting for permission, no begging doctors who don't believe you. Just you, your machine, and a movement taking health sovereignty back. We're Tesla Club, private science club for self-directed healing. Visit tzla.club. Join the revolution. Plasma.
It's back!
This is merely to introduce properly one Robert F. Williams, the president in exile of this Republic of New Africa and the author of The Crusader. Now here is what Robert Williams says. The lifeblood of U.S. capitalism is its productive capacity and its extensive commerce. If these two factors were to become paralyzed and rendered sterile, the orderly function of the government establishment would degenerate into a state of chaos, and the superstructure of the system would collapse. The more automated a society is, the more vulnerable it is to forces of calamity. What would highly mechanized America be without electrical power? What would it be without modern transportation? What would it be without its industrial capacity? And then, having asked these questions, Robert Williams proceeds to explain in minute detail exactly how to manufacture the devices that can be used by a mere handful of people to ensure that highly automated America will lose its electrical power, its modern transportation, and its industrial capacity. I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that less than a dozen people, if they know what they're doing, can reduce any of our major cities into a helpless, seething mass of confusion, panic, and death. Just one person can poison the city's entire water supply, or destroy the main aqueduct, or blow up the principal pumping stations. And where would people in Los Angeles, for instance, get a drink of water if it didn't come out of a pipe? And how long can a human being survive without water? 4 or 5 days, perhaps? And long before that, there'd be tens of thousands of people dead in our cities, not from thirst, but because they were unable to defend what water they had from roving bands of desperate people who were dying of thirst. And that's thinking only of the loss of water. In your mind's eye, compound that with no food, no electricity, no way to dispose of sewage, no police protection, no water pressure to fight fires, no radio or TV, no telephone, no buses, no gasoline for your car, no way to escape, no place to go if you could. And don't think for a minute that the countryside would be immune from disaster either. In this issue of the Crusader, the communists call not only for extensive chaos within the cities, but for putting to the torch every village, every forest, every field, and every barn. The plan is for raging fires from one city to the next. The reason? Well, first, there's the value of sheer destruction. Secondly, it would force us to deploy our defenses and rescue units over the widest possible area. The communists point out that as long as our police and National Guard remain concentrated, they're invincible. But if they be forced to spread out over the entire city and into the countryside as well, then they can be picked off from ambush one by one. And the third value of massive fire to the communists is psychological. The average American, they say, soft and decadent, when he sees billows of black smoke rising from one horizon to the other, when at night the only light he has to see by is the flickering red from flames leaping into the sky, he'll become paralyzed with fear and panic. He'll run away and hide and do nothing to interfere with the guerrilla bands as they strike at the community's power centers. The Crusader explains how to set up sniper units in crowded metropolitan areas, how to manufacture jumbo Molotov cocktails, the gallon jug size, and how to mix the gasoline with certain ingredients to make it burn like napalm, how to pour gasoline into utility manholes in the streets to set fire to the main telephone cables, how to put sulfur tips from matches into air conditioning units and blow up large buildings, how to ignite gas mains and oil storage tanks. It explains how radio-controlled model airplanes can be used to fly explosive heavily guarded fences into gasoline storage areas or munition stockpiles.
You take the red pill and find out how deep the rabbit hole goes. Welcome, Truth.
Hey, this is Amalia with Growth Factor, and right next to me is one of the most famous men on the globe. That's how I always talk about Mr. G. Edward Griffin. He's now 94, and around 94 is when he wrote one of the most famous books on the planet, The Creature from Jekyll Island. And every year he has Red Pill University. Can you tell us the next one and what it's all about?
People that are already outside of the matrix, and they offer them the red pill. If they take the red pill, then they're out of the matrix and they can see life the way it really is. But if they don't want to see life the way it really is, and wouldn't you know, a lot of people don't like reality. They rather have the illusions. If you don't want reality, you can take your blue pill and you just stay in that dream state forever. I thought it was a great idea to have an Expo conference and deliver a lot of very knowledgeable people who can talk about discovering the red pill in their own personal lives. And a lot of these people are professionals and high up in the professions. We've got doctors and lawyers and teachers, and we've got common people that sell things and from all walks of life. And it's particularly interesting when you deal with people in the political world and in the world of healthcare.
Infectant where it knocks it out in a minute.
Chlorine dioxide has so many mechanisms of action.
The war on chlorine dioxide. That every cupboard in this country should have chlorine dioxide or antioxide or antioxide.
Chlorine dioxide is super awesome. Pierre Corey has a new book that I've read about the history of chlorine dioxide, and you're featured.
the wellness blanket is made top and bottom with 100% organic cotton, and the middle is energy reflecting materials. So when you're fully wrapped in it, it's kind of like a mirror effect where the good, strong energies are bouncing back to heal the weak. And then your immune system kicks in and puts the body into parasympathetic so your body can actually heal itself. It started back in the 1960s in Russia. So the cosmonauts are in their spacesuits, and the scientists take apart the spacesuit and they realize in the spacesuit are these energy reflecting materials. And then in the 1990s, they took that technology in Russia and they put it into a blanket. They wanted something that the general public could also benefit from. Yeah, so we have really seen people that haven't slept in years and now they can sleep again. If your body is wrapped in that blanket, it's just that powerful cocoon where your body's just immune to all that outside interference. And I think when that happens, you can really rest and sleep deeply. Like you were saying, you dream and you wake up. I know for me, when I wake up, I am so refreshed. So you're going to go ahead and lay down on it. And then it's going to cover you. This is the standard blanket. Again, you want to make sure the plain side is next to the body so that energy reflecting materials are acting like a gentle infrared sun. The last few months since I've been working with more autism families, these children are so calm, relaxed. They can sleep, the parents can sleep, which is so important. One of the moms took the blanket home with her and her son is using it in his therapy. The therapist said that it usually takes 8 hours for her to get as deep as she was able to get with him in 30 minutes, just laying on top of the blanket. These pets love their wellness blanket. I have a friend who is also an affiliate of Dr. Carey. She has a little dog. He's about 9 years old. He has arthritis in his hip. So when she got a blanket several months ago, she would have to pick him up and put him on the bed so he could sleep with her. But after 2 weeks, he can now jump up again, and he's not showing that pain that he used to have. One of the most important things with the wellness blanket is that we keep it dry. And when you buy your wellness blanket, it will say here, dry clean only, do not get wet. I'm going to go to thewellnessblanket.com. I always tell people don't forget because if you just put in wellness blanket, you won't find us. So it's thewellnessblanket.com. Make sure you put in blanket 10 for 10% off.
Former KGB operative Yuri Bezmenov defected to the United States and became an American citizen. In this interview, he describes the 4 stages of ideological subversion used by the Communist Party to take over the United States.
When the Soviets use the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate 1 generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation, what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world, that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. Your leftists in United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. You remember most of these former Marxist-Leninists were either put to prison or one of them split, and now he's working against Sandinistas. It happened in Grenada when Maurice Bishop was already a Marxist. He was executed by a new Marxist who was more Marxist than this Marxist. Same happened in Afghanistan when first there was Taraki, he was killed by Amin, then Amin was killed by Babrak Karmal with the help of KGB. Same happened in Bangladesh when Mujibur Rahman, very pro-Soviet leftist, was assassinated by his own Marxist-Leninist military comrades. It's the same pattern everywhere. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer. Unlike myself, you will have nowhere to defect to.
Infectant where it knocks it out in a minute.
Chlorine dioxide has so many mechanisms of action.
The war on chlorine dioxide. That every cupboard in this country should have chlorine dioxide or antioxide or antioxide.
Chlorine dioxide is super awesome. Pierre Corey has a new book that I've read about the history of chlorine dioxide, and you're featured in
Meet G. Edward Griffin, a renowned author and researcher who has uncovered truths that have changed the way we understand the world. His groundbreaking book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, takes you on a thrilling journey into the secret world of the Federal Reserve. It's a detective story, but everything is true. This is essential reading for anyone curious about the origins and impact of our monetary system. In World Without Cancer, Griffin challenges the conventional understanding of health, presenting compelling evidence that cancer is linked to a deficiency in a natural compound that can be found in 1,400 edible plants, but which have been deleted from modern diets due to their slightly bitter taste, such as is found in apple seeds. This book explores alternative perspectives that can defeat cancer simply by restoring small amounts of this substance to our daily diet. At realityzone.com, you'll find these best-selling titles and a collection of other thought-provoking works as well. From history and health to economics and geopolitics, there's something for everyone with a curious mind. Visit realityzone.com to discover exclusive offers when books are bundled, save up to 20%, and unlock deeper insights into the world around us.
Hey, this is Robert Scott Bell. You probably are sick of seeing me as the MC for the Red Pill Expo, but what can I say? I can't say no to Ed. What are you going to say? G. Edward Griffin calls you. So love you all. Appreciate you so much. Many of you might know me from the Robert Scott Bell Show. I've been doing this show for over 25 years in broadcast media. Yes, you have a friend in the media that has been red-pilled and been red-pilling for decades. Oh, not as long as Ed, but hey, I'll take a fraction of that. That's okay. Also, I'm a homeopath. What does that mean? Don't be frightened. It means I bring the power to heal back to you where it belongs. It's not like I haven't give it to you. I just remind you of where it's originating from and then kind of tap you into some of those things that you're never going to hear about in the mainstream legacy media. No pharmaceutical pills here, no shots needed, nothing like that. I'm on 6 days a week, believe it or not. Yes, 6 days a week, so be on the Red Pill. All right, this is Robert Scott Bell right here, right now, not the guy on the video. That was me a couple of years ago, but he's still good. He's still alive. He's still well. And we're here at the Red Pill Expo, y'all. Hope you're enjoying your lunch, but kind of make your way back into the auditorium. We're going to get started in just a couple of minutes, and as I told you, a very special guest speaker, surprise speaker you do not want to miss. Sheriff Richard Mack is back, and we love him and appreciate him. So kind of make your way back in to the auditorium, and we're going to get started in just a couple of minutes. So finish up your meal, finish up your chats out there in the exhibit hall, and come on back to the auditorium so we can all enjoy a little Richard Mack on the Red Pill Expo stage. Thanks. Counting down. Couple of minutes, we'll get started. You can set up a free account. It's like having your own trust. Just with an email, you could set up your kids, your grandkids. They can start saving in real money, sound money, gold, silver, gold backs. And that's available there for you for free. And we have that link up in the Products We Love section at robertscottbell.com. There's also so much more, including once a month, I meet with you, those of you who are really interested in learning more, with a Patreon support page. thank you for supporting this message of health, freedom, and healing liberty. You can get more, you can give more. And that is with our Patreon page. We have a monthly meeting via Zoom where we see one another. You can submit questions that I can't answer into the public's domain, but in that private group, you can plug in and learn a lot as well. Wonderful opportunity there. So there's so much happening here at the Red Pill Expo. I just want to remind you that beyond the Red Pill Expo, we can stay in touch. We can keep the red pill bouncing, so to speak, and bring the power to heal back where it belongs with each and every one of you. So thank you to G. Edward Griffin and the crew at the Red Pill Expo for supporting this message of health, freedom, and healing liberty. And you'll always have a home here with me on the Robert Scott Bell Show, robertscottbell.com.
Welcome to Reality Zone, the official store for Red Pill University and Red Pill Expo, where we invite you to embark on a transformative journey toward uncovering the truths that lie beneath the surface of our modern society. Inspired by the powerful message of Take the Red Pill, our mission is to empower individuals to break free from the illusions propagated by fake news, corrupt politics, and institutional propaganda. Our carefully curated selection of books and recordings addresses the critical issues of freedom, health, and financial independence. Learn how elitist agendas threaten your rights and discover the healing power of nature, challenging the influence of big pharma. Explore the complex world of money and banking to reveal hidden systems affecting your wealth and liberty. Step into the reality zone, take the red pill, and embrace the knowledge that transforms your understanding of the world. But once you take the red pill, the illusion can never be restored. Once you enter the reality zone, you can never return to the twilight zone from which you came.
From the desk of G. Edward Griffin comes a powerful revelation. The chasm, collectivism versus individualism, the issue behind all issues. Collectivists are those who advocate collectivism, the belief that the group is more important than the individual, and that individuals must be sacrificed, if necessary, for the greater good of the greater number. Individualists are those who advocate individualism, the belief that the individual is more important than the group, because the group is merely an abstraction and exists only to the extent that individuals exist, and that the defense of individual rights is the greater good of the greater number. Dive into this concise 48-page work that lays bare the conflict shaping our world today. The chasm, collectivism versus individualism, at chasm.realityzone.com. Have you ever wondered why so much of what you hear in the media feels filtered or even manipulated? The truth is, most major news outlets are controlled by collectivists, people who think it's their duty to shape what you believe. So the common man ends up with a so-called correct opinion. At needtoknow.news, we do
You guys ready for some more Red Pill Expo? Some more speakers, some more awesomeness, yes? All right, welcome back. If you're just joining us late, you're still welcome. And my name is Robert Scott Bell, hosting or emceeing this event. For your patience, indulgence, these things, these live events are never easy to put on. There's always things behind the scenes. Sometimes
farewell address. If any of you have not read it, buy the book and you can read it in there because we actually translate it also. Because some of the language he used was Old English and he was very articulate and he used big words and it was beautiful prose sometimes. But this is what President George Washington, the father of our country, said to us as he was leaving the White House for the final time. He said this: political parties are likely to become potent engines by which cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled man will be enabled to subvert the power of the people and to usurp for themselves the reins of government. Folks, we're right in the middle of that. It has been happening for decades, and it has never been so blatant and accelerated as it is today, and we have to do something about it. And my co-author of this book is named Daniel Perkins, and I never heard of him before in my life until about 9 months ago. And he and I were invited to be on the same, hi Ed, it's so good to see you again. I'm not kidding you. Thank you. Yeah. There's someone who has always emulated the founding fathers and is a founding father in his own right today. But Daniel Perkins was a fictional writer, and he's made a pretty good living out of being an author. I've written about 7 or 8 books, but it's not what I ever did really for a living. The book that I wrote, of all the books I wrote, the one that did the best was, and I have it over at the table, was The County Sheriff, America's Last Hope. And if you really know your sheriffs and know how important they are, you know how true that title is. But it's only 50 pages, and I kind of like to write like Thomas Paine, pamphleteering. But Daniel Perkins and I were on a podcast just 8.5 months ago, and I don't know why he was invited to the podcast, and I'm not sure I was, but we were both invited to the same one. And he started getting into more about my story, because when Robert told you, I actually sued the Clinton administration. Do you understand the implications of that? Now, did he tell you the result? We won. Folks, we beat the Clintons. And as he alluded to, we lived to tell about it. Now, there's another miracle. That's a miracle, okay? And so Daniel Perkins told me, Sheriff, your story is very compelling. I've never heard anything like it. I never knew any sheriff sued the federal government and won a case at the U.S. Supreme Court. This is actually a copy of the case. The highlighted version, the best stuff of the case is in this little booklet over on my table, right over there. I can see my table from here. And everybody should have this, okay? You buy anything off my table, I'll give you that to you for free. A $400,000 document for free, okay? That's a good deal, huh, man? Yeah, thank you. So he said, Sheriff, I want to send you a Zoom link as soon as we're done with this podcast, and I want to talk to you about your story and your books. So we did, and we got on Zoom right then and there after the show. And he said, show me your book. So I showed him about 4 or 5 of my books, and he said, hold the phone, stop right there. I want to write a book with you. And folks, 7 months later, we produced a book entitled The Democrat Murder of America. Demagoguery in the First Degree. That's the subtitle. And you probably wouldn't be able to see the cover if I held it up to you. Can you really see the cover? Okay, so can you see the jackass? That's a jackass. I'm sorry, I have to use biblical language on you here, but that's a jackass, okay? And the jackass has a knife in its hoof. And the jackass is stabbing the Statue of Liberty in the back as if he were murdering America. And folks, there's only a couple of places where you have to look in the book or look in American history, and you know they're not going to be able to sue me with anything substantial, or my co-author. And we talked about this a lot. I don't want to put anything in the book that's going to give the Democrats ammunition to go after us or sue us, because this time we're going after them. Now, is this a book, is this a hooray President Trump book? No, but we bring out something in the book that's pretty crazy, because they're crazy, literally. And the only president in U.S. history that has had a mental disorder named after him, Trump derangement syndrome. And we quote several psychologists and psychiatrists that say it's absolutely true. It's real. And so another one of our chapters that kind of brings this out is danger, white chicks ahead. Danger, white chicks ahead. No offense to any of you white chicks, okay? Ma'am, I'm sorry. It's just the truth. And so that talks about how most of the female protesters you see at rallies all over have serious Trump derangement syndrome, but other mental disorders as well. And it's all documented. And so, but the main thing I want you to know is the historical aspect of this. What year was the Democrat Party formed? 1828. What have they done since then? It's always been about cheating, lying, violence, hate. And it's obvious to American history that the Democrat Party was very pro-slavery, helped form the KKK, completely supported Jim Crow laws. And folks, do you know the truth about Jim Crow? Jim Crow wasn't a person. It was a dance. Okay? This is kind of some of the truth that you'll learn in here. But also, do you want to know the truth about what really happened to Martin Luther King? What his family did to get a trial for James Earl Ray, and the government wouldn't allow him to have one? Martin Luther King's wife and children lobbied all sorts of politicians and courts to make sure James Earl Ray got a trial. And they wouldn't do it. Why? Because they didn't want the truth. Do you know what really happened to Marilyn Monroe? Do you know what really happened to Vince Foster? We quote two world-renowned economists in the book called The Sovereign Individual, written in 1998. I read that book back then. Do you know what they said about Hillary Clinton? They said her cattle future trade, the only way that could have been possible is like 1 in 30 trillion. And that Hillary Clinton is an honorable, good person is the same odds. 1 in 30 trillion. Okay? And it goes way further than that. Because when you see the evidence that we put forth here, you will be convinced that you want to get this book out to everyone. And while I was writing this with my co-author, we felt a patriotic spirit with us. And it's really started flowing. And we had some huge obstacles in our way. And one of them was my co-author's wife was getting cancer treatments the entire time. And she's still having a rough time. And all of you know that that's a matter of life and death. And it was. And he told me every time I asked him, do you need to wait and be with your wife? He said, I might need you to do a few extra things, but we're moving forward with this book. Nothing will get in the way of this book. And we were about 5 weeks late getting out from what we really wanted to have it going, and then get to the editors and the proofreaders. And I'm going to tell you, this was a miracle. Now, before I get into that, I want to ask all of you, do you really know government? Do you really know the Constitution? Do you really know the Declaration of Independence? That's our foundation. How could you not know? Okay, I know 99% of you already know. We're not a democracy. We're not. Everybody knows that, right? That's easy. But most of the people in America don't know that. So we have a little bit of work to do. Why is it important that you know what form of government we actually have? If you don't know what form of government we have, how are you going to defend it? How are you going to do anything with it? And so, yes, we are a republic. What kind? A constitutional republic. And democracy is not mentioned anywhere in the Federalist Papers. And in this decision done by Justice Scalia, in my decision, written by Justice Antonin Scalia, he quotes the Federalist Papers about 5 times. When was the last time that happened in any Supreme Court case? And how many of you never even heard of this case? Yeah, it's been hidden from you. It's been intentionally hidden from you. Now, Ed's had me at like numerous of these events, and I've talked about it every time. And it's still not getting out. I'm like this lone voice in the wilderness trying to make this happen. Now you can all help me, because this needs to be out there. And let me ask you something. This is something I did in law enforcement, because I'm suing the federal government. I want to know, as a sheriff, what can the federal government do and what are they not supposed to do? How many powers were delegated to the federal government regarding, and don't say zero. A lot of people say zero. Don't say zero. Regarding the law enforcement powers that were delegated to them by the United States Constitution. Now, it's close to zero, but it's not zero. But how many of you can quote them to me? What can the federal government do regarding law enforcement that's actually constitutional? And a lot of you are going to go, oh yeah, huh? They have that. Okay, the first one mentioned in Article 1, Section 8, treason. The federal government can investigate treason. Can the states do treason too? Yeah, of course. But the federal government has the authority to investigate traitors. Don't you wish they would get going on that? Yeah, I really do. And the book points that out. We point out a lot of big-time criminals in this book. Remember the name? The Democrat Murder of America. That's rude. That's offensive. Yep. We meant it to be. And we actually had Democrats in mind when we wrote it. We pray that they'll be curious enough or mad enough to try to figure out how they could sue us or stop it or whatever else, and that they'll actually read it. So when you get your copy, make sure you get one for your favorite Democrat too. Some people say they don't have a favorite Democrat. We all have Democrat friends and family and neighbors who really need to read this book, huh? Folks, should we have a two-party system? President Washington said no. So we've got a lot of work to do, and let's get going on it. But there could be a horrible disaster this year. We're 250 years old, and we might not last another 4 or 5 months. We've got a lot of work to do. Okay, number one, there's 5 law enforcement powers delegated to the federal government. Who delegated it to them? We did, the states, the people, the founding fathers. So treason, counterfeiting, you forgot that one, didn't you? Felonies committed on the high seas or piracies. States shouldn't have all their boats out in there in the oceans doing that. Coast Guard does that. 4, and this is Article 4, Section 4, that they are guaranteed, every state is guaranteed a Republican form of government, and that the United States government shall protect them from invasion. How are they doing on that? Well, finally, somebody's doing something about it. And this book tells you, and it's documented, why have the Democrats tried to bring in 30 million people to make sure they can all vote? Why? For power. For power. They want a monopoly of political power from Bangor, Maine to Honolulu, Hawaii. And don't get in their way, because they know how to take care of you. And so, number 5 is violations of treaties. Okay, everybody know that? If we have like a treaty with Canada and you go into Canada, you violate that treaty, that's a federal offense. Doesn't happen very often. That's it. Can they have more? Read the 10th Amendment. The power, we sued the federal government under the 10th Amendment, and this is the most powerful 10th Amendment decision in the history of America. And now you can have it in your hands today. No, folks. The 10th Amendment says the federal government cannot self-aggrandize political power. But what has happened? The Democrats and the Republicans took over the reins of government, and they now only side with people who side with them. And it's exactly what Washington warned us about, that a two-party system or any party system would create a bunch of selfish, spoiled political nightmares and people who are treasonous to America, traitors to America. We have created that because it teaches people to be more loyal to the party than they are to our country. And that's where we're at. Folks, we had that in mind when we wrote this amazing book. And on the back, Mike Lindell endorsed the book. He read it. He said it's one of the best books I've ever read in my life. Get this to everyone. Folks, I'm proud to be a part of the freedom movement. And I pray that we can get united in this. And the book actually has a solution just like that. The epilogue is very dedicated to a peaceful and effective solution. Now let's go through a couple other things. You know who really scared me when I was younger? What world dictator was fat, ugly, scary, loud, and mean in, like, say, the early 1960s? Nikita Khrushchev. And you know what his official title was? He wasn't a prime minister. He wasn't a president. He was, this is amazing. He was the general secretary for the Soviet Union Communist Party. And what did he teach us? You want to hear what he taught us? He's talking to America. And he's probably laughing in his grave right now. He said this: "You Americans are so gullible. No, you won't accept communism outright, but we'll keep feeding you small doses of socialism until you finally wake up and find that you already live in a communist country." That's a warning from probably the dictator in the world, the communist dictator who hated America the most. And then he followed it up. We do not have to invade the United States. No communist country, no enemy of America needs to invade our country because they were already invited in by the Biden administration. They're here. The sleeper cells of Hamas, Hezbollah, ISIS, any Middle Eastern terrorist group is already here. And their sleeper cells are here. And I've been to training about where they're going to attack us. And it's not really with a gun. They'll do that too. They're going to attack our infrastructure. And this is another thing that Hitler said. We will not have to invade your country because we will destroy you from within. We will bury you. And I can't say it nearly as mean as he does. But folks, what he said will finally wake up. I don't think there's ever been a book, ever. And I've read some great books, like The Creature from Jekyll Island. And this is the next great book. And you need to have it in your hands, and you need to read it and study it with your family and friends. And like I said, get one for your favorite Democrat and just say, I know this title will offend you. I know this will make you mad. I'm asking you to be curious enough about it and read a few chapters. Have them start with the epilogue, because that's where I ask everybody to come together. We admit right up front that we should not be divided by Republicans or Democrats or anybody else. The divisiveness and the hate and the incivility that has been brought to us by the two-party system needs to go. And I actually had a Democrat when I was my first speech to a crowd about the book, just about a week and a half in New York, not New York City, Hudson, New York, actually Churchtown, New York. And they have a great organic farm there. And you know what they do there? They don't pasteurize their milk. They have their own cows. They don't pasteurize their milk. You know how many Amish farmers have been put in prison or had their farms completely destroyed because they don't pasteurize their milk? Or they don't have a permission slip from government to butcher their hogs? That's Amos Miller from Pennsylvania that has been fighting that for over a decade now. Sam Gerard got put in prison for 6 years because he made a salve out of chickweed. No, it wasn't marijuana. It wasn't cannabis, which wouldn't matter to me if he did. I don't care. Not hurting me, not hurting anybody else. He hurt no one. And he got 6 years. You know why Danny C. Reeves, this crook of a judge, gave him 6 years? 3 reasons. And I went and I tried to work with the sheriff to make this get stopped. And your sheriffs have the authority and the responsibility to protect you from other government. That's what our whole case was about. The victory for state sovereignty. And folks, they did this because this crook of a judge, Danny C. Reeves, said, 1, he showed no remorse. 2, he was obstinate. He was stubborn. Yeah, not like this judge, though. And 3, he didn't get permission from the FDA. Did you see any crimes in there? Are any of those crimes? No. I almost went to jail that day. I was there in Louisville, Kentucky at this hearing, the sentencing. I worked with this man. I tried to get his sheriff to protect him. You know the simplest way for your sheriffs to protect you right now, and you need to talk to him, is you have your sheriff put all federal and state bureaucrats on notice that they are to check with him before they do anything in your county. What's wrong with that? You know what that's called? A check and balance by the person who's really in charge of the law enforcement in your county. Do you know that Scalia actually calls the sheriffs in this most amazing book? In this decision, he calls the sheriffs the Cleos. You know what a Cleo is? Chief Law Enforcement Officer. And he is. Folks, where do we go from here? We must come together. We must stand and fight. We must be educated. We must be informed. What did Jefferson say about that? If you expect to be ignorant and free, you expect what never was and what never will be. Folks, we have to be informed. Can you imagine the work we have to do to try to get some Democrats? I believe that there's good people in the Democrat Party. But boy, they're way off. They've been brainwashed. And I can't believe that any of them think that abortion is okay. I can't believe that. But you know what they've gone and done? They've actually called killing a baby in the womb a constitutional right. And that came from Obama. Obama made that part up. Then with Clinton's and Obama, they came up with something else. And I hope you've never heard of this, but I have. Most of you have. A partial birth abortion. You know what that is? It's murder. Thank you. The baby is being born, and while it's only partway out of the birth canal, and its feet first usually, and while the feet are out, they kill it. And do you remember Governor Northam from Virginia? He said if a baby happens to survive an abortion attempt, that we will make it comfortable while we kill it. Do you know how many Democrats opposed that and came out publicly and said, no way, that's murder? 0. And folks, I know some Democrats who are better than that. And I'm going to send them a book. I have a nephew. And I want to get this to him. I have a neighbor who I'm going to get this to. And I'm going to ask him to read the book, and then any part that they want me to take out, that they have proof that I'm wrong or that my co-author is wrong, then we'll remove it from the book. And we'll say that we did, and we'll apologize. I don't think that's going to happen, but I'm totally willing to discuss it with him. Communication is key on all of this. And folks, let me return to this case just a little bit here. I told you that Justice Scalia quoted the Federalist Papers. Do you want to hear one of them? Yeah, let's look at it. So you're going to hear it whether you like it or not. Okay, so Federalist 51 at 323. What does that mean at 323? Is it page 23, 323? I'm not sure I know what that means. But anyway, Federalist paper at 323 says this. And folks, how do we really secure the blessings of liberty as quoted in the preamble? How do we do that? What if the federal government and state and local governments are all doing the same thing to protect the rights of the people? Do you know that that's exactly what the Declaration of Independence says is our responsibility? That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. That almost sounds religious, doesn't it? It is. What a great and tremendous spiritual and patriotic responsibility we have as sheriffs to protect the rights of the people. And you've got to be involved in the process. If you're not involved in the process, it's not going to work. We the people, the first three words of the Constitution. This is what he said about when governments join together to do the right thing. Hence, a double security arises to the rights of the people. Folks, can't you wait for that double security to be part of your lives and part of your families and part of your everyday life? Hence, a double security arises to the rights of the people. The different governments will control each other. Did you hear that? I said it just about as loud as I could without getting my wife mad at me for yelling. Folks, you've got to understand that. That is the county, that is the state, that is the city, that is the school board's responsibility to make sure that they are what? Being the different governments that control each other. That's one of the Constitution's protections of liberty. And we must count on that. And then he says, oh, this is so good, folks. I'm just amazed at how wonderful this was. And no, wrong page. As Madison expressed it in Federalist 39, as Madison expressed it, the local or municipal authorities form distinct and independent portions of the supremacy. Oh, we thought the Article 6 gave all the supremacy to the federal government. That is a lie. It doesn't say that. It says they have to be in pursuance of the Constitution, or they have no supremacy. But the states and counties actually have more of it than the federal government does. And it's our job to do what? Protect the people from them when they're out of control. The overreach of government is why I sued the Clinton administration. I'd had it to hear. You know that they actually threatened to arrest every sheriff in America who refused to follow their order to enforce the Brady Bill. A gun control piece of scheme that was established by them to do this piecemeal destruction of the Second Amendment. 6 other sheriffs joined me in that lawsuit. Thank God there were 6 others, because Sheriff Prince from Montana and I got overturned at the 9th Circuit in our appeal. We lost. Big surprise. You know the 9th Circuit? Yeah, they're the most overturned court in America. We lost. But Sheriff Coog and Sheriff Romero from Texas and Louisiana won in New Orleans at the 5th Circuit. Now what happens? The Supreme Court is forced to take the case because there's 2 appellate court jurisdictions that have the exact opposite rulings, and they can't let that sit. You see how inspired this case was? I'm so grateful to be a part of it. And then one other one. This is, well, thank you. Thank you. And this is my favorite, and I have it memorized. This is my favorite quote from this decision. It sounds like Scalia knew we were going to have COVID-19, and he knew the government was going to be out of control, and he knew the government was going to be evil, and he knew that they were going to try to arrest you and shut your business down and tell you if you don't wear a mask, you're fired or you're going to jail. and shutting us down and destroying our Constitution in the process. Do you want to hear what he said in this case about it? This decision would happen in June of 1997, way before COVID came along. But you know what? Was it really way before? No, because what he calls this in the crisis of the day. It'll always be there if we allow that. The crisis of the day. That they manufacture and fabricate and then come to us with a what? A fabricated solution. And they know if they can get us just scared enough, we'll do anything they say. There were so many of you that said no. That's fantastic. And we've got to do that more together and do it with your sheriff. Imagine you have a civil protest going on and your sheriff standing right there with you, doing it with you. That's what we're after. And so this is the quote from the Mac Prince case. Okay. But the Constitution protects us from our own best intentions. You think that would be enough right there, right? The Constitution protects us from our own best intentions. It divides power among sovereigns and among branches of government precisely so that we may resist the temptation to concentrate power in one location as an expedient solution to the crisis of the day. End quote. And folks, there's so much more in here that you need to see. But there's also so much more in here you need to see. We believe that both present a lawful and legitimate, peaceful and effective solution for us all. And if you get your sheriff on board with you with your civil disobedience, is civil disobedience okay? Of course it is. Should it be peaceful? Yes. Should it be bold and effective? Absolutely. You see that title? It's bold and it's effective. And now I leave both with you. Come over to my table and be a part of this amazing, miraculous, and peaceful solution. I thank you all so much for bearing with me the last 30 minutes. I love America. I love you. I love my children, and I love my grandchildren. And when I look at their faces and I see my grandkids completely oblivious to what's going on in our country right now, then I tell them, now you know why Grandpa's always telling you about the Constitution. I love them, and I thank God for them, and I thank God for the Founding Fathers, and I thank God for all of you. Thank you so much for having me.
Richard Mack, everybody. Thank you, Richard. Stay up here for a second. Now I want to ask a question. This is a man who has lived it, stood it strong in the face of so much tyranny and attacks and things that are downright frightening. And my question to you, Richard Mack, because fear is that tool that they use more effectively than anything else in every environment. How do you deal with fear, or how do you suggest people might find a way to overcome the fear?
When you ask if I overcome a fear, every time I go to my wife, and then we go to the Lord. And my wife, when I first was talking to her about suing the federal government, I thought there's no way she's going to have anything to do with that. And then you know what she told me? She goes, I don't understand you. I don't know what you're talking about. But maybe now we know why you were supposed to be sheriff. And that pretty little lady's been with me for 51 years, and she's out at the table.
Oh, yeah. Give her a big hug and applause as well. Thank you, Sheriff Mack. So good to see you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, the inspiration that I feel when I see someone like Richard Mack, who's walked the walk and gone through a lot of so-called fires, brings back that concept. That's why I asked him about fear. You know, I spoke earlier today. I apologize in retrospect how fast I had to go with the 30 minutes I condensed, but it really was about the impact on the terrain by a lot of things. And one of those things that's most impactful, and I would say in a negative context, to weaken our terrain is that F word, fear. For some, it's Fauci. the other F word, right? During that time. And I true that adds to the mix and the mess. But that fear causes us to be in a state of constant panic or fight or flight or even war. Now, when we are engaged or our immune system is engaged to intercede on our behalf, when we have become imbalanced and then those so-called pathogens and microbes we've been told to fear kind of rise up, not because they hate us, they want to kill us, or we've been necessarily annoying to them. Well, we've just given them the terrain to suddenly thrive when they just merely hung out in the background or did things that were beneficial to us. It's by living in that state of fear chronically means that we are always at war with ourselves, with our very creation, by living in that fear in a chronic, constant way. And this is why I believe those that do not like us to live free, do not want us to live free, realize the most profound impact they can have to keep us from doing what Richard Mack does and standing up and doing the right thing is by threatening to take away things from us, like you're going to lose your life if you don't get the shot, right? That, for instance. Now, many of you figured it out and they said, okay, that lie is not working. How about we're not going to let you go to work or travel or your kids be in school or go to, their sporting event. Suddenly now it became a different issue. It wasn't about a fear of death. It was now a fear of the limitation of what you could do while you were alive. And that caused many to suddenly, well, I don't want the shot, but I also want to be able to do this. And so this is the reason they were able to get away with what? Forcing masking upon us in stores or in airplanes, because only one or two of us, stepped up, and like no one stepped up and said, hey, yeah, let them on the plane, or we're not, we're all taking our mask off. So the question is, where do we find that level of courage to stand up in the face of tyranny? Imagined, real, actual, any kind. And I believe that answer that Richard Mack gave is also mine. Lean into creation itself. Lean into that which gave us life and liberty and the idea that we don't have to ask permission where none is required. I remember growing up as a kid going, my parents were pretty liberal and lenient, so I didn't have to ask for a lot. I was given a lot of freedom, but there were certain things I had to ask permission for. I was like, can't wait to grow up and I won't have to ask permission to mom and dad to do this stuff. And then we see, maybe not so many in this room, but maybe we grow up and we still ask permission of various nanny staters in the government or various regulatory authorities. Now, I as a homeopath, a natural medicine kind of guy, I'm not licensed. And people will ask me that, are you a licensed homeopath doctor? And I said, no. And even if they offered me one, I would reject it outright because I don't want to subjugate myself to false authority, to a bunch of morons that couldn't heal themselves out of a wet paper sack. Why would I do that? And so I have encouraged even my medical brethren and friends to recognize that their idea of being elevated above all others because they are given special permission slips from the government is not freedom. It's actually a chain that binds them to limitations on what they might know is the right thing to do. And there's another thing that I've talked about over the years is this concept that we've probably all grown up with here in America, this idea of insurance. Like we want insurance to cover it, and we'll go to a practitioner and the first question, do you accept insurance? We've lost this concept of going to someone who has a certain skill set or knowledge that we desire and engage in a contractual relationship, a private license, if you will, to seek help and for them to offer that help without a third party overseer, a government oversight that is captured by an industry that wants to poison you for profit, to weaken you because you're afraid of, fill in the blank. Drives us back in there. And so I think about this intervening in what was used to be considered a sacred relationship. The doctor-patient relationship used to be called sacred. It still is, but it's not very sacred when you got third parties that intervene and tell the doctor what he or she can do or what you can receive, because you're no longer directly paying them, and you're also paying them in evidences of debt if you do, Federal Reserve notes, rather than sound money, just weights and measures. And so we have so many things that we operate unconsciously about that continue feeding in, even as we know this and this and we know this, and then we fall right back into the easy trap of, I'll use their thing that they call money, and then we're trapped in their system once again, which is why here at the Red Pill Expo, it's so extraordinary. I mean, I look at almost every booth, and they all know about gold and silver and other ways to interact economically that are outside of that control grid system or debt-based system. And debt is a form of slavery as well. So we've got the third-party intervener concept of insurance schemes that they've continued to grow and grow and grow. And I've talked about in let's go to 2010, what happened, what was the most significant, I think, devastating thing that happened was the passage of what they called Obamacare, but Affordable Care Act, which, you know, neither affordable nor was there any care in it. But it was 100 years to the year of something that occurred called the Flexner Report of 1910, which is when that industry that would be part of the future demon spawn of IG Farben, broken up after World War II, but still as evil, that would experiment on humans and animals and babies, it didn't matter, to poison for profit. And that institution, they wanted, going back to 1847 at least, with the dawning of the American Medical Association, they wanted a monopoly on the treatment of disease with their new emerging field of patented petrochemical medicines. At the time, of course, it was a lot of mercury and bloodletting. But they got their way through influence and buying and all of these illicit, illegal activities to garner influence and then crowd out the field of freedom in healing. So that things like I do now, I never heard of till I was 24 years of age, homeopathic medicine. I was raised pharmaceutically and medically. It was like the whole world. The only thing you're allowed to do, and that's legitimate, were poisons. But they were stamped with a seal of approval from the Fear and Death Administration. Was that the FDA? Yeah, FDA, right? And I was sick and poisoned and toxic from all those young years. And so my journey to overcome that, I believe, was a God-inspired journey, because I always wanted to be a doctor, but I just didn't know of any other kind than a medical one. And when I had been through all of their poisons and shots and surgeries and realized I was a proverbial and real dead end, that's when I was opened up and ready to receive something new, like we receive every time there's another speaker at the Red Pill Expo. Something that opens our mind perhaps a little bit more. You know, obviously I lean into the health and healing. Someone else leans into a different area of expertise or endeavor, but it's all fascinating to me, and I hope that you will find all of these things and do so life-changing and empowering ultimately, even if there's a fearful element to it, because fear also can motivate us to do things differently in a good way, as long as we're not paralyzed by that fear. And so the fear of germs, as I talked about in my talk earlier, is one of those things that tends to paralyze us or causes us to go, okay, it's over, now I got to go back to those drugs, which is a disappointment. Not that I'm in any way judging anybody here. That's not my point in saying so. But to gain strength, knowledge, and even wisdom through practice of, let's stop poisoning the water hole. And I'm talking about our water hole, our food hole, our pie hole. And make better choices because you're worthy of those choices. That's part of the programming where they say you're not worthy of it, but that worthiness is often interpreted in a way like, I can't afford it. But then again, we are being paid in Federal Reserve notes. How many can you be paid until it's worth zero, no matter how hard you work? So making these movements as well to sound money, which is a big part of the message here, is also going to be something significant that we cannot wait till the Federal Reserve note goes to zero and then say, oh, now I'm going to start using my gold, silver, and gold backs. Because by then nobody will have practiced it and it's a crisis, and now you're eating your cats and dogs and selling your body just to get food, like in Venezuela and socialism and various forms of communism. So I am urging you to take what you learn here and put it into practice. And one of those things that G. Edward Griffin has inspired us so, and every time, if you're able to come in physical person to the Red Pill Expo on the Monday, we always meet and talk about developing further the Red Pill campuses, if you will, to take what we've done here and put it into action, rather than saying, man, I learned a lot, that was cool, and then we go right back to doing the same things we were like not really loving or thinking one day it'll change. You know, that concept of you being the change you're waiting for is a very real one. And the opportunity to learn about these things happens here. The opportunity to put them into practice, that happens the next day and the next day and every day forward. Now, I've raised my children to see the world a little bit differently. I often felt bad for them because They somehow, before they got here, probably chose me as a dad. I'm thinking, man, you kids are crazy, but I'm impressed. You know the stuff you're going to learn being my son and my daughter. And yet, you know, as hard as it is to grow up at any given time, they've been raised without social security numbers, without birth certificates, and yet they have passports, and they do work, and they get paid in gold and silver and gold backs. So to me, when somebody says, well, that's impossible, I say, there they are. Or when I talked about Anne, you know, here with her Monocore and her husband's here 6 years out from a deadly metastatic melanoma cancer diagnosis, 2 weeks to live. And she protected him that he shouldn't hear that word or those words so he wouldn't believe it. And then 6 years later, he's here with us at the Red Pill Expo, alive and well with no cancer at all. What does it tell you about the impossible? You know, stuff that's hard might take a few minutes. The impossible, give it about 3 days, or in his case, 10 weeks, and he was done. The point is, the extraordinary possibilities are yours when you open your mind to something deeper, greater, more profound, and more powerful than anything government or anybody who owns and controls government will try and convince you of. And that includes, of course, the healing I talk about on my show 7 days a week. The message I am delivering is not one that says, I tell you what to do. No, that's not what I'm about. I will put things out there for you to consider, but I want you to put it to the test, including all of the things here that you want to try and check out. But please indulge yourself and ask questions. Learn about these things because they can be transformative. If you think you're locked into one particular future right now because you have been this way the whole time, or like me, I was sick my first 24 years of my life. I'm done. I'm toast. I'm dead in my 40s of cancer. That is proverbially and actually a belief system that somebody infused into you, and you're reprogrammed and you're programmed and you keep and you're stuck and you're stuck. This is the kind of opportunity, and I'm encouraging all of you watching around the world, if you can get to a Red Pill Expo in person. I know it's great to be able to watch it in the comfort of your own home or wherever you are. I'm grateful that you're here with us there too. But to be here, to shake hands, to give a hug, to look in the eyes of G. Edward Griffin and know something and feel something. That's what they wanted to stop during COVID, by frightening us that each and every one of us was a vector of death instead of a vector of life, of liberty, of property, of pursuit of happiness, of healing. The simple act of smiling, the simple act of listening, engaging in a human way to one another can be the most profound healing event. A smile in a grocery store passing by, or the simple act of taking your kids into a garden that you never thought you could grow and having them play in the dirt and reconnect to the source of all life in terms of how nature provides everything for us. So these are the things I've had to learn from being my city slicker self, born in New York City as a kid, becoming Southernized in Georgia for 30 years, becoming a homeopath. I'm like, what? And then being on the Red Pill Expo stage, getting to call heroes of mine like G. Edward Griffin friend. This is what happens by coming to these events. And I encourage you, no matter what they do to try and frighten you to stay divided, to stay apart, lean into that humanity and that source of our life itself, which is not fear, it's love. Lean into that love that you feel, whether it's for your cat or dog or husband, wife, grandma, grandpa, son, daughter, grandpa, all of that. And then the next time they throw a war, there'll be no one to show up for it because it was all based on illusion, based on fear, based on lies and deceptions. We clearly, in this audience, have a wide array of diversity of beliefs, religions, political beliefs, and yet we're all hanging out and enjoying each other's company, hopefully getting to know one another. That doesn't happen by accident. You guys chose love over fear. Maybe you didn't think of it in those terms, but I see it that way. And I'm so grateful for the opportunity to be here. And I'm also so grateful not only to be your MC, but also to introduce our next guest, our next speaker, who I've introduced, but he's always been in some far-flung, dangerous region of the planet when he's reporting. Mike Yon. He's coming up here. He's up-close news reports that he's done, military conflict zones. You've been in there. Green Beret. Good Lord, don't beat me up. You got a microphone, by the way? I want to make sure.
I'm going to do it right there.
You're going to do it right here? Okay. Just let you know, he's been in dangerous situations, reporting, giving us information that's hard to get. He was embedded with British and American troops in Iraq. Now, he's also an author, but he's really an independent combat correspondent delivering a message that very few, if any, are doing. Let's welcome to the Red Pill Expo stage. Are you ready, Michael?
Yes, sir.
Mike Yon, ready. Mike.
Uh-oh. Does it work? Good. Thank you all for, oh, there it goes. You got this thing working. Wow, what an honor to be here. I just came in from Japan, and that's why I'm wearing these crazy shoes. You'll love these Japanese shoes. They're called tabbies, where your toe sticks out. You'll want to get some if you ever see me wearing them. Mr. Griffin, I super appreciate your inviting me. You're the only one I'll get on an airplane for, except for Catherine Austin Fitz. I got on an airplane for her too, and and that's about it in my whole life. And so it's just such an honor to be here. So I came in from Japan. Unfortunately, Masako, my wife, could not make it. Well, fortunately, she could not make it. She's 29 weeks pregnant as of today. So, but she's watching. I know you're watching, Masako. I love you. Yeah. So Masako actually just gave a speech in Japan as well. And so she's actually an author. And so it's amazing what we're going through right now with her pregnancy, with the hospitals trying to drive you in for, anyway, I'm sure a lot of people have been through that. I would like to say one thing up front. I have a good friend, Masako and I, her name is Marcia. I'm not going to say her last name, but she is a true patriot, and she lives the life that Mr. Griffin espouses, in that you should actually do something about this and not accept defeat. Marcia is that person. She is one who does it. And unfortunately, she's very sick right now. She's been very healthy all of her life. She went in for dental work and had to get an injection. And that right after that, she's had a bad turn with her health, a very, very bad turn. So I know Marcia's going to see this. Marcia, you know, we love you. And I know if the people here actually knew who you were, everybody here would pray for you. And I do. And I know Masako does. And so we'll continue from there. Now, there's a lot to talk about today, so I'm going to get rolling. I hope you're watching this, Marcia. And I know Masako is. And I know David Webb is over in Sweden. And Catherine Austin Fitz should be watching too. And actually, Catherine introduced me to Lars Johansson here up in Sweden. And for those who don't know him, the man in the orange shirt here, if you've got a podcast, you're going to want to get his number. Believe me, he flew in from Sweden just to come to this. You know, last year in 2025, Catherine Austin Fitz was watching some podcast I did, and she invited Masako, my wife, and I to Netherlands. We were in Japan. So we jumped on an airplane and actually went. And we stayed for more than a month with Catherine. And at one point in December of 2025, so not long ago, Catherine asked Masako and me over dinner, what are your plans for 2026? You know, Catherine's a pretty awesome woman. That month that we spent with her was like the University of Catherine Austin Fitz. I mean, I wish we could do 6 months actually. And if you're not following Solari Report, you might want to do it. And she follows Mr. Griffin actually very closely. So she asked us, what is our plan? If you know Catherine, she pulls out this giant notepad. I mean, this is my notepad. Catherine's notepad is literally this big, and I'm not joking. And that's just what she always has. She pulls out a pen and it's like, what's your plans for 2026? I said, well, we're going to make a family. That's where we're going. And I think she was very surprised. And that was December. And so then we almost immediately, Masako was pregnant. We were up in Hamburg, and then we stayed with Lars for about a month or however long it was. That was a very interesting trip. And then we ended up in Denmark and other places. And finally, here I am. So what a year this has been. Here we go. I'm going to tell you some really interesting things, but I'll have to remember the microphone is right here. So every war that I've ever studied, which would be a lot, they come down to three things: routes, resources, and ideology. And ideology is actually about human resources. Human resources are the number one resource. They are more important than oil. They're more important than all that, because with human resources, you can get all the other resources. And, so there's a huge amount of effort put into human resources right there, something that Mr. Griffin's always talking about. And many other people in this group are very well aware that the battle is for our minds, as Alex Jones might say. That's my naming for those who've never heard of me. Ideology. Ideology is all about human resources. And, it's something I study quite a lot. And now we're going to go into something very interesting. When I was developing an architecture of knowledge to try to figure out what's going on, the first thing, or not the first thing I did, but at some point, I realized I need to lay out a foundation of what I need to study so that I know how to build this architecture so that I can try to understand what's going on. I spent many years actually studying physics and in mathematics and that sort of thing, but that's a different lifetime. Then I went to Special Forces. I was a Green Beret. We were on the same team, but at different times. Weirdly, we first met today, and then I went off and did other things, business and that sort of thing. And finally, I actually wrote this book. Weirdly, as I was on the airplane coming over from Japan a few days ago, I remembered that I started my book, Danger Close, here in Las Vegas in a casino. Actually, I started on top of one of these mountains around here. I don't know which one it was, but I climbed up to the top of one of those high mountains, and I was just thinking about things. And boy, it was a pretty high mountain, and I was pretty sweaty. So that's where I opened with the first sentence or two. I'm on top of one of these mountains. And then in the third paragraph, I start talking about being in one of these casinos. Now, I don't gamble, not with money anyway. I've gambled my life quite a lot, but I've never gambled with money. And I talk about the brainwashing that happens in so many levels, like with the casinos, of course. These are masterpieces of brainwash, or let's say influence here. And anyway, I dedicated the book to the great mothers and fathers, because that's the most important thing you can do is to be one of those. Now, there it is, that third paragraph. I just thought of that. I hadn't looked at my own book in years, but when I was on the airplane, I took that and added it to my PowerPoint. But anyway, just in case I know you don't have time to read this, but Danger Close, it's no longer in print, but I'm sure it's on eBay and that sort of thing. Now, after 9/11, I had been studying for years. I mean, in the year 2001, I spent most of that year in bookstores and libraries, like the University of Florida Library, because I'm a major bookworm, actually, like big time. And at one point, I was a super athlete, and another time I was doing other things. But one background through my whole life is I've always loved books. In fact, we've got a pretty substantial private library in Japan. But when 9/11 happened, I didn't go off to the wars. A lot of times people, when they saw my war work, they thought that I was some kind of, basically a combat junkie and an adrenaline junkie. And I said, that's untrue. Does not fit the fact pattern. I did not go to the wars until 3.5 years after the wars were going. And so the first thing I did actually is I went over to Asia, and I started studying cults, right? And which was something that I had got that thread actually when I was in Special Forces. Some of the old timers who were probably like 40, were talking about how important it was to study world religions and those sorts of things, which seemed kind of odd for a young Green Beret. But anyway, it stuck with me, the things that they said. So I went to India, and I was studying one cult in particular, the most extreme cult that I could find, and it's called Aghor. Aghor, Aghor. And for some reason, I thought sooner or later, I'm going to fight these people, not them, but that thing that they represent, which is pure evil. This cult absolutely does pure evil. Oddly, as time has gone on, I realized the Epstein class of that group is these guys, actually. These guys, they're not them incarnate, but they are the same sort of belief system it's very clear. It more than rhymes. Let's put it that way. This cult, Aghor, they believe that Aghor is a Sanskrit word. It means not terrible or not terrific, right? And so it means that you should be able to do anything that you want, anything, right? Cannibalism, of course, everything. Necrophilia with in a charnel ground, of course, right? Everything. There's nothing they won't do. And what they think or what they say is that they will gain complete power, complete release, moksha, they call it. That's one of the things they call it. But they believe that they will become released from the cycle of death and rebirth. And basically, they will become omnipotent, omniscient. They'll become basically masters of the universe, right? That's their ideology. So I tracked these guys down. One was from Texas. And, but let me tell you, okay, the next picture is kind of risque, but this is, the next picture is, by the way, that white on him is human ashes that they spread on their bodies, right? So that's one of the Aghoris in Varanasi, India. So this guy, that's me with him actually when I was skinnier. I just happened to have a blood donation shirt on, weirdly. But that guy is an actual cannibal, and he's a member of the Aghor cult. Now, this American that I tracked down is that young guy on the right. He was born on December 3rd, 1950 in Houston. His name was Gary Rayburn Stevenson. Gary Rayburn Stevenson. He was semi-famous in India. A lot of people have been trying to find him for years, and I found him. It took me 6 months of hardcore manhunting, and I finally found him. He had become one of those Aghoris. Now, he came from a wealthy family in Houston. Again, he was born on December 3rd, 1950. That's him when he was growing up. At one point, he said, you know, I become, because I found him, and I interviewed him a huge amount. The first interview that I did lasted 18 days on different days, right? And hours per day after 6 months of trying to find him. And I finally found him in Varanasi, of all places. And so he, at one point, he said, you know, I became a vegetarian. He's trying to get ultimate power. He said, I became a vegetarian, then I became a pescatarian, which eats fish. He became a fruitarian, which eats fruit. And then he said, Michael, then I became a humanitarian. He's a cannibal. And he was actually, on some level, quite funny. That's him. He had joined the Merchant Marine. That's his actual ID card. Notice the name is Giradas Rama Sitanatha, which he changed his name in Hawaii. I went to Hawaii, got his name change records. Same initials, Gary Rayburn Stevenson, Giradas Rama Sitanatha. This is an authentic Merchant Mariner card. I confirmed it with the Coast Guard. They said it's legit. And so, he became that, and he lived in Hawaii and that sort of thing. And so I went to Hawaii. I found some of his old friends and went to the Bureau of Records and that sort of thing. And anyway, it's a big story. That's him. So I went back to the United States after finding him, and I told the FBI, I think this guy is going to return to the United States and commit murders. And I think he had killed somebody in San Francisco and probably others in Hawaii. And so I told an FBI agent named Susan Pruitt in Lakeland, Florida, I said, I think this guy is going to come home and he's like a serial killer. And anyway, while I was back in America infiltrating one of the cults actually in California that's related to this cult actually, he got arrested in India trying to kill somebody. And the FBI called me and said, hey, that guy's in jail. So anyway, they were afraid he was going to be deported back to the United States and that he would kill people. And I said, well, keep him there. And they're like, well, they can't keep him for long because they don't have a great case against him. Anyway, so I went back to India. So that's me on the right. And that's him with a rifle. And so I somehow negotiated with the prison warden and the police chief and a judge, and they released him to me. You can't even make up this stuff, only in India. So they released him to me if I agreed to get him out of India. So this is the morning he gets released from prison. There's 3 police there, and he actually talked that rifle out of that policeman's hand. He just talked it right out of his hand. And that's when I got right next to him like that. I'm just about to take him down and take that rifle away. And I'm looking at the cop going, that guy's got your rifle. And the name on the lower right, Prashant Panjir, he's a photographer for Time Magazine. So he was along with us when it was such a big deal that Time Magazine sent the photographer. And Prashant, who lives in Goa now, said something like, hey, in Hindi, and the police grabbed his rifle back. Anyway, I took him out of India and it just went from there. So I'll stop that story there, but it's worthy of 6 books probably. But now let's get to war, right? Ideology, though. Ideology is so important. I learned a lot of things. One thing that many people, you'll never see the cult that you're in. You'll never see it. You'll see everybody else's cult. You know, that poor guy's wearing bells around his ankles or whatever. But if you're in a cult, you won't see it by definition. But in cults will do anything, absolutely anything, like put jabs in their baby and put it on Instagram, right? That sort of thing, right? Jab up the whole school with these death jabs. That's what a cult will do. They'll commit mass murder and think that they're doing God's work. So I went to the wars. After 2 of my friends got killed, and now we're about 3 years into after 9/11 at this point, and I haven't gone to the wars yet. And I wasn't planning to go to the wars, but then 2 of my friends got killed in Iraq. One was a Green Beret teammate named Richard Ferguson. Maybe you knew Richard Fergie. He was on 1-3. We happened to be on the same team, but at different times. And he got killed in Samara. Did you know Fergie? Yeah. And so he got killed on March 30th, 2004. And the next, 2004. And the next day, another one of my friends was killed, Scott Helvenston, who was the youngest Navy SEAL in history, actually. We used to work out together, play football together. Scott was an incredible athlete. We both went to Winter Haven High School in Winter Haven, Florida. And so, I went to their funerals. I went to Fergie's funeral in Colorado, and there was a bunch of Green Berets there and ex-CIA guys and all that stuff. And they're all saying, you should go to the war. And I'm like, no chance. It's dangerous. Fergie's dead. You know, and then I went to Scott's funeral in Florida. Scott worked for Blackwater. He was one of the contractors who was hanged off the bridge. And so I went to Scott's funeral, a bunch of SEALs there and that sort of thing. I still wasn't going to go to the war, but in 2004, I could see that the war was going in the wrong direction. So finally, I went to the war, and I showed up in December of 2004. And at that point, I landed, and I said, who's in the most combat, right? And so I started going out with the units that were in the most combat that I can find, because that's how I roll, right? So now it's been 3.5 years since the war started. I had not even thought about going into the wars until my friends got killed. I don't trust the media. So I just started going, who's in the most combat? And that's what I did for years. So this is one day up in Mosul, Iraq, when we were in a firefight with some Al-Qaeda dudes. That guy on the ground, his name is Khalid Yassim Noah. He was involved in a bombing that blew up a mess hall in Mosul, Iraq, killed about 20 people on the base at Fab Merez. He got caught. He just got released from prison. That guy behind him up there on the ground, that guy, can you see the laser back there? That's Eric Kurilla. He had just been shot 3 times. One was in the leg, broke his femur in half. In fact, he was the general who just started this war bombing Iran. He became the CENTCOM commander later, right? So he was there that day. I'd spent 5 months in combat with him. By the way, this is the most decorated battalion in the entire Iraq war. They're called the Deuce 4. Took about 183 casualties. Eric Kurilla, the one on the ground in the back, he was the last casualty. And that's Eric right there. His femur is broken in half, actually, and he's still giving orders because, I mean, he was a super stud. I did a ton of combat with him and killed a huge amount of enemy, and we took some blood ourselves. And so there's Eric. He's still alive. He's bleeding hard, though. There's Eric. He's bleeding out, but he's fine. There's Rob Prosser. I made all these photos because I used to keep the cameras attached to my body armor like this so I could keep my hands free. So I had parachute cord here, and I could lift it up and shoot your photo, right? Like I could do like this and shoot your photos real quick, right? But I could practice and focus right on your eye without looking like a pistol. I could get you, right? So we were running down the alley, and so I've got 5 frames a second of Eric getting shot. Then we get into this firefight and bullets flying everywhere, and then hand-to-hand combat, and here's just a few of the photos. And so I did this for a long time. That's when Bruce Willis reached out and wanted to do a movie and that sort of thing, but I never did it. I stayed in combat. This was down with British forces. There's a lot of war correspondents. There's not that many combat correspondents. There's very, very few combat correspondents. You'll probably never meet one. The chances are that you'll meet a war correspondent are quite high. But if you meet a war correspondent, it's like meeting Bigfoot almost. I mean, one that really, no kidding, does a lot of combat. So I'm out with British. the units that were in a lot of combat started asking for me to go with them because I would go with the Marines. I don't care where it's at. Let's go. If you're going, I'll go, right? And so we were flying low over Basra, and the helicopter apparently detected potential missile, and it popped that chaff out. So this is there's a lady on the ground up there. Actually, I could see her with my eyes. One of those flares landed right beside her. Luckily, it didn't hit her. This is in Basra. Big firefight that day, killed about 26 or 27 enemy. Ended up in war crimes trials. If you look up war crimes, Michael Yon, you'll see what I'm talking about. You'll see the complete investigation. Interestingly, they never asked me to testify, which was weird because I was in the middle of the firefight. And this platoon that I'm with fired about 5,000 rounds. And the other, it was a firefight that lasted for some hours, but it was lawfare. They were going after these British soldiers saying that they did war crimes, but they didn't. There was no war crimes. It was just a normal firefight. That was after the firefight. Then I go over to Afghanistan, sniper ops, everything's going on. Spent 2 years in Iraq, 2 in Afghanistan. Anybody ever seen this effect before? From the helicopters or blades? It's called the Kopp-Etchells effect. Sangin was the most dangerous district in all of Afghanistan. There's about 400 districts. War correspondents didn't want to go out there because it was, no kidding, really dangerous. And but I went. The British asked if I would go. I said, send a helicopter. So there I go. I'm out there. And I'm watching these helicopters come in at nighttime a lot because we're in combat a lot, resupply and that sort of thing. And one of them got shot down, actually, killed everybody. I wasn't there when that happened. But this particular LZ landing zone, the blades would really kick up the dust, and that dust was kind of special. And so I started asking physicists and pilots and whatever, like, what's causing this, man? You got to do something about these rotors. Our guys are going to get killed. Because it lights everything up. There's enemy all around us. Anyway, there was no name for it. They just called it rotor glow. So I named it Kopp-Etchells effect, which now the Smithsonian and others call it that. I named it after 2 soldiers that were killed nearby. Benjamin Kopp, he was a ranger. He was shot and killed. And Joseph Etchells, he was a young British soldier that I was with the unit that he was with. He got blown up and killed. He stepped on an IED. This was also Afghanistan, just shooting artillery one night at the enemy. And look at all those stars. The reason that you can see the shadow underneath the gun is because when the gun fires, it depresses so they can reload it. That's why. So it fires and then it falls down. And you can see actually stars through the cannon there because it's, man, if you can see that many stars in Afghanistan, imagine how many you could see on the moon. Yeah. So this is an RQ-170 stealth drone. I was in a Russian airplane in Kandahar, and I photographed that out the window and published it, not realizing it was top secret, and I had no idea. And next thing you know, it was all over the news. Michael Yon has published the secret drone. I had no idea. Why they have it at an international airport, And so one of these drones eventually got taken down in Iran. Actually, it was a long time ago now, but yeah, I would take breaks from the wars and just walk up to, this is near Mount Everest, Ahmedabad. See, I don't have any PTSD. I did years of combat and I don't have any of that crap. You don't have to have PTSD. They mentally train our people that you're going to have this. You're going to go off to combat. You're going to become an alcoholic and a drug addict. And then you're going to live under a bridge. You know what I mean? It's like, no, not me. That's not how I roll. I'm not here for that. And so, I would just walk up to Mount Everest or whatever. This time I was on the way. And so what I'm getting to with all this is I did a lot of different things to build an architecture of knowledge that would help me predict what's going on in this world. Masako and I, we have been traveling around the world quite a lot. We've been going to, Darien Gap and all kinds of places, many, many countries. And one thing that I thought as I did what's called a Carver matrix, which you know what a Carver matrix is. A Carver matrix is if you're selecting targets for a sabotage campaign, you'll do what's called a Carver matrix, and you'll you'll grade your targets. And I thought number one target I would take out if I were trying to cause famine would be Nord Stream. That would be a big one. I would take out Groningen gas field. I'd take out quite a lot of things like that. I would close Strait of Hormuz. Now keep in mind, I published these things many, many times, right? So we went off to, this is a Carver matrix. So criticality, accessibility, recuperability, vulnerability, effect, and recognizability, right? So you're basically grading your targets. And if your paradigm is accurate, there's a couple of things that should be true. And if your paradigm, the way you're looking at the situation is accurate, and your input information is 24 karat, and you keep the mud out, then you should be able to predict things pretty accurately, much more accurately than chance. And so for years, I've worked and tried to make a paradigm that's predictive and never leaves me surprised. If I'm surprised at something, then I'm looking at it wrong or my input information is wrong. So we went to BASF. I've heard people talking about IG Farben here a couple times. IG Farben, well, it used to be called IG Farben, BASF. If I were going to cause famine, I would cause people like that trouble, or at least I would. So Masako and I, we went to BASF. That was IG Farben in the past, right? We went to Ludwigshafen, Germany. That's where in 1914 they started making nitrogenous fertilizers using the Haber-Bosch process, right? So we went there twice before Nord Stream was blown up. And I had bought an iPad that did nothing but track the cubic meters per second that goes through Nord Stream, because I thought, they're going to take out Nord Stream somehow. And at one point, we were in Germany, and I said, Masako, look, all the numbers went to zero. And the next thing you know, you can see on the television, there's the bubbles coming up, and Nord Stream was blown up. And so, not surprising for us, because that's why we were there. I mean, we had just been doing a tour 14 days before. Yeah. So it was predictive, and it continues to be predictive. We went down to Panama right after Biden was installed. We were at January 6th, by the way. And Masako actually thought something would happen at the Capitol, and she was right. She's pretty good. As a team, we are very good, because she sees things that I just don't see, and I see things that she doesn't see. So as a team, it's not 1 + 1 = 2. It's like 1 + 1 = 5 or something, you know. But I thought in particular in this case, I thought that if they're going to create a famine, they could use Darien Gap to invade the United States with huge numbers of people, Camp of the Saints style. We went down there with Chuck Holton right after Biden was installed. We left Washington, D.C. We flew down to Texas, to El Paso and those sorts of places, and the border started getting hit, right? Then we went down to Colombia, and we looked at what was happening down there with the migrants. It's an invasion. Then we went to Panama. And since that time, I spent about a year in Panama, and other people would come and go. I took congressmen out there. I took Brett Weinstein and Laura Logan and Laura Loomer and Ann Vandersteel. Took 60 or 70 people. Chris Martinson, like I said, congressmen. I took all kinds of people. There's a lot of people that want to go, but they got to bring something to the table, like, fight. And so there's a lot of things going on with Panama. Panama is one of the most important places in the world, especially for the United States. One is it's a natural invasion path. The Chinese are building a bridge across, the fourth bridge across the Panama Canal right now. And that should be a video. How do I make that thing? I think I hit that one. Or maybe not. Is it working? Oh, well, there you go. So I'm taking that photo from, that one has audio actually. Should have audio. Can you make the audio work? No luck?
That is the port that BlackRock wants to buy.
Okay. That's China Bridge right there, right in front of us. And I'm going to go back. So they're building that bridge right now as we speak. I get reports on it every week. So let's see. There we go.
These appear to be windmill blades. coming into the Panama Canal. That's the Thatcher Ferry Bridge to the Pacific Ocean. And that is the port that BlackRock wants to buy. Hutchison runs it. And that's China Bridge right there. It's not opened yet this morning because it's early in the morning. That's why you can hear those birds doing their morning serenade.
By the way, those blades on that ship, they were coming from China because I looked up on Ship Tracker as it was going through. There were windmill blades coming from China going to Texas. They were going to Galveston. You can't make up this stuff. I mean, here we are. Chinese windmill blades going up to Texas, where I spend so much time. That's a time lapse there. Anyway, keep going. That, you see the Maersk ship in the background, that's one of the ports that BlackRock wants to buy. It's a very, very important port, very important. It affects us huge. That bridge to the right, he's going out into the Pacific Ocean. The United States opened that bridge, the Thatcher Ferry Bridge, the Bridge of the Americas. We opened it in 1963, I think. Sometimes I'll get helicopters and when we go to a place, we're not going there as tourists. We'll get helicopters, airplanes. We go out in boats with the Indians. We go deep in the jungles and deserts. But you can see this is the Panama Canal you're looking at, actually. These are ships in the Panama Canal. And that's a helicopter over the China Bridge there. I spend a lot of money on helicopters and airplanes because sometimes you just got to get out above it. And that railway you look at right there on this side of that red ship, that railway is super important. That's one of the most important little railways on planet Earth. That railway connects the two ports on the Atlantic side and the Pacific side. That crane right there in the middle, if I can stop this thing, oh, can't stop it. That little crane, anyway, there was a little crane there. It's a Nazi crane from World War II, actually, believe it or not, still operating. But here's that train. That train right there is one of the most important little train tracks in the world. It opened in about 1855, and it connected the two seas there. That was when the gold rush was going on in California, and people needed to get there, right? So they opened up that train, and but the canal didn't open until 1914. There it goes. Anyway, so that's my wife, Masako, getting up on top of the train because that's the way she rolls. She's like, well, let's put a camera on top of the train. And Masako, being who she is, she's unbelievable. She's just like, now we got a camera on top of the train, and they let us go in the engineer car. We do this all over the world. We'll show up and we did the same in a train in Argentina. Anyway, that's going across the canal. So this is going through the canal. There's going to be a war in Panama. That's my prediction. It's actually going on right now, and that will be between Zionists and China. United States is really doing a buildup down there right now. This is in the control tower, one of the control towers, and so we got up in the control tower. This is not on any tour, and the next thing you know, Masako's opening up one of the locks. So when we talk about places like Panama, we're not talking about it from reading a few books. We read all the books. We do that sort of thing. Can you make the volume work? That's Masako actually opening one of the locks, right? I mean, we see these places. We're out with the government people. We're out with the law enforcement and the militaries in these different countries, intelligence people. And she is actually opening one of the locks to the Panama Canal. When this got public, a lot of the Panamanians were pretty unhappy. They're like, why are foreigners in our control tower? Anyway, but there's good volume in there, but it's not playing here. So here we'll walk around there and look. So that's a ship out the... Masako, you went from driving the train on the Panama Railway to opening the locks. Yeah.
All you gotta do now is bring your ship into the locks.
Anyway, now this is an actual ship going through.
but we'll skip past all that. Now, I'm giving you a lot of background, so when you see me say things in other places in the future, you're seeing a lot more now than I usually talk about. This is, now we spend a lot of time in the jungle. This is from 1595. You can see those Indians living up in the tree. For those who've read about Darien Gap, you've probably heard about how dangerous it is, and it is. It's very, very dangerous, but it's been very safe. I mean, I spent a year in Panama, and most of that was down in Darien, and probably most of that was actually alone, just me and the Indians. And those are the Indians that actually killed a lot of people. I'm out with them. They haven't been killing anybody when I'm with them, but this is from 1597. The legends of the Indians that live in the trees. The Indians that I go with don't live in the trees. Actually, they're really mostly good, really good people. It's just that some of the young men get out of control out in that jungle because it's jungle law. Can you make the volume work on this? Tell me when the volume's on, and then I'll hit play. This is one night I'm out alone in the Darien Gap, because often I was down there alone, and I liked when the migrants are coming through, and you're going to see a lot more about the migrants here in a moment, but when they're coming through, the best time to talk with them is at night. And I do that all over the world. It's better to talk with law enforcement or whoever at nighttime. People talk a lot more at nighttime. So I'm often out there late at night, waiting for them to come to the jungle, and often they're very tired. So when they're tired and it's nighttime and they're hungry or whatever, they're more likely just to tell you what's on their mind, right? So I spend a lot of time out there at night. There's a circle around the moon out here tonight. I'm in the Darien Gap. I don't know if you can see the circle, but it's quite obvious. And I'm out at a place called Lajas Blancas, and you can hear the river. I have to watch for crocodiles because I am actually alone, and they can get you, obviously. And the river is quite full right now. There's been a flash flood because, well, we're in a rainforest. We're in Darien Gap, Panama. And the Lajas Blancas camp, which is right down here about 400 meters or 300 meters, is almost empty right now because the migrants are stuck up in the jungle because of this flash flood, right? And a flash flood about 2 weeks ago or so killed about 160 of them. This is normal. It happens all the time. I mean, it's possible we'll see an actual body floating down here. I haven't seen one tonight, but it's possible you will. And these crocodiles get them and that sort of thing. And there's definitely crocodiles right here. I don't actually see them. They can definitely hear me. They're definitely out here. I see them frequently. But you can see that I actually saw a tree go through this blown out river, blown out bridge. This is a bridge to Lajas Blancas village, and then there's the Lajas Blancas migration camp, which is a little bit further, again, a couple more minutes by the canoe down that way. And but the bridge is blown out, and but they say the oldest woman in the world lives up, by the way, in that village, Lajas Blancas. I've been up there. I doubt it because most of them don't even know their birthdays. There was another shootout about a day and a half ago or a day ago, killed 3 Embera Indians who were said to be raping and killing some of the migrants. So Centerfront just had another shootout, which is increasingly frequent because the United States and the United Nations are here causing this flood of the invasion of Panama. Panama is also being invaded. There's a huge amount of diseases coming through. It's pretty serious out here. Anyway, I need to get out of here because I got a meeting very early in the morning, and we'll be talking about this with some of the. I'm told that the U.S. Embassy sent somebody down here to intercept me and actually make me leave. Department of Homeland Security is on my tail. Yeah, Department of Homeland Security did not want me out there. So this is on the right side. There is Colombia. That's how many of the invaders come through right there. I've been all over that place, like Dennis the Menace map. That's not my map. I got that from Panamanian sort of military Centerfront. They're very, very professional guys. So here it is. This is what it looks like on time lapse. I love to use time lapse. So these are invaders. Now, a lot of these invaders are the ones who have killed people like Laken Riley. Jose Ibarra, who killed Laken Riley, came right here. He came right there, right on one of those boats. In fact, I have the records of when he came in. I know the date that he came in. I know what bus he got on. I've got records of over 1 million people who came through with their names, birthdays, country of origin. His brothers came through a few months later. But Jose Ibarra, yeah, many of the, when you see these people murdering and killing people, sometimes I'll look them up in the database and see their names. Yeah, they just come and come and come. Sometimes you'll see 2,000, 3,000 a day. Right now, the numbers are very low. There's still a trickle, but all the camps are still open. I mean, they're still there. They're all in place. They're waiting for it to begin again. You see this, just huge numbers. Again, I have records of over 1 million that came through just during the Biden time. That's just Darien Gap. That doesn't include the people that come through Mexico up. They start a different place like Nicaragua, or start in Guatemala or Mexico, or they come across Bahamas and that sort of thing, or they come by visa and overstate, or they come through Canadian border. I've been up to the Canadian border looking at it too. I don't know what that page is. Our paradigm was predictive. Now, before there was a flood of people coming through the Darien Gap, I was publishing, I think that there will be a flood of people coming through the Darien Gap, and you can see the things I was publishing. This is when I took Matt Bracken out, the former Navy SEAL. Matt is very smart. He's worth following, and he's also a very serious follower of Mr. Griffin, actually. Matt Bracken, he in his writings has been very predictive. He doesn't get a lot wrong, a few things, but he's Babe Ruth when it comes to getting things right. So this is way out by the Colombian border. It has audio, but whatever. So, you know, sometimes you get out, there's no roads. Center Front intercepted us. They're like, what are you guys doing out here? This is a Center Front commander out by the Colombian border. He's a Panamanian. And on his desk, he has a Holy Bible, and the only other book was The Art of War. I was like, I like this guy already, except that he called us into his office, you know, which I didn't know what direction that was going to go. But anyway, basically he said, you're free to stay here, but we're going to ask you to sign these documents that we briefed you that you're, you know, high chance you're going to die. So, I mean, they were very clear documents. Just, these are just to confirm that I have told you as the commander that this is extremely dangerous and there's a high chance you're going to die. So we signed those to keep in his good graces. And then Matt Bracken, there he is. We're out there also with Oscar Blue and Ben Berkwam, if you know Oscar and Ben. And so this is Oscar. Oscar and Ben, very brave. Both of them are super studs. And that's Oscar on the right, if you can see him. That's Oscar right there. I don't know if you can see the laser. And then that's Ben right in front of me. And those guys, there's nothing they won't do. Oscar's been down in Venezuela lately. Anyway, so the Center Front actually agreed to take them through the jungle. Meanwhile, I stayed back and arranged for an airplane and that sort of thing in case something happened to them. And so they went through the jungle. At one point, they got into a firefight out there, actually. So, you know, then we land on the beach. We had the Center Front commander said, we got to be quick. We don't want to have the village chief of the Kuna Indians angry at us because they get really angry. So we land on the boat like the Marines and they go right off into the jungle. And anyway, they went off into the jungle with the Center Front and crossed the Darien Gap. It might have been this time or a different time. They got into a shootout and they had texted me like, hey, there's some people here raping and killing, and we're moving to contact, going to get them. I mean, I think it was Oscar that messaged me. So I said, and so I followed them and got up in an airplane. That's Oscar. You see the deep ravine there? That's from people crossing. That was just normal. That deep mud there is from well over 1 million people going through. And that place is a sea of dead bodies. Oscar made that video. He puts the sad music, but because you know, Oscar's like a lot of Oscar's. You see that IOM backpack she's got? OIM. That is the main group that organizes the invasions. It's an organization of actually it's IOM in English, International Organization for Migration, but that's in Spanish, so it's OIM. But that's the main organization that organizes the invasion. You see that cliff to the left? That's the Montaña de la Muerta, the mountain of death. Huge numbers of people die out there. A lot of them are just left out there starving because they can't walk and nobody can carry them. So these are just some of the places that, you know, I've spent so much time out there. Actually, you see, anyway, we'll skip past that. It's very interesting. But, and actually, can you play the audio on this one? Audio. This is when I lost communications with Ben and Oscar. And I said, if I lose comms with you, we had multiple radios and multiple backups. And I said, if I lose comms with you, I'm going to get up over you in an airplane. So if you hear a little airplane, that's me. Get next to the river so I can see you. And obviously point your antenna at me. And then we'll see what's going on. Oh, their call sign was PBR Street Game. I was almighty. You know what I mean. PBR Street Gang, this is almighty. PBR Street Gang, this is almighty. Couldn't raise them. We lost them for days. So that's we made those call signs from the movie Apocalypse Now, but couldn't find them. That's when I took Laura Logan out. For those who know Laura Logan, she's incredible. I actually took her in a yacht. Took her in a different way because we did a different sort of recon. And well, there we go. So this is an Afghan guy. This is out of Lajas Blancas. People are all over the United States now. This is just a tiny speck of it. Watch these guys. I did this in slow motion because I wanted to see, you know, exactly who was on the boat. And if it's in normal motion, I can't tell. So I sometimes shoot it in slow motion. The guy in camouflage is Panamanian Cinefront. He's good. See these guys? United States is filled with these guys now. This is the camp. I put the drone up, or maybe I came over in an airplane that day. I don't know. And that's one of the camps, one of many. This guy is probably Tren de Aragua. He's from Venezuela, and you can hear me interviewing him down in the jungle, or at the Las Blancas camp. You see the AK-47 on his eye?
Venezuela.
So look at his, I'll go back. Look at the AK-47 on his eye.
Venezuela.
That's the China camp. I call it China camp. That's another camp. I stayed in a one-star hotel next to that camp for many months. Notice there's OIM, and notice all the languages. This is an Iranian. That is Laura Loomer, and that's Ann Vandersteel. Look at this guy. Does that guy look Special Forces to you? I talked with him for quite a while. His English is very good. You'll hear him speaking. Okay, building right here, that's called HIAS. That's called HIAS, Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society. The Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society is bringing in Iranians. Their big office is in Tel Aviv, right? Yeah, can't make up this stuff. Alejandro Mayorkas, the director of Homeland Security at that time, was a board member on HIAS. If you go to HIAS.org, you'll see a letter on there from HIAS congratulating him from for moving from HIAS over to Department of Homeland Security. Now, the Iranian guy in that video you're about to see, he is, if I can make this laser work. I always have a flashlight. He's right there. That's where he's at. So you're going to see this guy talk. That's the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society. And that's where that little sign was you just saw with all those languages. And that's where the Iranian was, right there.
Because America is the end of the freedom of this group.
Yeah.
And we have this, we have just one time using about this life in this world, okay? And you have a chance for choices your way and your life. And look like these people. Why in this dangerous way? You cannot believe it. 1 week we was on jungle. We was on jungle on dangerous ways. You cannot believe it what's happening to anybody.
How did you come? Like those where did you get the shoes? Did you have a backpack with you?
Now it's in the back. What looked like to my shoe, my legs. Yeah. Many pains.
Did you see other Iranians? Because there's a lot of Iranians that are coming to the United States to commit acts of Islamic terrorism.
Yeah.
Did you see other Iranians, Muslim Iranians, coming across the Darien when you came?
No. Because this way, Iranian is not an Iranian people going with flight in.
That guy left the camp. It stopped on its own. That guy left the camp that night and found us, and I had dinner with him. Super smart guy. And as you can see, he's not your average guy. That is one of the guys. That's the brother of Jose Ibarra. He also came through that camp. Jose Ibarra is the one who killed Laken Riley. You see that guy in the red shirt? He killed Laken Riley. That's him, Jose Ibarra. And Diego Ibarra is one of his brothers. They all came through the Darien Gap. I have their records. That's their records right there, right? There he is. Came through on July 25th, 2022. I have over 1 million records like that. Chinese, they're coming through hardcore. Look at this. This is a video. The Chinese make these videos. I have 2 of them. I'll show you of how to get through the Darien Gap. Now, the Chinese, what they do is they have their own pipeline within a pipeline because they're not your average migrants. They pay $20,000 to $30,000 to go through. Chinese very rarely get killed in the Darien. Some did. Their boat got turned over and they drowned, but mostly the Indians don't mess with them because they pay so much money, and they've got a huge system going. They're Chinese made. Those are Chinese. A lot of the Chinese they look like families and that sort of thing. Others are definite spies. Look at this guy. He's got a Georgia Bulldogs tattoo. We're way out in the jungle at that point. Georgia Bulldogs tattoo. Yeah, so he's already coming in with some kind of cover, it looks like. I'm guessing, I don't know, obviously. So this is in a village called, hold on, there we go. That's called Bajo Chiquito Village. That's way out in the jungle. See those beer cans? As more and more, much more money started to flow through, the Indians started doing the drunken Indian thing. And the Indian chief out there, I know him very well. I took him to Washington, D.C., actually. And he's like my young men now. They're just drinking whiskey all the time. And they've started to hit their women. He said, Imbra never hit their women before. Now they're making so much money. They go out into the jungle. They kill people. They're raping people. Center Front shoots them. And he said, this is destroying my people. That's why Todd Bensman actually arranged it. Todd Bensman is a friend of mine. Some people here probably know Todd. Todd's a very serious man. In fact, he just resigned from the administration maybe last week. That's China Camp at night. I had the drone up, getting a time lapse. skip that. This is a Chinese guy. His name was Lushan Zhao. He tried to get through Colombia. We tracked him back using Polish resources. The Polish track Chinese a lot better than Americans do. I think he probably went to their language school in Luoyang.
I'm pretty sure you're a spy.
I can't tell. Oh, come on, you were shooting.
You're a spy, brother.
Okay,
Anthony
I'm gonna tell
Rubin
everything
calling him a
about it.
spy.
I'm
like, Anthony, stop calling spies spies, please.
All right, now I'm gonna tell everything about it. Delete the video. I'm gonna get into there. All right.
Why don't you come sit with us?
What?
Come sit with us.
Go with you.
Sit with us here.
Yeah,
We're at the restaurant.
Let's go.
Come on.
Anyway, that guy, Lushan Zhao, it was late at night. He was very tired. He just came through the Darien Gap. He was being eaten up by the insects out there. And he spilled a lot of information. He said he tried to get through Bahamas, boat ran out of fuel, got picked up by the U.S. Coast Guard, and got returned to the Bahamas. Then I confirmed with the Coast Guard, he definitely got picked up. So that part was true. He said he got deported. They were sending him back to China, but they were doing it through Cuba. And in Cuba, he changed his flight to Ecuador. Then he went through the Darien Gap, and we ended up with him coming out of the jungle. This is another one of their videos. I got to be quick and running out of time. But this is a pregnant woman. I was the only one that helped her, actually. I'm down there trying to stop the invasion, and the other Americans that go down there are trying to stop it, but we're the only ones that help people when they're, in trouble. Look at her. She's Cuban. In the devil I trust, it says on her tattoo. Yeah. Even the birds are trying to come through. Never know what. There's Mayorkas with Cinefront inside China camp. He brought more money and expanded the camp. So that's right beside the highest building. And there's a highest lady. She's showing people how to get through. There's Mayorkas inside China camp. He's like 30 meters away from where that Iranian was, 30 meters. Screwworms. You've probably seen screwworms in the news lately. Screwworms are something, I'll skip past a lot of it, but Masako and I were with an intel guy down there, and he told us about screwworms in 2000 and something. And the email will be up here in a moment. And right after that meeting, just with maybe 2 minutes of information, I said, you know what? The screwworms are going to get back in the United States. If the paradigm is right, they'll be back in the United States, right? So we have this program. That's how the aircraft fly to rain screwworms out of the aircraft. And anyway, skipping past, they irradiate the male flies so that when they're mating with female flies, they don't produce offspring. So that's what that map is of how they disperse from the air and drop the irradiated males out. So I contacted those people, COPEG, and there's the email. That's what year is that? 2021. So that's June 21st, 2021. We had that meeting with the intel guy. I immediately emailed him. So this is probably within like a day. And I'm like, with that much information, if I'm right, those screwworms are back in Texas, in the United States. So I published it immediately. Well, they wouldn't let me tour the facility. And naturally, I deal with a lot of governments. Whenever you get that feel from a government, they're covering something up. But I think that the screwworms are back intentionally. Imagine if you had this information and you're in the cattle business and you know how accurate our predictions are, you could make very serious decisions based on that estimation. Like if you have a ranch in Texas, they're clearly coming for it. This is New Mexico. That was just where they build the wall. I've been across the entire U.S. southern border, all of it. A lot of that on the Mexican side and up on the Canadian border, down in Morocco, across Europe, all kinds of places. They're doing the same thing in Japan. They're doing this all over the world. They're doing it in Netherlands. They're doing it in Sweden, as you know. So this is not just the United States. They're taking down the West, and they can be stopped. They're not omnipotent. They're not omniscient. And as Mr. Griffin sometimes says, their numbers are very, very few. They're basically Wizard of Oz, the man behind the curtain. What it takes is people that do what we're doing, get out there and gunk up the system. I'm not saying doing anything violent, but I'm saying don't go along with the program. Don't go along with it. And if you're in a position to do something or not do something that causes them problems, do it. Like I've been across the entire U.S. southern border from SpaceX to San Diego. I spent many months down there. And I talked with many Border Patrol. Naturally, a lot of that's at nighttime. And when I asked the Border Patrol, there might be 2% that really are tracking in detail what's going on. And those guys, they really are tracking. But the rest of them are mostly just gears in a clock. They don't know what time it is. And I asked them, how do these people get here? How do these Bangladeshis get here? They're like, Mexican cartels. I'm like, are there Mexican cartels in Bangladesh and in Somalia? No, you're the one loading the bus. You're with the Mexican cartel, right? Where are all these children disappearing to? We see massive numbers of children coming through. They're being housed in places like at a Walmart center. It's time to go. I'm going to get kicked out of here, but that's it. We're at the last slide anyway. Routes, resources, and ideology. Thank you, everybody.
Mike.
Hello, Masako.
Mike, thank you so much for that thorough presentation. I appreciate you so much. And he's got, I think, the best camera that I've seen here, unless anybody's got something better. So make sure, Carlene, you hook up with Mike. He's got probably great pictures for future promotion as well. This guy is a photojournalist wherever he goes, including right here at the Red Pill Expo. Smile, everybody. Yay, Mike, yawn, everybody. So good to see you actually here in 3 dimensions. I've only seen you in like 2 dimensions on Zoom. So he's real. I can pinch you, you'll feel it, right?
What's that?
Yeah, he's there. He's there. Anyway, thank you. Sometimes it's like, it's a dream, right? No pinch. Oh, yeah, it's also a dream here. So here we go. We've got a very special presentation coming up. And many of you, hopefully everybody got a little ticket coming in because it's something, I don't know if we've done this before, but really in thanks for his support of the Red Pill Expo as well. I've known this man. He's known me since I was basically a snot-nosed teenager. So he knew me before I knew a lot of the things I know decades and decades ago. He's been at the natural health arena in here doing some wonderful work. And in fact, I was also his first interview in radio many years ago about the relaxed sauna. And I've had mine for 15 or more years. And I still sweat in it to this day. So we're about to meet one of the key sponsors and supporters of the Red Pill Expo. And he's going to be sharing a bit of his story as well as the philosophy behind not only the technology that's so unique with the relaxed sauna, while you want to get one, but as I said, stick around, don't leave, because if you're here at the end, we're going to draw one of the little tickets there. Phil, do you have a microphone? You need one of those, unless you want to speak from here. It's up to you. Okay, grab a microphone from there. So when we're talking about, again, health and healing in the terrain, this is my jam, so to speak. One of the keys to restoring integrity to that terrain is utilizing the largest organ of elimination we have, and that is the skin, the dermal layers, sweating things out, utilizing what we could from the sun, but we don't get enough sunlight often, although here we could. But there are other ways with infrared wavelengths to go deeper into the body to allow us to relinquish a lot of these fat-soluble toxins and even more, a lot more information and a lot more of this technology. We are beginning to understand why it is profound and helpful and why it's something simple that we can all engage in and utilize here, not only at the Red Pill Expo, but taking one home or getting one shipped to you. So somebody's going to win $1,000 today after this. That's kind of cool. That's very unique. We've never done that. Or a sauna. Okay, well, we got options here. This is cool. So is Phil ready? Just getting his jacket on? Give him a minute. Okay. Well, as I said, there are not many people that knew me before I even knew what homeopathy was. That's how far back Phil goes. So it's quite incredible, the journeys that we're on in this lifetime. I feel like we've lived, I don't know, anybody feel like you've lived multiple lifetimes in one lifetime? Anybody's gone through a lot of changes in their life to be here? Something about that speeding up or quickening might be very real. And knowing what we get to know here is an honor and it's a privilege. And here, if we can welcome to the stage, Phil Wilson, my buddy Phil, come on up. You're all mic'd up and ready to go.
So can people hear me with a mic?
Sounds good. Now, is it true that I was your first interview on radio years ago?
You were the first person who interviewed me about the relaxed sauna, and actually we sold 9 saunas that day.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. So a lot of history between this guy. We love him and appreciate him. And thank you for your support of the Red Pill Expo.
Okay.
Have at it.
Okay, thanks. David, is David here? You want to set up the sauna? Just set it up over there, just so people can see what it looks like. Hi, I guess I've been introduced. My name is Philip Wilson, and I went to the Red Pill Expo in Jekyll Island, Georgia, 2020 in October. It was my first experience of the Expo, and my company has had a booth at every Expo since, and this is always one of my favorite events because you guys, I have to figure out how to move that thing. Is there a how do I move the slides to the next one? Where's the clicker? Is there a clicker that I'm supposed to click? Okay. So thanks for showing up. Okay, and I think this turns it. It's nice I have a clicker. Now I have to know how to use it. There we go. That's okay, good. I have a health food store, I still do, in Columbus, Ohio. It's not food, it's supplements, massage tools, color therapy glasses, there you go, frequency. And I got into fasting in 1971. I got into Whole Foods, and I got into freedom. And this expo is all about freedom, uncovering the lies, and to getting tuned in where you can know. You want to rise above belief and know. And that's what we're all here for at the Red Pill Expo. Like in the Matrix movie, you swallow the red pill, and you start seeing behind the surface is what's really going on. And to me, that's the adventure of life. I know children's stories start with, in the olden days, adventures of Robin Hood, adventures of Winnie the Pooh, adventures of Aladdin, adventures of Alice in Wonderland. So life is an adventure, and we now in the United States are dealing with craziness going on. And, you know, that's all part of the process. You know, you start falling in love with the process of how you become more aware, how you become more healthy, how you become more free. So I got involved in fasting and back in 1971, and my whole body chemistry changed because of an experience I had. Prior to that, I'd actually had an out-of-body experience, and that gives you perspective. I was a graduate student in mathematics, and I found that I was more, and I was a problem solver. That was my specialty, solving math problems. I was published in high school, second, third, and fourth in the state of Indiana, national and statewide math exams. And then everything shifted and everything got reoriented toward becoming healthier and free. You know, after this experience, I went to the health center when I had an asthma attack, or not when then, but I was taking allergies, and I said, oh my God, it was like 5 doses of caffeine or coffee. And so I just got into holistic foods and fasting, and that started my journey. Now, after selling massage tools for 20 years at conferences, I was at a biological dentist show in Las Vegas selling massage tools. And the next day there was a spa show in Las Vegas at the same hotel. So I went to it, and one of my massage tool companies had a sauna there, an infrared sauna, portable. And I said, oh my gosh, I was like a little boy on Christmas morning. I can have a sauna in my home, because I just always loved sauna ever since I first experienced it when I was 16. After getting the sauna, and I loved it, it took me 18 minutes to start sweating, 55 minutes for a complete sweat. I was a happy camper. Then I got a call from Mandy from the Relax Sauna company in Taiwan, because I was really prolific. I had about 50 different massage tools I was selling on the internet in 1998, and this is now 2002. And I get a phone call from Taiwan from Mandy, who's actually here today. She's the daughter of the president of the Relax Sauna company. It took Dr. Cheng and his team of scientists 10 years to find a way to create a specific frequency that would match the frequency at the healing spas in southern Japan, where they would be, people would go like Lourdes, they'd go and all of a sudden their health problems would go away. And this is exciting. And so they said that their technology, it took them 10 years to develop the technology to do this. And I said, wow. And so I said, how much is your sauna? They sent me one. And when it arrived in Columbus, Ohio at my health food store, everyone tried it and said, night and day. This takes 30 seconds to start feeling the energy. It takes 8 minutes to start sweating and 20 minutes for a complete sweat that took 55 minutes. Wow. So we started promoting these at conferences, and I have been to about 500 conferences in the last 24 years promoting the relaxed far infrared sauna. And what they told me then, that they had, it was different, the technology was different. And that's what this talk is about, is the uniqueness of the relaxed far infrared sauna technology. And the talk is also dealing with frequencies. Tesla said, and incidentally, yesterday was Tesla Day. I didn't know that until yesterday. And Tesla said, the future of medicine is vibration and frequencies. So, you know, Pythagoras said, the great mathematician from Grecian times, the Pythagorean theorem is named after him. And that he said, everything vibrates. He divided math into 4 categories: numbers in rest, numbers in motion, figures at rest, figures in motion. Numbers in rest is number theory, figures in motion is geometry, but numbers in motion is called harmony or music. Figures in motion is called stereometry or astrology or astronomy. Everything vibrates, and it's really important for us to know that there are so many frequencies going through us right now that it blows us away. AM radio is going through us, FM radio, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi. Every time you go into a bathroom at a hotel or an airport, you put your hand out and the water comes out magically. That's near infrared. When you use your TV to get it, it's near infrared ray. When you go outside and you get a tan, that's ultraviolet. When you go outside and you close your eyes, and the hot sun, and on a winter day even, the hot sun through your coat, you feel that incredible energy. That's far infrared ray. Far infrared ray is the granddaddy of all lights. Red light is good, near infrared is good. They have their benefits. Ultraviolet is used, you know, to cleanse and with ozone treatments. Ultraviolet is good. They all are good. I mean, good or bad. I mean, you can be used for negative or positive. Now, people come into the relaxed sauna when they go to shows. They have a $10,000 wooden infrared sauna. And I say to them, you have no clue how good this feels. You have no clue how therapeutic it is. We have a lady who recently, she was at the Healing for the Ages conference in Dallas 8 months ago. She has a $12,000 infrared sauna in her clinic and one in her house. She got in the relaxed sauna at the show, and she said, wow, she bought one and she put it in her clinic also. And she says that she can get people into homeostasis in 6 minutes with it. And the $12,000 infrared high quality sauna can't hold a candle to it. And these are the kind of experiences I have in 25 years of demonstrating the relaxed sauna. That's what it looked like. And as you saw, it took 4 minutes to put up. And it takes 2 minutes to tear down. I have a Samsonite Omni suitcase. It fits it in. Let's see what the slideshow says. That's me. Okay, I already talked about that. And so, you know, I could have been talking to the slide, but it is what it is. I'll give you time to read it. I mean, not that much time, but, you know, I guess you look at the video after that. Okay, again, I already talked all about that. I've been into holistic health. I've been promoting acupuncture. I've been selling to health food stores. I'm selling to 1,100 different health food stores. Like I said, massage tools, color therapy glasses, magnets, neti pots, tongue cleaners, anything that's weird and different, anything that's innovative. And of course, the greatest supplements in the world were coming out, Chinese herbal combinations, essential oils. I guess I was one of the original biohackers, and that's because it was a necessity, for me to survive and for me to function creatively. I wanted to be creative, and so I'd look for herbal formulas that I could take because I went off coffee in 1970. I got into meditation instead and relaxing. This is still working? Okay. Maybe it wasn't. I didn't. Okay. So anyway, that's a little bit more about me, but I'm talking about the saunas. Okay. Again, we're just going to, I already said all that. Okay, what is far-infrared energy? I touched on it. There's near-infrared energy, there's mid-infrared, and there's far-infrared. And people talk about, well, you should have, they say, a full-spectrum sauna because you get the benefits of near, you get the benefits of mid, you get the benefits of far. We tested 3 saunas, the relaxed sauna and a $1,400 portable sauna, supposedly low EMF, full spectrum, and all these bells and whistles pretending to be us. And we sent them a $300 Amazon sauna to Harvard MIT Health Science and Technology Lab. They came back. This is not a study, but a report saying the energy coming out of the relaxed sauna was 100% far infrared between 7 and 14 microns. Why is that important? Because you are a far infrared light beam. You shine far infrared light. You don't shine green light or blue light, but everything vibrates. Everything shines a light, but our eyes can only see visible light. That's why we call it visible light. Now, it's interesting. I asked a question many years ago. What's the difference between sound you cannot hear and light that you cannot see? And I'll see if I can try to answer that. My science director understands it totally well. And there's a website we created for you people after the talk. It's relaxsaunas.com/frequencies, FREQUENCIES. It might be frequency. You'll have to play with it. But then you can have so much information about a whole talk that I'll be giving in months to come on frequencies and the difference between microwave, ultraviolet, gamma rays, and the difference between, like, frequency is really important. For example, even Dr. Emoto, who froze water, he said, love, 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 and the water would come out. After they froze it, it would come out beautiful crystal. And when they say, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, you look at the frozen water and it looked very chaotic. Now, it turns out, since we are far infrared light beams, we are a receptacle for far infrared energy, a repository for it. Now, solar panels are repositories for sunlight. They store energy. We store far infrared energy, the same frequency as us. We vibrate at 9.4 microns. That's the wavelength. We also have a hertz. That's the frequency. They're measured in different ways. Those in the holistic field, health field, we call it wavelength. The physicist will call it cycles per second. You know how a watch works? It's you know what the definition of a second is? I just learned it yesterday. It's the number of times. I think it's one. It's the cesium atom. They have 1,931,631,770 times a second, and somehow that's what 1 second is defined to be, and then a minute would be 60 seconds. Very, very interested. But a quartz crystal in a watch, and so the technology of the semiconductor chips, and there's 4 of them in this lamp. This The Relax Sauna company, I think, is the only sauna company that has a lamp with the same technology that they sell. Because if you think of the carbon panels from the other sauna companies, can you imagine a lamp with a little carbon panel being able to get rid of a tooth pain in 15 minutes to reduce it from 7 to 1? That's what happened to me. And the one lady, she had a near-infrared laser person do it on her, and her pain level was 9 for about 2 days, and she was a vendor and she had to talk. So I said, well, just put this on your tongue, like that, and then for 5 minutes, and then come and get it twice a day or whatever. And then I noticed the next day that it was there, and I said, oh my gosh, it must not have worked. And when I talked to her, she said, oh no, it worked in 5 minutes, and that was 4.5 years ago. And so it still, hasn't come back. So I have seen miracles. All saunas are good. They're all healthy. They all have their stories. The Relax Sauna has 950 stories on YouTube. Now, as I explained, far infrared energy, I said, this is what it feels like. It feels like warm, penetrating, loving life. People go in the Relax Sauna, for example, at conferences in 5 to 7 minutes. 50% to 100% of the pain is gone in 5 to 7 minutes every time with clothes on, and the stress without sweating. What? I mean, people are surprised. And again, when you don't want to be entertained and are bored, don't know what to do, you go to YouTube and you put in Relax Sauna testimonies. And then you go to the Relax Sauna page and you just look at 6 or 7 or 8 of them. They're astounding. Migraine headaches gone in 8 minutes. Just 2 days ago at another conference in Las Vegas at the Bellagio, this athlete got in. He was a high school athlete. His hip pain was 9. It went down to 2 or 3 in 8 minutes, 10 minutes in the Relax Sauna. And he says, it's been 2 or 3 years since I felt this good. Let's see what else I have to say. Okay, far infrared resonates and vibrates with the water molecules in living tissue. This is way back when I first started promoting the Relax Sauna. I said, what does this do? People would ask me. I said, there's one thing and one thing only. It vibrates your water molecules. Now, the key is resonate. Because microwave energy vibrates your water molecules. That wavelength is about the size of the width of your hand from microwave. It vibrates your water molecules. And it heats it up, and it's very damaging. If that were your body, it would be very damaging if you were in a microwave oven. Far infrared, because it doesn't resonate, but the resonating of the far, and I don't understand this much because I've got a degree in mathematics, and frankly, as soon as math turned into physics, I just, lost all my intellectual abilities. But so it's been really hard selling electronic equipment. It's funny because a lot of us say, some people do what our dad did, and some people say there's no way in the world because I was going to be a professor of mathematics, maybe even a chairman of math department, and my father owned an electrical appliance store, and here I am selling an electrical appliance. And frankly, the foundation of houses could be you build it around the Relax Sauna. In the future, kids will be asking their friend, well, how often do you use your Relax? So like Kleenex tissue, they'll call it the Relax. How often do you use your sauna? Okay, it's a healing spectrum of light. It's known for eliminating dangerous toxins, decreasing inflammation and pain, improving circulation. There's a lot of research in far infrared energy. And like I said, there's a lot of research on red light and near infrared light. And a lot of people, and there's almost like a fad about red light and near infrared light. And there's a lot of, they do good things. They get the mitochondria going, they give you energy. The near infrared penetrates 1/16 of an inch. It's good for the skin. but it doesn't. Water's 8 microns, near infrared, red's about 0.6 microns to 0.76 microns. And near infrared is 0.76 to about 2. But certainly most of the energy, the specific frequencies are less than 1, like 0.98 or 0.9 or 0.88. It finally dawned on me, for 2 years, everyone's raving about red light. They're writing books on it. And I said, far infrared ray is the granddaddy of them all. It doesn't, the near infrared doesn't resonate with the water molecules. It doesn't mobilize the lymphatic system. It doesn't activate the parasympathetic system. It's like if all the water molecules in your body are vibrating, Hippocrates said, find me a way to create a fever and I will cure any disease. Or it might have been Parmenides who said that. One of them said it, they're both quoted. And when you look up what happens when you have a fever, oh my gosh, it's one of the best things you can do for your body to cleanse it, to purify. And when people go in the relaxed sauna at the booth, just yesterday, someone said, I felt like I had a warm blanket around me. I felt like I was being hugged by my loving grandma. And I said, oh my gosh, I've been calling the far infrared energy the granddaddy of all lights. It's the grandmommy of all lights because it's warm and loving. So one chiropractor or one doctor was at a conference and he said, what is this? And I said, it's loving light. He said, come on, I'm a doctor. And I explained that it vibrates the water molecules, increases gives you a fever, mobilizes, it gets rid of, lowers blood pressure, gets rid of stagnant areas of the body, gets rid of inflammation. We even have a big lamp, a big one of these, and it was able to get rid of MRSA in a lady in 5 weeks after 9 months of antibiotics couldn't do a damn thing. And it's a professional model lamp. And if you do colonics, you put it over your belly when you're doing a colonic. If you go in the relaxed sauna for 5 to 7 minutes before a talk, or before a treatment, a massage treatment, lymphatic treatment, even talking to a psychology before a chiropractor adjustment. I'm not good at using slides. I just like to talk, but there's a lot of good information here. And this explains the wavelength and the frequency. And again, can you believe we only see visible light? And we can't see, but snakes can. And if you go onto YouTube and you put relaxed sauna snakes, we're the only sauna that actually is endorsed by snakes. We were at some booth. We go to all these different, like this is considered a weird show by many. We think it's normal. But I go to all these weird shows, and we had an animal communicator with 2 snakes next door. And the snakes got in and said, boy, this is way better than the light in our cage. And again, there's a lot of research, and 2026 is the year for the relaxed sauna where science meets experience. I've known for 24 years. I've been promoting the relaxed sauna for 24 years. I know what it does. If you could be a fly on the wall, listening to what people say when they get out the relaxed sauna, you would buy a relaxed sauna in an instant. It's got a 30-day money-back guarantee. And by the way, whatever near infrared and red light are good for, far infrared does that better. Far infrared is vibrational. Near infrared and red are they're absorbed by the chemophores. They're mechanical, but they don't vibrate the water molecules. Matt Justice has a website where he promotes saunas. He said the more far infrared in your sauna, the more effective it will be. Going back to that Harvard study, the Harvard study, or not the study, the Harvard report, the $1,400 sauna had 8% far infrared, 37% near, 37% mid, 55% near. The Amazon sauna was 100% near. The relaxed sauna had 1/12 the EMF of the low EMF sauna and 1/180th EMF of the Amazon sauna. We also, and this is the most exciting part, we were 350% and 450% more therapeutic in the penetration. We know that the relaxed sauna is special and unique, and that's because of the loving light. And that's what the chiropractor, when he came back the next day, or the doctor, he said that was the best description, loving light. Getting rid of inflammation, there's the scientific information. It's the emotional. It's where you feel like you're being loved by the divine. It puts a cup of coffee to shame. I do it for 20 minutes every morning. A lot of people do it 20 minutes at night for a sweat, but don't, not look at the fact that this is the only sauna you can do 5 to 7 minute treatments with your clothes on at any time of the day and not sweat and get incredible results. It's built for the terrain for other therapies. Okay, there's some great stuff out here. At a lot of the shows, there are many, I call them energy medicine devices. The relaxed sauna is the foundation. It helps the terrain. So if you like red light and they're good and it's working for you and they do have benefits, if you get the far infrared ray, they will all work better. We had a lady selling microcurrent technologies across the booth, across the aisle from us. And she came there and she said, oh my gosh. And she sent her partner said, oh my gosh, I had cancer 4 years ago and I can feel all my systems being rebuilt. For people who are sensitive to energy, one guy says, oh my gosh, I can feel my mitochondria in 30 seconds. He said, I got $6,000 machines that can't do this. We have lots of reports. And one guy, he tested the joule energy. He says, I've never seen a machine increase the joule energy of the body as much as this. So, again, this is the year of science. We are getting scientific studies. We are working with a number of doctors. There's a doctor who's been promoting the detoxification that the Scientology people started. He's not into Scientology, but he realizes and so he says, he just gave us an email yesterday saying, I have never seen a sauna do as good as this sauna in all the ones and I'm putting in my program and recommending it. His name is Dr. Daniel Root. And your body is a battery. And that's why the relaxed sauna works. There's a lot of good slides on this. Hopefully I'll go through them and you'll at least be able to look at. Dr. Gerald Pollack talks about the 4th phase of water. The structured water in the body is increased 50 to 200% when you're in front of the relaxed sauna or the 7 to 14 micron energy. We're proving this right now. We've got lots of demonstrations. We certainly have many anecdotes, but now we're giving it to scientists who are testing the relaxed sauna in labs. But believe me, there are videos of me. One lady, she did a 45-minute interview of me, a doctor in Tampa, and she sold like 700 saunas through the 145-minute interview. Her name is Dr. Annette Bosworth. And let's see, the phase 4 water, yes, it's increased. Far infrared, according to Dr. Gerald Pollack, is the frequency that gives the plant the power to move and to bend. And I bet you always wondered how turtle eggs hatch, right? The far infrared from the sun goes through the sand and resonates with the water in the turtle eggs and activates the embryo to grow into a turtle. Again, a far infrared sauna is not a sauna, it's a different animal. It's an energy medicine device. It generates far infrared ray. It doesn't work with heat. The heat is the byproduct. The temperature gets 130, 140 degrees right away in 5 or 7 minutes. It can get up to 170, but we have a sophisticated temperature control device. Amazing. It's called the zipper. If you get too hot, you just unzip it. It takes, you can put your head in, you can sit with your feet there in the center. If I sit like half lotus because I can, it's a lot of fun. It's the history. Okay, I already talked about that. Okay, tested and proven. That's the study from Harvard, okay? Or not the study, the report. Understanding lab results. It's said 3 to 4 times. And it goes on. It's more and more. It's good. More information. See, this is for anyone watching it online. You'll at least be able to watch all these slides for 3 seconds. It antidotes EMF, according to Dr. Yamaguchi. because EMF or microwave causes chaos. But if we increase the structured water in the body, if you structure chaotic water, it becomes organized and structured. Thousands love and prefer the relaxed sauna. There's no warm-up period. People love it a lot. And they're going to take me off. It's preferred. Experience the difference. Oh, yeah, we're having a drawing.
We ready? We got to do a drawing? Okay.
Autism
How are we doing
kids,
this?
Lyme kids.
Because we got to do it. We
Yeah,
gotta give some stuff
where's
away.
the bucket?
Who wants to win something? We got a few hands are interested in maybe winning
It's
something.
$1,000 cash.
Ooh.
Okay. Oh, go to the Relax Sauna booth.
Or a free sauna.
Or you get to choose?
Yes, the $1,700 sauna at the conference, the silver one, it's $200 off, so it'd be $1,550 out the door. And you could, instead of the $1,000 cash, you could use, only you can use that $1,000 cash to take a $1,750 sauna home.
Okay, you got the option then. All right.
You
so
get to pick.
I'm going to pick? Okay.
Yeah, you're the picker.
Let's see, whose number do I see?
1 year guarantee.
Let's see what's going to happen
Oh,
here.
good.
It could be, oh, look, Ed Griffin's number. He won. Ed won. No? Okay.
Okay.
Here's your number.
Oh, no name, just a number.
There's a name? No, it's only a number.
What's the last?
So you guys pull out your ticket, 026-6029. Who's the winner?
29.
In the third row. We got
Okay,
it.
come on up.
Congratulations. Yay. Come on up. Way to go. Let's see. Match it up here.
Does it match?
It looks like she's for real.
What's your name?
What's your name again? You knew. She knew. What's your name? Tell Phil.
Candace. Would you like the $1,000 cash or would you like a $1,750 sauna?
The sauna, maybe? All right.
Okay,
You
I'll
guys
give you
contemplate
the
on it.
cash, and you can come give this envelope.
This is for
Yeah.
real, y'all. This just happened. We witnessed something
And
never before that we've done here. How about that?
And you
Congratulations.
come into the
That's cool.
sauna, and
Very
that
cool.
envelope will get you a brand. Where do you live locally? Okay, we'll
All right.
ship it to you. That'll include
If
the
you
shipping.
want. So you guys get together. We got to keep
Yeah,
moving. So
of course, yes.
Phil Wilson, everybody, thank you for your support of the Red Pill Expo.
Thanks for
Edward Griffin. This
Right.
is cool. It worked.
Did they know the website to go to? Relaxsaunas.com. It's
There
all
you
over
go.
there.
Up on there. Relaxsaunas.com. Everybody watching from around the world. They'll ship to you. All right. Phil, my brother.
Thank
you
you.
so much.
Great
All
to
right.
have you as an introduction.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, we have another segment today. The truth is out there. It might be in here. We're going to find out, but you'll come back for it. And as we're wrapping up this segment, again, take the time. If you haven't met everybody here, which you haven't, find out why they came to the Red Pill Expo. It might not be the same reason as you, and you might learn something. So in addition to engaging in discussions with our sponsors, supporters, and exhibitors, take a moment to do that while we're on a break. We're going to come back here at 5:30 sharp and start up with Jonathan Kohler, the unknown truth about climate change and CO2, and then Lynette Zhang, what if your bank account is turned off? My name's Robert Scott Bell Show. The Robert Scott Bell Show is where you can watch me when I'm not here. It is the Red Pill Expo. Thank you for being here. We'll be right back.